30,000. It's only Orange Marmalade to fight to the end, and he is going to run it out. He doesn't want to leave this finals. He can't believe that they've lost. They've come so far from the lower bracket. They almost claimed victory. They tied it up at 1 apiece. He is going to run away, and in comes the final abilities, the final kills that they need, despite having to fight against a very resilient Orange Marmalade. So look at her counter kill. This is incredible. Orange Marmalade turned that on his head. SK Gaming were playing like they won.
We know what happens next. There's the Wolves and Bloodlust on Vinruki, drops down to half. Wow, and down goes Vinruki.
He's trying to give him up. I don't know if it's possible. He landed back up in. Vinruki's at 80k. He's alive. They're all alive. And CD pulls off the miracle. Are you kidding me? They are all alive.
Here comes the Metamorphosis. They're looking at strike path. Fast and dangerously low. There's nothing left for 9 more seconds. Down to 10%. Trying to get away from the onslaught. Portal's at 5%. They're in hot pursuit. It's taken.
No way.
The panic almost.
Yeah, but Method have won the game. If they can just stay alive here, Snuds just needs to live a few more seconds. Incarnation is up in 1.
No bubble, no pop, no Avenger Crusader. Here comes the Incarnation. It's not by much. It's gone by. There's nothing he can do. The mighty Bastia. He doesn't have anything left. So many upheavals from Swansea. They're desperately trying to get him. Oh my God! The key. Gonna win BlizzCon.
See him barely hanging on. This is insane. But the Wolves are going to take it. The 2-time champions.
Don't open.
I've opened on him, man.
You're joking.
A ship mage.
1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Big swap on Rooney though. Pistol stun into THRALL into gas. And they take him down. What was that damage? The game winning gouge coming in from WOD, denying anything from Looney. That was absolutely insane.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to day number 2. The North American region will be playing today in the final cup, the 4th and final cup before teams head into the circuit. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I'm your host once again with Zico, Vinruki, and Super Tees. We are, like I said, in the North American region, and this is their last day to try and qualify for the circuit that will be, very, very soon, hopefully. And these teams, some of them are already locked in, Zico, and some of them are just really, really close, fighting for their lives here to try and get into that top 8.
Yeah, today's the final chance to do it. A lot of these teams, there's a couple on the cusp there, and it's going to be a very exciting day, of course. There's so much to play for these guys. Most of the teams, to be honest, are locked in, but there's a couple. I'm looking at ZHAN CHENG mainly, and THRALL'S Angels. Going to be running some spoilers in our bracket, and and let's see if they can do it. Top 8 will make it. Yes, top 8. But some of these teams need to place even higher than that. But we can take a look at the math for everything in a little bit. You see here. THRALL'S Angels there at 10th, and ZHAN CHENG. These guys are going to be playing spoilers.
Yeah, those 2 teams, they need to hope for at least 3rd in today's tournament if they want to make it into that top 8. UNITAS, a little bit different story, of course. I think they have to place not quite so high. I think 4th, and they are guaranteed into that top 8. So a little bit confusing. We're, of course, going to keep you guys updated as we go along with today's games, and we'll see where we do end up at the end of the day. Of course, that's going to be determining our final top 8. However, we do know that the 1 through 6th place here in terms of standings, everybody on that left side, they are definitely going to be in the top 8. And those two teams that are already qualified, is actually going to be our first match of the day. It's Power Men versus 3.5 Men. We can see Power Men currently at 6th in points, and then 3.5 Men at 3rd. And those 2 teams, Vinruki, are going to be facing off today in the first match.
Yeah, 2 Titan teams. Power Men especially kind of came out of nowhere, I would say. A lot of big name players. Thugonomics on that Destruction Warlock. I think for them, it's really nice to see Thugonomics still just sticking with that main specialization. We've seen him flex every once in a while on the Guardian Druid, the Demon Hunter, but when Destruction Warlock is strong, Thugonomics is always there to play it, and he plays it at such a high level. Really expecting big things from him, but they go against a really difficult team. 3.5 men, primarily just playing that rogue mage priest. They've been kind of tearing through North America a little bit. Probably, I would say, the most powerful RMP we've seen from North America in these tournaments so far. So we'll see if they can take them down, but definitely a really exciting first game for today.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a weird comparison or not, but 3.5 men, they kind of remind me a little bit of KAWHI when they first came onto the scene. Obviously, they're playing quite different compositions, but they're a group of pretty young guys. One of them is like 16, and they just kind of came out of nowhere, not much of a strong social media presence, and they just completely dominated the scene. As you can see in their current points, just right behind KAWHI. So I'm excited to see what this team can do. As we look into the future of this team, if they stay together for future seasons. But so far, they're really impressing us. So you can see there's their bracket on the far left over there. And then, of course, the team that we were talking about as well, Power Men, who they will also be facing. So we've kind of got, Thug, who has been around for, some time. We're used to seeing him at AWC, complete veteran, and then 3.5 men. So interesting comparison there, I think, Supatese.
Yeah, definitely. 3.5 men for me is like, I see them on the ladder often, even just when I'm playing, and they're really branching out their classes. Like, I think Calvish was playing Hunter yesterday. I was getting into him. He was playing Jungle Cleave with his team. So if they can get some multi-comping and some multi-classing and not just relying on the Rogue Mage, although right now, pretty good to rely on Rogue Mage, they could be a solid team moving into the future. And that's the same thing that happened with KAWHI. They were running that Windwalker Mage, and it was working out really well for them when Windwalker Mage was on top. And then if it wasn't, they needed to flex, and they were able to flex. And that's how they've sustained at the top of their game. Only now with that recent cup 4th place finish, like that's their worst one. And everything else is 1st and 2nd. So definitely the competition is leveling up. You can see that in the qualification points being earned. There's a lot more openings here for teams to slip in this final cup as well to snag a spot. Power Men and 3.5 men, they're very close on points. So 3.5 men can secure a lead in that. Power Men will be left without being able to accumulate any more points, giving maybe opportunities to some of these other teams that are coming in if they can have a deep run. Although getting a deep run will be pretty tough. But at the same time, Team Liquid didn't even get into the top 8. So I don't know. Maybe it is possible to get a deep run. Like, you can knock out some of the best teams before they even get to the top 8. Then this could be pretty scary. I don't think anyone's safe.
Man, it's so weird having a season with both EU and NA where people that are super high in points just sometimes don't make top 8, as we're sitting here with Team Liquid. But
I saw him playing it on the ladder. I queued into him. He farmed me. I can admit that. And he's going to play it now. He's going to play it now in the tournament. So interesting.
This is actually it's an interesting matchup here. So we have Aang on the Frost Mage. Primarily, they played Powerman was actually the team that played the Fire Destro the most early on in at least these cups. So it's interesting. Aang has kind of branched out. He's playing Frost Mage now. 3.5 men. Didn't want to play the Rogue Mage Priest, which I think is semi-interesting because I feel like it's not that bad of a matchup into the Mage Lock, but they're opting to go with the jungle. Perhaps they feel like it's even better. We're going to be seeing Fuse for the first time from 3.5 men. This is the kind of branch out we talked about. Tuna. Okay, Tuna. That's going to be a Trinket. That's going to be a Guardian. That's going to be a Fade. Massive damage coming in from 3.5 men with a really aggressive opener.
Yeah, and they proc that Guardian as well. So Tuna is basically playing the rest of this game with no cooldowns. For now, at least. Let's see if he can recover from that. But right now, big damage coming in from Aang here as his skeletal form active and is just looking to tear in here. Big damage coming out from Calvish though as well with that marksmanship hunter. He's just going to be ducking for cover behind the pillar, just trying to recover from Aang's pressure, but it seems very difficult. They got a Fear onto Kearney, and they get any follow-up. He trinket the Fear into a full sheep. No, they break the sheep. They swap that. Can they proc the Guardian? Looks like they do. Alves,
oh my god.
He doesn't have to turn. Where's the damage coming from? Thugonomics is just going absolutely crazy here on the Destruction Warlock, and it's not over yet. They finally kick Aang, but Calvish gets caught up in midfield in a full Fear. Aang could try to take him down. They get a full sheep on the Kearney. I think that's it for Calvish, and he will go down. All right, so this is how it looks when the Powerman decides to respec for Frost. Nice.
I don't know if they're gonna run jungle again. Like, holy what? They just got torn apart. Like, I would say at the start, like they had a good opener, but then after that, it was just immediate domination by the Powerman. Just they didn't get any moments to breathe, just pinning them down from start to finish. Just they could go after anybody they wanted in that replay. Like, there's no way they're running this jungle again. There's 0% chance. Maybe it was like a first game thing. I'm not sure. Maybe they weren't warmed up or ready to jump into this. But at the same time, like, it's so close. You got to get those points. You want to make sure you're getting that qualification. So things are getting pretty tight here. This is the opener on Tuna, which looked pretty scary for him. Like, Proctor's Guardian, they got Greater Fate and Trinket. Like, hey, it's looking pretty good here for 3.5 men. And then Thugonomics is like, is it? Is it really looking good for them? Calls in the Infernal, calls in another Infernal. There's a Frozen Orb on the left. There's giant rock monsters punching them on the right, and they can't move. They're just pinned in this, trying to heal, trying to get to the pillar in line of sight. I like that Aang is doing what Wealthy Man was doing last week, which is just blinking on top of his enemies when he has the Deathborn, because you need to connect with this cooldown. And because he's running the trinket that makes him immune to CC and he can blink stuns, he can just pretty much go wherever he wants. So he's taking full advantage of that, standing on top of them while Thugonomics pincers them on the other side and just completely slicing them. And I really like what Thugonomics does here. He gets a coil on Calvish and then fears him out into the middle of the map and then lets the fear sit. And then he's right in the best spot to just end the game, stuns him, and then blasts him down. So just coordinating that with the sheep onto Kearney to isolate the target after all of their kind of chaos earlier on, where they just had every target, like they could go after whoever they wanted. It was nice to see them go from like just damage to precision like that. They switched modes. It was like, okay, just throwing damage at them isn't working. Let's try CC, isolate somebody, and then they can close the game out. Yeah, just a really aggressive mage lock during their cooldowns, and that's what we like to see.
Definitely. That's exactly how you want to play it. I feel like for Kearney fusing Calvish, things kind of unraveled in like a weird way. Like Kearney, as soon as Thugonomics and Aang basically blew all their cooldowns, he got locked out. And I feel like that's where like a lot of the pressure just kind of spiraled out of control, and they couldn't really recover. I think in general, another thing that you kind of need to do in that situation, when you're pinned behind a pillar and on one side you have a Deathborn Frost Mage, on the other side you have a Destruction Warlock, and they're both just attacking you, you kind of have to commit to like, okay, we're going to tank the Destro Warlock. It's a scary thing to do, but you have to at least try to line of sight one of them. If you're getting hit by both casters, it's definitely a losing situation. So I feel like normally the jungle can live a little bit longer than that, but we'll see. I mean, I'm curious if this is the matchup that they wanted, that they practiced, that they think is good, because in the past, I mean, this is a really good RMP, right? We've seen good RMPs do well into Mage Lock Priest, especially with the assassination variant. But yeah, but it's interesting to see Fuse, the jungle. I really didn't expect it until you kind of mentioned that he was practicing Hunter. So we'll see if 3.5 men have any other tricks up their sleeve. They're going to Ashamains, which is a solid map. That central pillar has a really, it's a large pillar. So you're able to run around it, maneuver around it, line of sight the caster is a little bit better, and you don't get caught in those situations where you have a caster on the other side and there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I actually don't mind that they're trying jungle. Because for 3.5 men, they're an RMP one trick. Okay, they're going to lock in the RMP. But I think it's important as well, actually, that they're branching out. We've seen Calvish on Windwalker. We've seen him on Rogue, multiple specs. Now we've seen him on Hunter as well. And we haven't really seen Fuse much. So the fact that he gets tagged in and at least he's getting some reps, I think that's important for, later, because 3.5 men, they're qualified. Like, nothing threatens their qualification. So they may as well actually use these games to try to come up with some new stuff and get everybody, have everybody dip their toes in the water, basically. But with that said,
boiling hot water. I don't know if they want to dip their toes in that last game. Like, what? Are they scarred for life after that game? Like, what? It was crazy damage thrown at them. Like, I would be shaken a bit if I was them. So, not surprised to see them go back to the Rogue Mage Priest. If they're looking to try and clean up the series. This should be a good matchup for them. What I really want to see from these Rogue Mages is the blind on the Frost Mage. Like, just blind the Deathborn, because it's either a block, which means you can kill the mage later on, or it's just 10 seconds if you don't have to deal with that anymore. And that's a lot this time. 10 seconds of not having to deal with the mage is a lot of time. So I would really like to see that. Play like a slow game, try and get into dampening, bait the mage to block with blind, or just keep him at bay, and then go for a kill on the Warlock. and play a safe standard match of Rogue Mage here. But we're entering Ashmane's Fall. Power Men looking powerful, as always, making their return here in the lower bracket, looking to eliminate 3.5 men with a quick victory in Game 1. Will they be able to do the same now in Game 2 with the composition swap from 3.5 men?
Yep. So I feel like one of the best things you can do, you mentioned it already, if Aang's going to be playing this Trinket, he's very susceptible to lockouts and he's very susceptible to blind. So I think one of the best ways to control a Deathborn Mage is use the blind, like you said, and also it's a perfect time for Nuke to use his counterspell and Shifting Power, another counterspell. If you can land those two counterspells with the blind, that's going to basically completely negate the Deathborn of Aang. Then it's a way to get good control of the game. So we have a kidney shot on Tuna right away. Looks like they're going to be trying to get aggressive on him, but I don't even see Calvish on target. Calvish immediately is going to be running away. Gets the kidney shot on Tuna, but instantly going to be running. This is the Deathborn. This is the Icy Veins. You need to run away from Aang, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Blizzard comes down. Aang likely play very aggressive as the blind. Very nice. So Aang's just going to have to sit through that. And the way the Deathborn works is the more Frost Bolts you can cast with it up, the more effective it's going to be. Nuked across the map, getting absolutely blasted by Thugonomics right now. But if you can control Aang during the early stages of Deathborn, it kind of gets controlled a little bit better. Good fear. Counterspell is what we want to see next. And then after that's gone, this is where 3.5 men can get really aggressive. They just have to weather the storm a little longer.
All right, Aang blinks the kidney shot though. Ice Wall coming up. Oh, they blasted immediately. Nice triple Shadow Fury, but this time around, they don't actually get too much done with this Deathborn Veins combo. Pulls Sheep onto Aang. Look at Tuna. He's trying to make his way over there to dispel him. And now they're interrupting Thug here. He does get the dispel there onto Aang, but now no longer with that Deathborn. Still has Icy Veins up. I don't think it's lasted the entire game so far, but they will force out that Ray of Hope onto Thug. Thug will teleport out of there. And now finally the RMP can actually decide to start playing a little bit offensively. They're trying to build back that combustion for Nuked, but Calvish forced to use that Cloak of Shadows. Maybe not ideal, but at the same time for the Power Men, they don't have Veins, they don't have Deathborn, and they don't have Dark Souls. So Calvish can safely go in now and potentially commit to a target here for a little bit. He goes for the Sheep shot onto Kearney, or onto Tuna, and they get the Sheep. And now big trouble onto Thug here. How is he going to survive? He responds with the Unending Resolve, but that was not a Vendetta push. So the next kidney shot is going to be very scary. Now though, Calvish is going to be taking some damage here.
Chaos Bolt's flying in. Calvish doesn't have Cloak of Shadows. He has Vanish. Ray of Hope is up, but Kearney's still in a Polymorph. Calvish gets back to the pillar. Nuked is now out in the open. They're likely to just tab over to him. Tuna likely wanting to set up a drink here to make sure his mana's good into the late game while the RMP goes back to sitting at the pillar, waiting for their Vendetta, waiting for their Smoke Bomb. Curious to see what they want to do with that, if they're going to drop it right away, bait a Trinket with it, or combine it with the Vendetta later on. But if they can maintain their mana, that's the name of the game here. If they're going to want to play for a dampening strat. Kearney is significantly behind, though, at this time. Calvish forced to go after Aang, it looks like, as he's the closest caster, which means Thugonomics is going to be left open while they go after him. Nuked is blinking in. They're getting aggressive. They're trying to make a push here on top of Tuna. Are they going for a swap? They might be looking for a swap to Tuna. We'll have to wait and see. Thugonomics portals back away. It looks like they do want Thugonomics, but he is avoiding this entire attack, just line aside. And finally, Calvish able to connect, going for the Vendetta. Has to cut through the Dark Pact. He's already cut through the Dark Pact to Thugonomics. Massive damage incoming. Drops the Infernos. That could be it. He's out of line of sight, and that will be it. Tuna cannot get there in time. 3.5 men tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, I really like the way 3.5 men played this. They went in, semi-aggressive opener. Aang used his Icy Veins, the Deathborn, and then they just line of sighted. AFK, behind the pillar, use blind, counterspell, polymorph, line of sight, limit the damage, and then after that, they can do these continuous setups, and that's basically exactly how you want to play it from the RMP. And that's why I'm really wondering, I mean, why didn't they lock in RMP in the blind pick? Like, what were they afraid of?
Maybe they were afraid of the Fire Mage version.
Yeah, perhaps.
Usually plays Fire in this comp. We saw it do kind of okay yesterday in Europe as well. Fires could be line of thinking, but I'm not sure. Either way, though, 3.5 men, they played a great game. I really like the push where they went for where they got that Unending Resolve, which already happened at this point in the replay. And I don't really like Thug's kiting here. He pre-kited, and then he got caught on the kind of wrong side of the tracks. And that's the problem, because Tuna still had some cooldowns. Like, you can always just trade, even if Tuna has to trinket outside of the blind, you can just trinket, trade, Guardian or whatever, and then it's not the worst case scenario. At least you survive one more setup. But with Doug's positioning, it just made it impossible for Tuna to actually make it back to his team. And we're going to see it here. The push is coming. So Calvish moves in towards Tuna to set up the CC. They get a sheep onto Kearney. They get stopped on the Ring of Frost of Tuna, and they connect with a full sheep. And then here, Thug is already behind the pillar. So Tuna can't actually trinket Ray of Hope, Guardian this. And now he trinkets late, and he trinkets in night phase, but he just can't make it to Thug because Thug is too far away there. If Thug is going to be positioned like that, he needs to be in range of his portal, or at least try to line like that and then walk into line of sight when the rogue catches him. So yeah, 3.5 men doing a great job catching him there in a bad spot, and Thug preemptively kiting there, trying to hold on to his cooldowns, and that ended up actually costing them the match.
It looks good when you can actually do it, but then if you get caught in the middle of doing it, it makes you just look really bad. So it is really unfortunate when you try and predict a setup like that. I feel like I've had that happen to me even on my Boomkin. You try and like max range the go, and then the rogue gets gripped in range of you, and then you're dead. You thought you could get away, maybe re-stealth, but you can't escape. So I can see what he was trying to do, and it will likely work better on maps with smaller pillars, which I'm imagining we're going to Empyrean Domain or Maldraxxus Coliseum. But no, wow, Tiger's Peak. Do they have a different comp for Rogue Mage? Is there a secret comp of the Power Men? That's why 3.5 men played jungle in game 1? Like,
that's what I'm wondering. There has to be, right?
But unless they want to play Fire, if they want to play Fire Mage lock, the smaller pillars might not matter. Are they going to lock in Fire, Destro, Holy Priest? Or are they running some Rogue thing? Like,
Rogue Lock is coming.
You think it's Rogue Lock into Rogue Mage?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to play.
I don't know.
Rogue Mage
RP mirrors?
What?
That's crazy to me, because in my head, when I think of 3.5 men, I feel like they are, and maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe we'll see.
Was that a tilter game? Did he like tilt and be like, oh, we can't do it. Destro just dies to Vendetta. We can't play Destro or something. When it was just like positioning.
I mean, it's kind of true. That's what we have seen, right? Like, if we take like last week and this week, it is kind of true. Kidney shot Vendetta. It's very scary.
Fire Mage Destro was winning in EU, wasn't it, yesterday? Fire Mage Destro was beating Rogue Mages.
It depends on the RMP. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think there's different calibers. Yeah, well said. But 3.5 men, in my mind, when we see them play, it seems like they're the best in mirrors that I've seen in North America so far. So, Powermen, if they're able to rise up, go toe to toe in the mirror match, that's gonna be a massive statement in my mind.
That's a mirror, though. Wouldn't you want to be sub in the mirror?
Why didn't they go sub? Isn't sub better in mirror?
Yeah, that's literally just.
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't play sub. I'm not sure.
It's kind of bad. I feel like if you're going to try and get the RMP mirror advantage, you need to be able to have sub from your pocket to be able to do that.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just like,
rogue and competitive, and all you're doing is playing Asa Rogue. Like, you need to branch out a little
Calvish
bit.
is going to go sub after this if they try and do RMP mirrors. But I guess if Calvish goes sub, they'll play Mage Lock, maybe.
Bro, Calvish is out here playing Rogue, Hunter, Asa, Outlaw, Sub, Windwalker, whatever. Like, Days, come on, bro. You can at least, like, show some sub games here. Maybe Asa is
What if
better,
they win?
though.
What if they just blow out of the water?
Yeah, Asa could just be better.
Maybe Asa is the better spec in mirror, but I feel like every time 3.5 men play the mirrors, at least, they usually play sub.
All right, well, we'll see exactly how it goes. We got a mirror match, RMP versus 3.5 men versus Power Men. This is not exactly how I thought the series was going to go based off game number 1, but here we are. There was actually a tweet that was on the screen by Cherry. She said, when in doubt, RMP it out. And I think both teams have kind of just realized that for this series. Got a big kidney shot on Calvish immediately. Nice counter Dragon Spread there by Nuked. Great peels, but Calvish is forced to trade out his Trinket and Aegis. Now he gets a kitty shot over onto Daze. Huge damage Vendetta. This is the Ray of Hope as well as the Guardian Spear coming in from Tuna. Are they just trying to push through? It is a negative Ray, but the damage is not overwhelming. Daze does manage to hold on. Tuna sits the blind. So very beautifully done. Is able to sit that full blind coming in from Calvish. And now Powerman getting aggressive on Calvish once again.
Yeah, let's see it. Ang's pushing in here as well. Trying to get something done. They actually swapped to Ang here. Kidney shot onto him. Ooh, the mind control on Nuke. Oh, he's got combustion up right now. That does not. Oh, that blink and grip overlap as well. That doesn't feel too great as well. A little bit of mismanagement here coming out from both sides, but we're okay. Ang trying to push in here, trying to keep Calvish in combat, trying to stop him from re-stealthing, doing a great job with it. And Dazed will connect here on Calvish, and they connect any CC though onto Kearney, and it looks like he will get that grip, will get the big heals here as well with that Guardian and that Ray of Hope. And now Calvish has his Vendetta coming up in about 12 seconds, whereas Dazed just uses Vendetta. So that next Vendetta from Calvish, it could be very scary. And here we go. Big damage onto Dazed. How is Tuna going to respond? Doesn't look like he actually is committing the Vendetta here. So he doesn't want to commit it there. It didn't look like a clean setup. Maybe he wants to commit it when they actually have the CC. But right now, Kearney is in a full blind. Calvish will use his Vanish, but he might get taken out here. He has a couple of dots on him ticking, but the shield, it looks like it's going to be enough. No, he will get pulled out here, but we'll get another restuff, and that shield conduit definitely doing some work here for Calvish, allowing him to get a couple of extra seconds in stealth and eventually get a clean pre-feints the kidney shot. Dazed all over him. They get a Dragon's Breath onto Kearney. Kearney comes out. They get a Sheep onto Dazed and a Disarm onto Calvish. And Calvish been holding on for that Vendetta for a long time. Dazed has his third Vendetta coming back up just now. So they need to go and they need to pull the trigger. And here it comes. Big damage there coming out from Nuke and Calvish. But that is the Vendetta and the Combust coming out. So they used 2 offensive cooldowns there. However, they did get Dazed Trinkets, and they still have that Smoke Bomb threat, so still anybody's game.
They still have a blind too, so curious to see how the one plays that. It's Calvish, though, that needs to be careful. Stunned up by the Power Men. We see Resonators coming down. Calvish is going to activate the Aegis and blink back to the pillar. Dazed put into a Polymorph while Calvish waits for his healer to get out of fear. Maybe it's not going to be long enough. There we go. Tuna gets a big heal onto Calvish, and he will recover as he wants to make his way back onto Dazed. Trying to line up a kidney shot. Full blind now onto Tuna. Dazed going to pre-Gladiator's Aegis. Absorb a lot of damage on this kidney shot. Both of these rogues playing like experts, predicting their stuns and activating these cooldowns in anticipation, but that cooldown is now over. Dazed is still low health. Tuna into another Polymorph, likely has to Trinket. Is he going to be able to survive? Trinket Guardian Spirit forced to come out. Not the end of the world. Having sat through the blind, you won't have to worry about that for some time. Maybe like a 10-second window of a blind threat for Calvish, but that's still a minute plus away, whereas Dazed has his blind coming up in 21 seconds
Vendetta
here, and they need to be setting up. Calvish is cloaking aggressively onto Dazed, dropping the Smoke Bomb, kidney shot, massive damage out from Calvish. That's a KO. They proc the pod, the Ray of Hope the pod. Can they make it a negative Ray of Hope on the pod? If they can take it out, and yes, they will completely overwhelm it with the combustion of Nuked, and the RMP mirror is going to go in favor of 3.5 men. As the Power Men, what are you going to do on match point?
That was a swing match too. Very important match for 3.5 men. Unfortunately for Power Men, you're saying men a lot. Power Men, the Power Men, they go into game number 3 with an RMP mirror and they actually lose their swing map advantage. 3.5 men going to be very happy about that one. And now, I feel like for 3.5 men, their answer very obvious. No matter what the map, you walk in Assassination RMP and you see what the Power Men have. Personally, I really want to see the Fire Mage Destro Warlock. That did look good, but we can see this situation right here. So you can see Tuna still has his Trinket, Calvish still has his blind. So this next setup, basically what they want is Tuna's Trinket, because if they can get Tuna's Trinket and Dazed has no Trinket, that's a winning formula. It's a nice job by Dazed here, pre-Aegis, but the crowd control is just too long. It's a blind, into a fear, into a Ring of Frost, and even though Dazed is doing a really good job trying to stay alive, this diminishing return polymorph is unfortunately what forces Tuna's hand. He has to actually Trinket, trade out the Guardian Spirit, and now you just look. You see for Calvish, okay, well, I've got Smoke Bomb, I've got Vendetta, Nuked, Combustion in 10 seconds, and Dazed has 0 cooldowns. Tuna has 0 cooldowns. Here it is. Calvish goes for the Smoke Bomb. Tuna not in range, the big Vendetta, and even though Tuna is there and gets some healing out, it's just not enough healing. I think he actually, I want to say he gets the Ray of Hope on the actual player and not the pod is what happened. So unfortunately didn't get it on the pod tender, and that's ultimately why it did fall.
I think he did. He just raided too late. If he raided as soon as he came into the Smoke Bomb there, maybe he could have kept it going, but he did also get fully sheeped afterwards. So maybe it would have just been a negative Ray. Either way, 3.5 men take the swing match, and it makes you wonder, like, if, I don't know how much I like that they're playing RMP and that they're practicing it on the side of Power Men, but I feel like they could have easily just blind locked RMP. Like, you have a swing match, you have your map, you have your everything. Just go Tolvir Mage Lock, or just go
Empyrean.
Empyrean Domain Mage Lock, and then let's say you win that, then you're locking in blind. Go Rogue Mage. Like, you're gonna play a Rogue Mage mirror. What are you gonna play? Rogue Mage into jungle? It's gonna be a Rogue Mage mirror. But I guess they'll play into a sub rogue. Even then, they could blind lock sub themselves. And even now, I feel like they were prepared. Like if Calvish would have locked in sub, I don't think they would have locked in mage lock. They probably would have still locked in the rogue mage. So I think the rogue mage would have been better as a blind pick, because then it's like you have the randomness of a mirror, where if you get like a really nice opener, you get ahead, or you play just a really clean game, you win. But then you can still kind of abuse that counter pick advantage. Now I felt like they just kind of gave that away, and now they're going to do exactly that. It makes no sense. This is what they should have done last game, and in this game they should have blind locked RMP. But now they did it the other way around. So now, if they win here, they're going to go through a game 5, and they're going to have to either blind lock RLD or RMP. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I mean they just gave that away for game number 5, which is a shame. But first they would have to get to game number 5. Maybe they just lose here as well.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. It definitely it looked a little rough there on Asher mains. So I can understand why they would want to swap off the mage lock, but I don't know. I would have liked to see with the fire mage. They looked really, really strong on it when they did play it. So, but maybe they played it in war games and it didn't play out that well. It looked good in Europe though. But then again, maybe 3.5 men, a little bit better caliber as well. So yeah.
What if it's like a circle?
A lot of factors.
Counter? What if it's like they wanted to play fire mage on Asher mains, but if they did, then they're going to meet jungle. Like, what if jungle is like just really good into fire mage lock? I could see it being possible as Aurora sacrifices the counter to the bust. You don't have the threat of the Deathborn from the Frost Mage. You could probably play a lot more aggressive into a fire mage lock as jungle. So they didn't want to play that matchup. I still think that last game makes sense with what you said. Like, you should just set up the best map for yourself, especially when you won the swing game in the Grand. Like, why would you just set up your hardest matchup when you can literally build the game? Like, you pick the map, you pick everything. So that's definitely a throw on their part if they end up losing the series in game 5. But I'm just wondering if there's like a triangle of counters that are starting to like build themselves up or something, like jungle beats fire mage lock but not frost, and then rogue mage can beat frost mage lock but maybe not fire, but it depends on the map. Like try and get all like these pre-calculus equations done to figure out like what comps are going to be favored right now, because we're still discovering things with patch 9.2 having come out so recently.
All right, here we go. Calvish going to move forward, and what we want to see from 3.5 men, if they are to win this, Sap, that's a disaster. They're actually going to go after Tuna. 100%. Here it is. Big damage on Tuna. This is the Vendetta. It's going to be a Trinket, Fade, Guardian Spirit. Not a bad start here for 3.5 men. Going to be getting a little bit cheeky there with that Shadow Meld, but ultimately Calvish is going to be able to find him. And now what we want to see is the line of sight. You need to run. You need to hide. This is the Power Infusion. This is the... It's not Icy Veins yet, just Power Infusion. Then the Deathborn. Aang holding on to the Veins for just a little bit. He's going to ramp up that Deathborn and then a little bit into it. Pop the Veins. Here it is, a full blind instantaneously, and this is what you want. Unfortunately, I think the blind actually breaks the ice blocks out of it. That's a good move, quite honestly. I don't think Aang's really too worried about going down. Gets counterspelled. So just really trying to control the Frost Mage the best you can. This is where Thugonomics has to kind of push in and carry the damage. Let's see if they can get another interrupt here on Aang. He's just teeing off right now with Frostbolts. Massive damage incoming, but great control from 3.5 men. Aang has been shut down on this Icy Veins Deathborn for the time being, but they need to weather the storm a little bit longer.
Oh, Nuke needs to be careful here. Catches a big heal with that Guardian Spirit. But Aang is still there doing good job. With the damage. I don't like Thug's positioning here. I don't like that Thug is playing on the same pillar as Aang. I liked it a lot more when he was on the other side. Yeah, and he's going to go back there because it just forces them. If they land Aang, they go to Thug. If they land Thug, then Aang is doing damage. So you obviously want to be in that triangle formation as the Wizards, but I like the blind and I like the block. Kawish, looking for the sap here, looking to make his way over. Maybe can some Tuna, and here comes the damage. There's the Vendetta, there's the Sepsis, Combust. Tuna actually survives. Unfortunately, Calvish had to use his Vanish to get that play in the first place. He doesn't have a restun, and Tuna will survive. Kearney didn't have a follow-up stun either. If they just had a little bit extended stun lock right there, they could have actually maybe made themselves a nice Tuna sandwich, but Tuna will survive. And now Calvish is on the run. How is he going to respond? Trinket, Cloak, Vanish. It doesn't have Vanish, but at least Trinket, Cloak, and a nice Ice Wall there from Aang. So we've been seeing a lot more Ice Wall usage here in the AWC. Yesterday we saw some great walls as well by Maro, and Aang definitely doing a great job with them as well. Helping them get that Trinket Cloak is key, because now Calvish can't just go in and push somebody over. He actually needs to be careful. But Tuna, you need to be careful. You've been the main target this whole match. And you're just going to walk into the enemy team like that. It could be very dangerous. He gets caught up in a ring of frost. Savage building up some combo points on him. They could just stun him out of that. Nuke is going for it. There it is. Big damage now onto Tuna potentially. Just walked in and served himself up. But nice peels from Thugonomics with those coils will save him. And Calvish now on the run. Immediately using that Aegis trinket. Ang is teeing off here as well. Ooh, the Shadow Rift from Thug. They're trying to teleport Calvish out there into the middle of the map, but Calvish will avoid it. And now they should have weathered that storm, and they should be completely fine on the side of 3.5 men. Keep on resetting and look for that next opening.
Is Kalvish going to get back to the pillar? Chaos Bolt's flying in. 1, 2. Massive damage. Kearney into the polymorph. Is Kalvish going to be able to line of sight? Drops a defensive smoke bomb, but he's still critically low. Kearney trinkets out of crowd control to stabilize him. An important cooldown out of the way of the power men here, increasing their likelihood of getting to a game 5. But Kalvish shadow stepping in once again with a kidney shot, baiting the grip there, holding on to his Vendetta. Now with Blind and Vendetta available, he's going to be a real threat, but their mana is looking limited here. Thugonomics still taking dot damage at the moment, finally topped off. More Infernals called in. Rain of Fire ramping up Thugonomics towards that instant Chaos Bolt, lining up one Chaos Bolt into likely an instant in the near future. Kalvish ducking around the corner, defensive blind onto Aang's Deathborn, but this was not Icy Veins, so they're not going to have blind for it, and because Aang kind of displaced those cooldowns, he could get a lot of damage, but maybe not. Swap over to Aang. Ray of Hope comes through from Tuna in the back line. Big heals on that Guardian Spirit. Are they going to make it a negative Ray? Doesn't look like it. Aang bounces back. Now Chaos Bolt's flying in onto Kalvish. Massive damage. He gets stunned on his trinket. Oh, the Cloak of Shadows. He's able to line of sight the Ice Wall just in time to get around the corner. Really close call for both sides. Tuna is getting aggressive, standing on top of the opposing team, maybe looking for a stun lock here, but is just going to eat a polymorph. Kearney blinking back to the pillar, doesn't want to be a swap target. Tuna is working pretty hard to reset the stun to stun him for a swap. Shadow Rift trying to pull him off the pillar, pulling Nuke and Kearney away from Kalvish. Kalvish is all alone here from that Shadow Rift. They're dogpiling on top of him. He's got no cloak. He's stunned up far from his team. Into the Mortal Coil. Smite damage added into the mix. Trying to just overpower Kalvish here. Can they manage to take him down? Doesn't look like it. Kearney has responded in time. Now Vendetta coming up. Vendetta is available. They could overwhelm Thugonomics in this position if he isn't in his port range in a second. Are they going to just pull the trigger? He's trying to move in range of his portal right now, spamming Fear, but they grip Kalvish away. They want to risk it out in midfield, but the longer they stay turtled at the pillar, the more likely that Kearney's going to run out of mana in the near future.
I like what they're doing so far, but Powerman has been doing a good job keeping up the pressure in this one. Aang does get interrupted. Here's the kidney shot. He does get gripped away. I don't know if I like that they're committing so much onto Aang here. They might be able to take him down. Ray of Hope is available. Maybe trying to bait that out pre-Vendetta. Kalvish going to go ahead and use his feint. Getting really aggressive here onto Aang. They're making a push. This is the sprint. Kalvish basically using everything to push forward here onto Aang and try to take him down, but he doesn't want to use the Vendetta. I think that combustion really was just trying to get the Ray of Hope out of the way, but they did not get baited. Kalvish has his blind. He's got Smoke Bomb rotating back up. He's got Vendetta. But for now, Powerman does have answers, and Aang actually has that Ice Block rotated back up, so I really don't think they're actually going to go for it, and I don't know if this is the right play. Aang might have to trade out the block. It is big damage. Guardian Spirit's there. He blocks. He doesn't want to proc the Guardian Spirit. He does have Cold Snap, so I really don't mind it that much. If he can hold on to the Guardian Spirit, only being a 1 minute cooldown, they do manage to hold on. But in general, it feels like going after the Destruction Warlock is going to be a lot better, and I'm kind of wondering why they're not trying to punish Thug. He's getting a lot done with these Chaos Bolts on Kalvish. Kalvish has been kind of a tank for his team, always having cooldowns, doing a good job preemptively running. I feel like 3.5 men is handling this situation quite well.
Yeah, good push by 3.5 men and Power Men. Good defense there as well. I don't mind the overlap too much there with the Ice Block either. Aang will have his second Ice Block as well to work with. So I really don't think Aang should be the target right now. They're shutting down, his damage ability, but he is just such a beefy target. And Thug, at any point, we've seen this man KO entire teams. And right now he's looking to do it again. Big hits coming in here. Luna was actually able to sit back and finally get a drink as well. So now he's got a big mana lead. Nice Ice Wall there, separating Kearney from the rest of his team, but also, unfortunately, separating Thug from Kearney. So maybe Thug did not like that, but look at Aang. F1 is active. Here comes the damage. Look at the Frostbolts coming in. Kalvish, how is he going to respond? Uses the Cloak of Shadows. Nuke now to be the target here. They're just shredding Nuke here through his Aegis. He's on fire right now. Nuke needs to be careful. Might have to use his Ice Block to go back on the Kalvish again. And Kalvish here, defensive Smoke Bomb, Shadow Step defensively, Trinket as well. Kalvish now getting feared here, potentially Kearney in a full sheep. They stun Kearney though. because that Infernal does break the sheep. Unfortunately, there for the Powerman, they could have had a full sheep on the Kearney with no trinket and potentially taken down either Calvish or Nuke, but still more pressure coming in. That's going to be Nuke's Ice Block. And finally, you're going to get Ang out of the mix there with that gateway. Kearney gets counterspelled though. Ang with a nice blink CS there. You got to make sure that they keep that pressure rolling. Ang now finally in a kidney shot. Actually, a bit of an overlap there between Ang and Tuna, but they're just teeing off here onto Calvish. Use the Vanish and survive once again, but Kearney has no mana. Calvish has no cooldowns. Nuke has no cooldowns, and I think this is going to be it for Calvish here. How is he going to make his way out of this one? Catches a massive heal there from Kearney with his absolute last bit of mana, and at this point, if you are 3.5 men, how do you win? He has a Vendetta in his back pocket. They have Combustion rolling up, and I think they need to make a push, but I don't know if Ang is the right target. Actually, Ang has Ice Block, so he could be the right target. Calvish, though, dropping dangerously low, catches that last bit of cooldowns here, and they need to power through this Guardian right now. They actually managed to do it potentially here. Big damage coming out, though, from Thug, and that is going to be Calvish getting podded and dropped at 23% dampening. Powerman will take it. Sustained attack, just never-ending damage coming out from Thug and from Ang, and Ang just basically disrespecting everything in this match, just blocking every blind, playing very aggressively in their face, and just didn't look like they were able to punish him, even though they were trying on the side of 3.5 men. And now, what do they lock in on the side of Powerman? Because it's going to be a game 5, and it's going to be, going to be 3.5 men's map pick and counter comp. So. My vote, RLD.
RLD or RLP?
RLP, sorry, not RLP.
I'm gonna be honest, like some things in this game really impressed me. Like 3.5 men, I feel like their ability to survive and bring it to this point in dampening was really nice, but they had bad targeting, quite honestly. I mean, they tried to punish Aang for not having an ice block, but it's really, really difficult to push on a mage. I would argue that Destruction Warlock has better peels than the Frost Mage, so by going after the mage, you allow Thugonomics to really shine with his peels. Tuna can keep him alive with the Guardian Spirit and Ray, and they kind of just threw their all-ins into that. I really feel like if they had played the same way defensively, but they had just gone after the Warlock, this could have been a completely different game. I mean, Aang does exactly what you're supposed to do on the Frost Mage, in my opinion. When you're getting blinded on your cooldowns, block it. You want to play aggressive. You're probably not going to die in the matchup either way if your team helps you out. But I feel like they lose a lot of pressure on Thugonomics. His cooldowns don't rotate quite as well, and his cooldowns you can actually die through. So later on in dampening, you can actually kill a Warlock through his Unending Resolve, through his Dark Pact. They don't really matter that much, whereas if the Mage has Ice Block and you're committing a Combustion Vendetta, it's an easy trade. You can't kill him through the immunity. So I defensively, I think 3.5 men played this one great, but I think they definitely were on the wrong target in this one.
Now what's the blind lock?
I couldn't agree with you more.
What's the blind lock? What are they going to blind lock? Why haven't they been playing fire? When we thought that fire was looking better.
Maybe you're right.
Frost.
Maybe you're right about the jungle thing. Maybe it is. Maybe they wanted to get the fire mage lock with their jungle in game number 1. So I don't think we're going to see fire. I think either they blind lock Frost or they blind lock Rogue Lock. I think they could blind lock Frost on hook point. I think it's fine, but I agree with what Ben was saying. I think no matter what, if we see the same matchup, I would like to see 3.5 men just go after the Warlock, especially like I in my opinion, you go after the mage during Deathborn. Like you kick the mage, you kidney shot the mage, just get rid of him, just annoy him as much as possible, limit his damage.
Yep.
But when Deathborn is down, even if he has no ice blocks, I would argue you like leaving a Frost Mage open while you're tunneling the lock without Deathborn, it's not scary at all. It's like, okay, he's pressing Frostbolt or he's pressing Sheep, that's it, and his Frostbolt it's not a Chaos Bolt, like instant Chaos Bolt, fear that takes you to random places and things like that. Like I think leaving Thug open is probably the biggest mistake that you can do into this comp, because Thug will take that and run with it, and that's kind of what we saw in the last game. And we are going to see the same matchup, which kind of opens up the question: why RMP Mirror in the first place?
Maybe they thought they could win.
That's the
Maybe
only
it was
question.
like maybe they thought they could win. Maybe they're just like, yeah, we're better RMP for sure. Just mirror them. Doesn't even matter. But like I said, from what I've seen so far in these tournaments and the cups, 3.5 men has been the best. They performed the best in the RMP mirrors. Seems like they're the most coordinated. Their setups are the nicest. Like defensively, they play the best. Like that's just what I've seen in the mirrors. I don't know what happens on ladder. Who knows? Maybe they won a few games on ladder and we're feeling confident. I'm really not sure. But Powerman, for me, this feels like their best matchup. I 3.5 men. I like how they played the first game that they won this matchup, where they just went after Thugonomics. Just do that again. That's going to be their ticket. The Warlock, best target in the game. You don't need to try to all in Tuna. Next time you get a sap on Tuna, just go Kidney Vendetta Thugonomics. Get his wall out of the way. Like, stop wasting your setups on the Priest and the Mage. Doesn't seem good. Go after the Warlock. That's the proven method. Assassination Rogue, dampening, Warlock. You're probably going to win if you can live that long. So that's what we need to see. Don't get fancy. For Powerman, I really like their aggression. The way Aang is playing it, like just ice block out of the blinds, keep the pressure up. That's how you win. If you play too defensive, you get controlled too much on your cooldowns. It's actually really difficult to win because you are on a timer, theoretically, with your Warlock surviving those kidney shots. So same thing I want to see from Powerman, really, really aggressive plays. But for 3.5 men, they need to weather that storm, and then they need to just attack the Warlock.
Yep, let's see if 3.5 men can weather that blizzard that's heading onto their pillar. And KAWHI is going to be making his way over to Tuna. I actually don't mind that they open on Tuna and just try to send everything on him and see what happens. If they get a restun on his trinket or a resilence on his trinket, they could easily take him down. But Tuna will survive once again, trading out the trinket, trading out the guardian. It's getting proc as well, so pretty standard opener so far. You get the sheep onto Kearney. They're actually swapping over onto Kearney. Potentially big damage coming out from Aang. Doesn't want to use his Deathborn just yet, but he has the Icy Veins and the PI. Now finally he will Deathborn. He gets blinded. Will he block it? He does block it. You can even see he's actually larger than the ice block when he ice blocks there with the Deathborn. But Aang, once again, going to be playing it aggressively. They're going after Thug. Kidney shot onto him. Full sheep onto Tuna. And Thug teleporting back here, trading out the Aegis trinket. Aang now sheeping up KAWHI. Here comes the crossbolt. Here comes the ice wall. Big damage onto KAWHI here. Nice ice wall there. Ernie mass dispels it. And KAWHI will teleport with that soul shape behind the pillar. Symbol of Hope getting casted out by Kearney. Resetting his cooldowns. And Aang pushing in, trying to get aggressive. But it looks like they will survive the first Deathborn without trading out any significant defense on the side of 3.5.
Right now, what I want to see is when Vendetta and Bust come up, blind Tuna, no trinket, kidney shot Thugonomics. I think he used trinket port on that last go. Kill him through all of his cooldowns with Vendetta and Bust. Just kill him through Unending Resolve, kill him through Dark Pact. I really want to see that here from KAWHI, Nuke, and Kearney's. They just need to set that up as soon as possible after the Deathborn is down. Right now, they're looking like they're kind of distracted with Aang just because he used an ice block, but I really want to see them send that. They get trinket from Tuna every time in the opener. Get in position, get a blind, open up on Thugonomics. Right now, they're making it difficult to get there with Tuna playing so far away. And the longer he gets to play away, he's going to get his trinket back. And it looks like they did actually already commit the blind, unfortunately, so that's not going to be an option for them. They're swapping to Tuna before the trinket comes up, going all in on it. Can they power through the Guardian Spirit on match point? They proc it. He's getting Shadow Rifted away. The Shadow Rift stops, and Tuna will fall. And is he running the Resurrection Lego? If he taps out, imagine that he is not playing it. But they're still... I don't think he is. He's just sitting around in it while they're avoiding any sort of casters. I think that is it in game 5. 3.5 men are going to take it, going after the Holy Priest in an aggressive fashion.
Very nice. This is what they did in game number, or in the previous game. But KAWHI vanished to do that setup, so he didn't have a restun. But this time around, he did.
No, don't be sorry at all. That's basically what I was going to say. They tried this again. I was going to say they tried this in a previous setup. KAWHI didn't have the vanish. It is a lot nicer when you have that kidney shot. You can follow it up with another cheap shot, a Garroth silence. It just makes it a lot more devastating, and that's how they were able to push through the Guardian Spirit. And Paramount, unfortunately, are going to lose this one. I feel like the big mistake for them this series, quite honestly, was going for an RMP mirror on Tiger's Peak. They had that advantage from a dominant Game 1 performance, but they kind of threw it away, not capitalizing on the map pick, which is it's something you don't normally see. Like you going to a neutral map and then going for a mirror match. That's a matchup where you have to like, you know what I mean? You're not taking your advantage. You're not taking your advantage at all, unfortunately. I think that's going to be the big takeaway for their team. But a really great all in here by 3.5 men.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 3.5 men, they played it beautifully. And this is, that window on Tuna's Trinket. That's what tells them that they need to go. So they do reconnect here. They pop the Sepsis, the Vendetta, and then Calvis has that Vanish cheap shot right there. Shadow Rift gets feared by Thug, and they're able to close it up with another cheap shot there at the end. So it's just having that extra lockdown is what enables those kills to happen, because you essentially need to do so much damage that you proc the Guardian and kill him through it. And it's really hard to do in just one kidney. So just a perfect setup. And unfortunately for the Power Men, they didn't really have any peels there. And they kind of did throw away their lead with that RMP mirror one time. I don't mind that they went for it, but I would have much rather seen it, when it was a blind pick. I would have much rather seen them lock it in blind, because either they play RMP into like alt jungle, which is okay, or they play an RMP mirror, which is what they wanted. But maybe they're scared of that sub rogue. We'll never really know exactly what the line of thinking was there, but still great victory by 3.5 men. And also a good showing from Powerman, because this is not an easy team to beat. Even though they're in the lower bracket and it's the first round, these are two of the top dogs. They've been placing very highly, both of these teams, in the previous cup. So definitely a good showing for both teams.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So that's going to be the end of Power Men for this weekend, and 3.5 Men is going to be continuing on. We've got one more lower bracket series, up next here. It's going to be Golden Guardians versus THRALL'S Angels. We know that Golden Guardians, they've already qualified for the top 8, so they've got nothing to worry about. However, THRALL'S Angels, they really need to perform this weekend. If they want to make it to the top 8, they've got to get at least third. So let's see if they can pull it off. We're going to head to a break, and we're going to come back to that lower bracket elimination round coming up next. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, and welcome back. For just now tuning in, we are on the second series of the day. We just sent home Power Men. 3.5 men did win and continue on to in the lower bracket here. Now we're in another elimination round. It's going to be either Golden Guardians or THRALL'S Angels. Golden Guardians, like I said before we went to the break, they are safe in the top 8. It's THRALL'S Angels that are going to be really feeling that pressure of trying to place as high as they possibly can today, in hopes for getting enough points to make it into the circuit. So that, I'm sure that they're just getting a little bit nervous here. We can take a look at the actual bracket, the actual teams that are going to be seeing here. It's Rev, Dippy, Foxy, and Maldiva. And these are players, I feel like, Supatis, that they've kind of been around for a while, but it's been a while, especially with, Maldiva, that we've seen them on a team that, is consistently making it into the top 8.
Yeah, so Maldiva is kind of a new addition to this roster. Rev, Dippy, and Foxy have been playing for a long time, like one of the highest rated, if not the highest rated, Demon Hunter Boomies all of last season. Maldiva comes in on Destruction Warlock, and Dippy kind of flexes around. I'm not sure if Rev is going to be playing anything other than Demon Hunter, but I know Dippy has been playing Rogue, Shadow Priest, and Balanced Druid. So they have a flexible roster here. It's a bit of a curveball as to what to expect from them. Foxy Llama being a shaman main, and every shaman has pretty much retired their shaman, saying that they're never going to play it again. So I don't know if he will also retire his shaman, as he's been playing Mistweaver more often than not. So their team, I feel like they're kind of playing against the curve a bit in terms of what is considered meta. But their first opponent, Golden Guardians, also not playing maybe the most meta, right? Shadow Priest, Rogue. We see Rogue Mage and Mage Lock being like the most dominant meta comp, so they might stand a chance here. It's really tough to figure out what to expect from them because they have all of these options that are kind of odd picks. So it's even uncertain for me to think what would be the best. Like their main pick would definitely be Demon Hunter Boomy. I think that could do all right into Shadow Priest Rogue. So interested to see if we see that come out from them for game 1.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see it as well. I think Maldiva being on the roster is really interesting. Gives them some compositions. A composition that we haven't seen too much of. I don't know if it will be played, but I swear Affliction Warlock Demon Hunter has like some viability. It's like one of my favorite compositions to play on my Demon Hunter. Just playing with the Affliction Warlock, it has so much overall damage. Some people say that the Affliction Warlock damage, it's just high on the scoreboard, but it's not the most effective damage because it's not really that bursty. But it can really be nice with some melee, like a Windwalker with a Demon Hunter. I think it's something that could be shown. When we've seen these two teams meet in the past, and sort of some of the earlier cups and some of the earlier stages, Golden Guardians did pull ahead. I believe they played the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. It's actually a clip of WizK getting like a mind control kill, and that's actually against this team. That's where they mind control, I think, Rev at like 1% health, and he ended up just dying. Or they mind control Dippy at 1% health, and Rev ended up cleaving him down and finishing him off on his Demon Hunter.
Oh, no.
But yeah, Golden Guardians, they've shown a lot of flexibility. I know Jelly has been practicing his Frost Mage a lot. Could play Mage Lock, but I don't think it's going to be the best option into this. Bring in the Outlaw Rogue. It's just really great to see Golden Guardians kind of flex away from the Shadow Priest Rogue, even though it's still like they're kind of their bread and butter. That's, I'd say, their main composition. They have all these different comps that they can run, and it's good. It doesn't seem like there's any teams that they play against right now where they just don't have any answer.
Mm-hmm. Golden Guardians, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would agree, and I love seeing the adaptation that we've seen from Golden Guardians. I feel like they were kind of stuck with their bread and butter composition for a while, and it just, it's cool to see them adapt new things. It's cool to see Jellybeans come in, where we really didn't get to see him at all in previous seasons. So I'm really interested to see what these guys are going to play as well. And then on the side of THRALL'S Angels, interesting that they have a Demon Hunter. We haven't seen that really at all this season. I think the first time we saw it at all this year was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And it got crushed.
Yep. I don't
They
think the
got
matchup was
absolutely
great, but I also
dismantled.
think the performance could have been better. It's looking like experience versus inexperience together as a roster in that first series, whereas like THRALL'S Angels, Demon Hunter Boomy has like an entire season of practice together. So I think they'll be a lot more coordinated, but I don't think it's as powerful as it was prior to the Kindred Spirits nerf that came in for Balanced Druid. So that's going to even things out with the Golden Guardians. But I really want to see the Demon Hunter Boomy in game 1. I feel like it could still do good into the Shadow Priest Rogue. That's what I'm expecting from Golden Guardians. I don't see any reason for them to play anything else. And I think even Foxy, I asked him on his stream, he agrees. Like he thinks Demon Hunter Boomy is good into Mage Lock. It's a good answer. So if they could actually manage to make it through here and get into the other teams that have Mage Lock, THRALL'S Angels' main goal is to like, we'll get past Golden Guardians because they're a wild card with the Rogue Shadow Priest, and then avoid every Rogue Mage. If they could somehow avoid every Rogue Mage and get through the wild card, the Golden Guardians, they might be able to make a deep run in this tournament and make it into the top 8.
Also, I know that we're off camera now, Sid, but are you wearing a Demon Hunter shirt?
I'm wearing a Demon Hunter shirt.
Look at that. Nice. Go ahead, Zico.
No, I was gonna say for THRALL'S Angel to make it, if I'm reading this right, they need 4th place, and then they maybe make it depending on how UNITAS and ZHAN CHENG perform. For them to guaranteed make it, they need to make it all the way to the finals. And this is going to be this is the comp that you wanted to see, no, man? This is
not F.
No,
it's not afflicted, but still, the Warlock melee, I swear,
it's a lot of damage.
Good. Yeah. It's a lot of damage. The Destruction Warlock, we talked about, it brings a lot of peels. Theoretically, Foxy Llama on that Mistweaver Monk should be able to.
I think you're doing a great job, Sherry.
You think deal with the Shadow Priest, but we just haven't really seen too much Mistweaver. For Foxy Llama, he's going to be going from Shaman, which isn't too popular, to something even less popular, the Mistweaver Monk. Unfortunately, we will see how it goes. I mean, Maldiva very proficient on that Warlock. See how much pressure they're going to be able to get. Golden Guardians looks like they're already on the back foot right now. They're just going to be hiding, trying to get behind the pillar, and potentially force Foxy Llama or Maldiva to overextend. And this is what you want. You're near the pillar. Peekaboo goes for the Shadow Step Kidney, but Foxy Llama in the back line, easily keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Rev is just getting crazy aggressive here onto WizKay.
That big pressure here onto the Golden Guardians, but they got Foxy Llama's Trinket, and something tells me in about 20 seconds. Oh, Peekaboo though! He needs to Trinket here, trade out his Cloak of Shadows, Evasion, everything, traded out his whole spellbook here, and now looking to get aggressive onto Maldiva. And nice paralyze there by Foxy Llama. They actually disarm Foxy Llama into a silence. This game moving in for the fear, but I don't think he's going to be able to find it. And Maldiva taking a little bit of damage there from the Shadowcraft. And in a stun. Still looking to kick Foxy Llama here. Very scary situation, but Foxy Llama is able to keep Maldiva alive in that situation. And I think that next Vendetta, when it comes up, when that next Kidney Shot comes up, they're just going to go after Foxy Llama and potentially kill him. Everybody's already dogpiled on him. He has no Trinket, and he kind of knows it. This swap could be deadly, but they're going to keep going onto Maldiva with one more Kidney Shot here. Fix of the trade as well, being committed. You have the Smoke Bomb as well, and Maldiva will survive here with another big heal, but that swap opportunity is still very, very real for Foxy Llama. He needs to be careful he doesn't get swapped here and just gets destroyed. And now, pressure seems good though from this Warlock Demon Hunter.
Oh, WizKay's sneaking up. He gets stunned. He trinkets. It looks like he got reversed on his stun here, but Foxy is still silenced. Maldiva pops the Dark Pact on the Vendetta, tanking it with the Gladiator's Aegis, trying to turn around the fight here. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out here, but I don't know if I like WizKay being the primary target. The Shadow Priest is not really a threat outside of its crowd control. Love these swaps to Peekaboo. That's going to be where the win condition is for them. But I think when they're not attacking Peekaboo, attacking Absterge would actually be better in terms of overall pressure. Paladin can actually really struggle healing, getting trained by a Demon Hunter specifically. We see Absterge already getting swapped to, and he's down to half health. So I really want to see them focus Absterge and not WizKay when they're making these swaps. Look at him. He's just struggling to even stay alive behind the pillar with Rev going after him. But this was 2.5 minutes of damage onto WizKay instead of Absterge. And I think now this swap is going to put them in a good position, but they could have been getting this pressure throughout the game. We see another Kidney Shot over onto Maldiva. Rev pressuring WizKay when he pushes in is good. Kill the Psyfiend. But when they're turtling, going after Absterge, I think it's going to be a lot better for him. They kill off the Psyfiend. Absterge's loading up a Fleshcraft, full blind. Foxy's sitting on his Trinket because Vendetta hasn't been committed, and he doesn't want to get stunned Vendetta if he Trinkets here. So if they can CC it, nice. They CC Peekaboo, and they stop the sap out of the blind, which means Foxy can hold onto his Trinket without getting chain crowd controlled. And now he can easily heal Maldiva. But unfortunately for THRALL'S Angels right now is that the Golden Guardians aren't running out of mana. I thought that was going to be a win condition for them, as they would just raw pressure. Like Demon Hunter and Destro Lock are going to do way more damage than Shadow Priest, maybe comparable to Assassination Rogue. And they'd be able to win this on mana. But surprisingly, Foxy is actually the one falling behind. Maybe that doesn't matter if they get the kill here. Peekaboo with limited options behind the pillar. Absterge's trying to power through, trades out the Sacrifice, the Avenging Wrath, enhancing his healing by a tremendous amount. And right here is when I want to see Rev just get really aggressive on Absterge, but he gets blinded behind the pillar. The Psyfiend could be devastating. Oh my goodness, he's getting overwhelmed. They pop out the life cocoon. Maldiva line of sights the Psyfiend. Good line of sight by Maldiva. Good reaction to that. Now they're launching back an attack onto Peekaboo. Imprisoned onto Absterge. They need more crowd control on Absterge. Where is it? They get the leg sweep out of the imprisonment, trying to push Peekaboo down, but Rev gets stunned up in the Kidney Shot. holding his damage at bay. Bring a piece on Absurge out into the open. They could blast him as well with some Chaos Bolts. Gets a big Light of Dawn, gets back to the pillar. This is where Foxy needs to drink. Rev just trades out a Trinket Nether if he has to. Foxy needs to get mana here, but Maldiva's getting pressured once again. Peekaboo's rolling up to sap his drink, gets the sap on the drink. This could be devastating if he has to Trinket here. Maldiva pops the Dark Pact. He's trying to counter pressure, but they're dogpiling on top of Foxy Llama. Endless crowd control on Foxy Llama. Rev tries to get there, gets there for the reverse, but there's a silence for follow-up. Siphoning on Maldiva. He ports out a line of sight of it, but if Peekaboo connects, he could go down. Soul-shaped kick by Peekaboo. Looking to reconnect onto Maldiva. If he gets there, Maldiva's going to die. Mortal Coil onto Peekaboo. Spam Fear by Maldiva, stalling the game as long as possible in this position. Now a Flip Fear onto Absurge. No Trinket. Setting up onto Peekaboo. Has to trade out Cloak of Shadows as he's trying to stay on target. This is a nail-biter game one.
It definitely is, but we do have Foxy Llama. He's going to have his revival rotating up in just 20 seconds. But Peekaboo, he's got a window here with that Vendetta where they can go all in on Maldiva. We're going to need to see a Darkness if he actually doesn't have the Darkness available. So there's not many answers here for just a little while longer, but they don't find the window. And now Revival is ready with that Peace Weaver. At the same time, Peekaboo getting blasted, forced to go back to the pillar. Revsy just tearing everyone up with those Infernals. Maldiva position very far away. With Foxy Llama, I feel like at some point he's going to have to sneak away and try to get a drink. His mana is not looking good, and if he runs out, it's going to be very difficult to keep Maldiva alive. This is the moment where you have so much pressure where you definitely want to be going for a drink. Let's see if he's able to do it.
Last time he went for a drink, he got sapped, so maybe he's being a little bit reluctant, but they're swapping over to Rebsy, and they get his Trinket and his Nether Walk with that one. So Vendetta definitely getting some value right there, and he could be a target here for the Golden Guardians. They've been going after Maldiva the whole time. Unending Resolve was down for that Vendetta as well, so maybe it was a bad choice there, but they will have that Smoke Bomb potentially to take on Demon Hunter. Triple Stun coming in. There's a Kidney Shot, big damage onto Rev. And Siphon as well, full silence into Hammer of Justice, and that will be Foxy Llama actually getting that life boon. So they're getting a lot more cooldowns actually going after this Demon Hunter right now, and I think it's working out well for the Golden Guardians. Every Kidney Shot seems a lot more threatening than when they've been going after Maldiva, but at the same time Maldiva has Dark Soul. This is the moment where he can really get aggressive and get things going. Double Mortal Coil, he's looking for the Chaos Bolt, doesn't find it actually, gets this one out of it. And Peekaboo just happy to line of sight right now with those Infernals running. Here we go, Peekaboo! It's absolutely slam dunk, and that's the Dark Soul that we're just talking about. Maldiva, if you leave this man free, he can one-shot you for sure. And you've seen so many Destruction Warlocks just go absolutely berserk. And Maldiva is going to show us exactly what he can do on that Warlock. THRALL'S Angels are going to be taking it 1-0. This is the first stepping stone on their kind of qualification arc being completed right now.
Oh my goodness, this is a lot of damage coming out of this comp. I think it's a really good matchup into the Paladin Shadow Priest Rogue, because there's not a lot of like spam CC on Foxy. He can just sit in the back, keep up his Soothing Mist, let Maldiva and Rev do all the lifting with their damage, and kind of just overwhelm their opponents. It actually looks like a good matchup for them coming out in game one. And if they have a good matchup into the Rogue Shadow Priest, that's pretty much 90% of the Golden Guardians, unless Jellybeans is going to come in here and they're going to try some sort of Hunter Rogue business to deal with this composition. But then even then, I think THRALL'S Angels could switch comps if they needed to. This is a really interesting composition. It's particularly powerful into Paladins. I've noticed, even just from ladder experiences, that Holy Paladins struggle with Warlock damage and Demon Hunter damage. So coming in on this, anticipating Absturge's Paladin, anticipating the Shadow Priest Rogue, was a really good blind pick, although it had its moments. There's probably two moments in this game. That one moment where we saw the sap on the drink, I was thinking, oh no, this is over for Maldiva. I think there's one moment before that. But outside of those moments, they had complete control. Like, look at Maldiva. He's standing on top of the Golden Guardians right now, just getting out massive damage between the Destro Warlock and the Demon Hunter. Look at that Chaos Bolt, Ring of Peace, knocking him out in the open, knocking him out against the wall, stopping all the heals. Like, they had full control at the end of this match. And so moving into the next game, do we see anything? I don't want to see Maldiva and Rev change their comp. I had questions about it at the start. I was like, Boomy might have been better, but at the same time, Destro Lock seems like it's harder to kill than a Boomkin for an Assassination Rogue right now. So you get more durability, more safety, more of a safety net with the Destro Warlock than the Boomkin. So I think this actually makes more sense.
Not only that, but I mean, the reason why Peekaboo died is because he got straight up one-shot by a Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. So like, I don't think the Boomkin's going to be able to provide that. So I think even just offensively, the Destruction Warlock is a lot more of a threat. Whereas if they tried to run that same strategy, like what we saw from the Golden Guardians at the end there, where they're all hiding behind the pillar and they're just kidney shotting Revzy, I feel like if Maldiva if there wasn't a Destruction Warlock and couldn't just push in and play that aggressive, they were kind of on timer. Revzy would eventually go down on that next Vendetta, unless Foxy really had a big answer. So I like the Destruction Warlock. Really, really aggressive caster. I think we're going to see Thug, honestly. I think we're going to see the Outlaw Rogue, BM Hunter. That's what I want to see. And just go on the Warlock with that. Maybe you make swaps, get lots of crowd control on the Mistweaver. I think you'll be able to kind of overwhelm the Mistweaver's healing with this one. The interesting thing about THRALL'S Angels comp as well is I feel like it could be okay into Mage Lock. So like if Golden Guardians tries to pull anything fancy with Jellybeans on the Mage, I think this would be a solid answer from them. So Golden Guardians likely going to be running some sort of double physical damage. I would anticipate.
What about Assassination BM instead of Outlaw? I feel like that could just crush the Destro Lock. You just land traps on the Monk over and over. You'd eventually get a Vendetta kill. I feel like you would kill through all the Warlock's defensives. But they're taking their time. They might even just do the same comp on a smaller map. Like if they could actually get to Foxy, one of the problems was just distance. Like it was tough to actually ever get to Foxy to CC him. On this map, getting there for Hodge Blind, Silence Stun, like there's a lot of CC if they can get to him. But I think I prefer the Hunter. Even would a Shadow Priest Hunter even be good? Just more CC. That's like the main counter to the Mistweaver Monk is just hard CC. And the Shadow Priest Rogue just doesn't have that. It's like little bursts. You get chained together for a long time, every minute to 2 minutes. And then after that, the Mistweaver is just free healing, and you're not going to kill through a Mistweaver free healing. But they're going to stay the same comp, smaller map. Maybe they go after Foxy a bit more too. Could be an option for them, swapping to the Mistweaver. But I don't know. I feel like THRALL'S Angels have a good answer here for this comp specifically. Like Golden Guardians are going to have to figure out how to beat it.
I think Golden Guardians with some in-game adaptations can probably figure it out. It seemed like they went for Maldiva a lot in that last matchup. And I think in this game, they'll probably just go more after Rev or more after Foxy Llama. There was a couple of moments as well where they could have maybe swapped to Foxy Llama where he didn't have Trinket. And they actually did have Vendetta, but it didn't look like they wanted to pull the trigger on it, or maybe the map was just too big.
Interesting.
But I think, yeah, the smaller map definitely going to help them. And I actually wanted to know, what do you guys think about Shaman in this matchup? Because I feel like if you're going to go after Maldiva, having a ranged interrupt for Foxy Llama actually seems so big, because that's the thing that RP Paladin lacks. You don't have a ranged interrupt, really. You have Shadow Step Kick, and you have like a ranged silence, but you don't have like a counter spell or like a wind shear or,
Hex
that can actually break up the healing. Yeah, Hex as well.
They have no Hex to spell.
I would have actually liked to see Shaman in this matchup. I would have liked to see Absolute Shaman, I think.
I actually, no joke, think Shaman would be better in this matchup. I think Golden Guardians would do better with the Shaman. The Undispellable Hex is going to be big. Like you said, the Grounding Totem, the Wind Shear. But I think from what I've seen from Absurge, he is not going to play Shaman. I've seen some of his tweets. I've seen what he says in the stream. He seems to be... I don't think he thinks Shamans are in the best position, but this is one of those matchups where it might legitimately just be better. I mean, you can pressure Foxy Llama a lot more, play on top of Maldiva, play really, really aggressive, get hexes on Foxy Llama, interrupt him, purge more often, and I think that extra offense might actually be better in terms of defense. What's really interesting, Revzy, as far as I know, Demon Host have a PvP talent called Chaotic Imprint. He's actually playing it. That empowers one school of magic. They basically put a debuff on the target where they take 10% extra damage from one school of magic. And I think that's actually going to empower all chaos damage as well. So Maldiva's chaos bolts are going to hit harder, 10% harder with that. So a little bit of good synergy there. Double Mortal Coil coming in. Maldiva's going to immediately trade out that Dark Pack at the beginning of the game, soaking up some of that initial Vendetta damage. Foxy Llama in the back line, already trading out his Trinket. I am worried for Foxy Llama. If he plays on his port, I think the Golden Guardians are going to go for an all-in.
Ooh. Maldiva able to escape the smoke bomb.
Yeah, nice port there by Maldiva, but I think the objective has been forced already at this point. I think Peekaboo's going to have his Vendetta coming up basically next to Nisha, and they're just going to pull the trigger on Foxy Llama. This is the exact same situation that we saw in the Nagrand game, but on Nagrand the map is just a lot larger, so it's a lot harder for Absturge and Whiskey kind of dogpile on Foxy Llama. He just repositioned when they try to do that. But on this map, I think he definitely become a target. So we're going to watch out for that swap. And that is now ready for Peekaboo. And he looks like he kind of wants to get over there. It doesn't look like he's doing too much damage right now to Maldiva. But Whiskey and Absters, they need to set it up. There's a Hammer of Justice. Looks like they're pushing in. Whiskey is in a position for fear. And there it is. He pre-porched though while he's stunned.
They can kill through.
They get a restun. Maybe they can kill him through it. Nope. He's going to use the demonic or the Eternal Aegis trinket as well. Foxy Llama playing that talent that allows him to use the Mistweaver teleport while he's stunned. Actually saves him right there. And he trades out his trinket. So they wanted to go for that swap, but nice read there by Foxy Llama. He was ready for it, seeing it coming, and responded to it appropriately. And now, as a result, they reconnect though with another kidney shot. This time he doesn't have his teleport and restun. No restun available, but they do force out the darkness, and they do also get that big life from Llama. So two big defensives there going after Mistweaver. But now, what are they going to get back here on the side of THRALL'S Angels? Revzy is in Metamorphosis, looking to do some big damage here. Maldiva as well, looking to set something up. But another kidney of the Foxy Llama. He's just dead right now. They stun his trinket. What an insane stun there by Abster with the Hammer of Justice there on his trinket. But that was that just turned into a Mistweaver race immediately. And this is kind of what we wanted to see in game number 1. Do a swap to the Mistweaver. But obviously, Peekaboo though needs to be careful. There's still a Void Shift though from Whiskey, and he will use it right there. Unlike in the qualifications, if you guys watch their games, Whiskey did not use it.
I feel like when we look at the replay, I want to say that there was kind of errors from both sides. Foxy Llama being targeted, I feel like it was a bit of a panic for him. I'm not going to lie. Things kind of unraveled very quickly as soon as they kind of just ran at him and put him in kidney shot. At the end, even though he's playing the portal and stuns, he wasn't actually in range of his transcendence. So here we can see it. This is where he portals, and he uses it a lot. So you can see right now, Foxy Llama, he's going to dispel himself. He's going to trade out his Aegis. He's going to trade out his Fortifying Brew. And they're just say, okay, well, let's just see what happens. Foxy Llama for the next kidney shot isn't going to have his transcendence. You can see it still has a 25-second cooldown. So he's trying to do everything he can with the Ring of Peace. He actually rolls away. But here's when we get the grip. And I feel like if Peekaboo had waited 2 seconds, or not 2 seconds, just a little bit longer on the Hammer of Justice of Absurge, they might have been able to actually take it all in. But either way, they do get the Life Cocoon out of the way. Foxy Llama stabilizes. And this is where, if you're Foxy Llama, you've got no trinket. You need to be within your port. Unfortunate, misses his life sweep there, doesn't hit anyone, and then he rolls as far away from his portal as possible. Maybe he realizes, oh no, I need to get there. He's trying to move towards it. And if he could have just ported here, he would have been completely fine.
Then he trinketed.
He trinketed into the Hammer of Justice as well. But just really, really unfortunate. Because honestly, if he had trinketed and used Revival, he would have lived too. So, number 1, be in your port range. And number 2, you got to pair that trinket with a Revival. He did get stunned really, really fast. But at the same time, I feel like there was ways for them to extend that game a little bit longer. But it seems like the game is a lot more unstable if they can just go after Foxy Llama on these small maps.
But they won the Grand, so they'll be able to pick the big maps every time if this swings to a game 5, which is fortunate. And I think if he did, like you said, play more around his port, that Siphon got huge value. He wasn't able to line it with a port. Just playing around that seemed like you said, it was a panic moment for him being the target.
Yeah.
And that's kind of when you get tested as the Mistweaver, is when you're actually getting crowd controlled, pressured with interrupts, forced to move and heal at the same time. Pay attention to your positioning. That's when you're really going to be tested. So maybe that was just a warm-up game. That's going to be the worst case scenario as well. At least they've got that out of the way. Now they can lock in something like Maldraxxus. Maybe even Maldraxxus might not be good because you might run out of range of your port with how far away the pillars are from each other. But Tolvaron going to be a really good pick for staying back because the pillars are very big. So you can portal around 2 points of line of sight away from the Shadow Priest, away from the Rogue. What I want to see kind of from Revzy is just going after Absturge more if they do this. I feel like they could do a healer race, and the Paladin will just fall over to a Demon Hunter. If a Demon Hunter is just uncontested training your Paladin, and Foxy is just rotating through port, Life Cocoon, and getting fear from Maldiva, I feel like the Demon Hunter will just solo carry the game on the Paladin.
Yeah, definitely possible. We are going to go to a large map, so Golden Guardians, I like it. They're kind of just sticking with the composition, feeling it out. You know, I do think in game number 1, Peekaboo kind of just got one shot. Like the game wasn't looking that bad, but he just got 100-0'd by Chaos Bolts. And you know what happens? You just gotta shrug it off sometimes. Keep pushing forward. So we'll see. It looks like THRALL'S Angels are gonna play the same thing, and I would not be surprised to see Golden Guardians just play way more aggressive on Foxy Llama in this one. Just run after him, kitty shot him on cooldown, see how he responds. The last game, I would say, wasn't the greatest, but is also really, really close to living. You know, if he had Trinket in Revival, he would have survived. If he was in his port range, he would have survived. And maybe we see the game get extended for a really long time. And the thing is, if you go after a Mistweaver like this, you're leaving Maldiva open. And that is a horrifying thing, to leave a Destruction Warlock just free casting. So even though it was looking good for Golden Guardians, Maldiva at some point is going to be able to flip a switch and just go for a huge one-shot. And that's when the game gets really unstable for Golden Guardians. So the longer Foxy Llama can stay alive and leave Maldiva open, the better it's going to be for THRALL'S Angels.
Yeah, and I feel like Foxy Llama on this map, he's going to have a pretty easy time actually staying alive. He has so much room to work with, and Peekaboo somewhat limited mobility as well on that Assassination Rogue. I think he's going to have his... he's going to have a nice time on this map, but at the same time, I wonder what happens when the game goes a little bit longer, because I feel like there's a world where Peekaboo can just get uptime in dampening and kill Maldiva. If he gets enough uptime on him as well. I think no matter what, this game is probably going to dampening unless we see like some insane opener from the Golden Guardians, or unless we see like a triple kill come out of Maldiva on the first Infernals. I think this game for sure is going to be on the longer side. And it's going to be interesting to see, because we haven't seen, I think this is the first Mistweaver that we see, period, this season. So it's going to be interesting to see actually how they, how deep in dampening they can take us. Because I do feel like, at least in the past, their biggest issue has been that their single target healing really falls behind once you hit that 20 or 30% dampening mark. They just they can't really keep people up just with Soothing Mist spam anymore, and that's when their mana gets really taxed and they start falling behind, and things like Shadow Step Kick and just interrupts in general can become really devastating to deal with. But we are going to see this game started. Who is going to be the target? Peekaboo's in stealth. He throws the blind out of stealth, and he will be going after Maldiva, who actually has a fully channeled Fleshcraft, and he will use that Dark Pact. And here comes the Vendetta. Maldiva loses half his HP. He needs to be careful. Maldiva is dead in the opener right now, and I guess we're not going to have a long game. Golden Guardians are just going to take it in the opener.
Okay. I feel like, again, it was like a case of like being out of range of your port by like even just a centimeter, and then his port wasn't out of line of sight, so Peekaboo could Shadow Step to reconnect to him. It's such a tough opener with the Rogue and Stealth. It doesn't seem like Revs is able to get him either with the Shadow Sight, but you'll see just like how awkward of a situation it is in the replay, because Maldiva just wants to portal away, but it's like 2 inches out of range, and you see him waddling with crippling poison, and then when he finally does, immediately the Rogue's there, and then when he gates out into the open, which then means the Shadow Priest and the Paladin can just freely hit him as well. So what is the best way to deal with this type of opener? Like, I feel like it's just Monk Trinket, because you can just port when you're stunned. I mean, yeah, you can stand far away.
Why are you playing on Tolvir, and Foxy Llama is blinded like 2 inches away from Maldiva right now? Like, why are you stacked? That's the main thing, in my opinion. Here, if Foxy Llama trinkets, Maldiva is he can just get silenced or disarmed on his trinket. That's exactly what happened, actually. He trinketed and got disarmed on his trinket because Maldiva is already out of line as well. So, first of all, this is a mistake. You can't be in blind range and at the same time be in opener range from the Rogue. Second of all, when you teleport, you're actually teleporting out of Foxy Llama's line. So Foxy Llama can't help you. Third of all, this should have been an unending resolve insta, because there's no damage reduction and you have maximum damage happening. And then Foxy Llama can't actually trinket. So he trinkets, but he can't get his life cocoon out because he can't reach him.
Doesn't even need to reach him though. Like, a life cocoon is great, but the revival is so good. If he's playing Peace Weaver, which he is, revival is insane. It's going to free him from every single magic effect, poison effect. It's going to remove all of that, make him immune to magic damage, and throw him a heal. So I feel like this is the second time where Foxy Llama could just trinket revival. And I mean, at that point, you're sitting the blind, which is okay, but you actually, not only do you sit the blind, but you also make Peekaboo commit. You make him commit his Vanish for the sap. So Peekaboo is going to be trading Vendetta, he's going to be trading Blind, he's going to be trading Vanish, and you're greeting it really hard at that point if you're still not going to use your Medallion until Maldiva's like 1% health. So that could have just been a miscommunication. Maybe Maldiva said he could be fine, but at the end of it all, I feel like that is such an easy trinket revival from Foxy Llama, and that's basically going to be a counter to the Assassination Rogue and Shadow Priest damage.
Yes, I think the reason why he doesn't want to trinket is because of what happened in the previous game. He trinketed, and then the second Vendetta comes up because of the Night Fae, on like literally 20 seconds later, and then he gets swapped to, and he's scared that he might die to that. But I do agree, he can trinket revival in that situation. Also, if he gets swapped to, he still has darkness that can save him on that swap. So either way, they just under-responded big time. Either Maldiva just instant use Unending Resolve, which in my opinion is a fine trade, or they use Trinket from the healer, especially if there's a sap. If there's a sap, at that point, there's basically a guaranteed Trinket. If there's a sap and you didn't use any damage reduction, you're just relying on basically Dark Pact to help you survive Vendetta, and in which case like Shadow Form, it's not really gonna work. So Trinket Revival could have been good, and then just play it from there, or instant Unending Resolve, and maybe they would have had to use Trinket later anyway if the CC chain was long enough. But either way, that was a swing match. Golden Guardians now, if we go through game 5 and just take us to a small map, maybe all in the Mistweaver again. So they're gonna have a lot of options to work with now in this matchup.
I feel like you shouldn't be as worried as a Mistweaver. You can port while stunned every stun. It's like as long as his port's out of line and really far away, and his teammates aren't like perfectly crossed, because there's not a lot of cross CC. At least it doesn't last as long as they're not stacked. Like someone should be able to intercept while you port in the stun. I feel like Foxy's Trinket's less valuable on a big map than the Warlock wall, just in case Maldiva gets bombed later on, and he needs to wall a bomb Vendetta or something. If Foxy can't do anything, I guess they can both do. You can revival through the bomb. Somebody needed to trade a big cooldown there. I don't even know if it really mattered who did, but one or the other needed to happen. Foxy Llama's justification is because he was just the target. He probably doesn't want to, and then Maldiva probably thought he was safe with what he used, but obviously the calculations were off there. And now that miscalculation loses them the swing match. They still have a shot here, I think. And I think just playing with confidence and making trades. Like there's a Vendetta, someone's got to do something major. Like there's a Trinket, there's like a 3-minute plus cooldown that needs to be used to answer this if we're all crowd controlled, because they had a fear on Rev, so he can stun Peekaboo or in-cap Peekaboo. Maldiva's stun can't do anything. Foxy's blinded. So if somebody's got to break out, somebody has to make a decision. And kind of be the shot caller in terms of defense when that moment happens. Otherwise, this game could slip away from them as well.
Yeah, it's a rough position to be in. I think you as the Mistweaver, you can't port. If you're getting kitty shot on cooldown, you can only port every second stun. So there is going to be that really scary moment in the match, but I feel like you just have to, no matter what, against a Night Fae, the Night Fae Priest plus Assassination Rogue, cooldowns are going to get desynced. You just have to make the trades and hope for the best. I feel like Revzy also, I think damage is like the thing that they're lacking here. I feel like, maybe he should drop that Chaotic Imprint and actually play Imprisonment instead for like a physical peel on Peekaboo. So when he goes for a kidney shot, he just gets imprisoned, and then Peekaboo has to make a trade. Do I trinket that? Okay, well now you're getting Fel Erupted. I just think it would give them more options defensively to actually get some control on Peekaboo in this game, but we'll see how they play it out. Golden Guardian's going to be looking to play very aggressive once again. Let's see how they respond. It's a full blind on Foxy Llama. It's an exact repeat of the last game. Sap coming in from Peekaboo once again. Maldiva, what is he going to do differently? The big damage does come in. It's a Darkness, so they trade Darkness. Maldiva's just going to sit all of this damage. Is there any more crowd control? There's the Psychic Horror. Is he going to reverse magic? Just waiting for the reverse of the silence. And that is enough for Maldiva to survive. Everyone holds onto the trinket. It's going to be the Darkness from Revzy that saves the day.
All right, so Revzy trading out his Darkness there. But again, they're a little bit too stacked. I would like to see Foxy Llama and Maldiva play super split away from each other. Whenever Peekaboo is leaving that pillar, so he can't get a blind onto Foxy Llama and shadow step back to Maldiva. Now they're swapping to Peekaboo, though. Double stun coming in here into Peekaboo. That DR leg sweep doing some work, but Upsurge with the wings is able to keep him alive. Peekaboo will not trade out his evasion either, or his trinket. He did trade out his cloak though, so it's pretty decent victory still for THRALL'S Angels. And this is Maldiva's Dark Soul, so he would like to get a little bit more maybe with that. Shadow Fury coming in, triple and they do get Abster's trinket with that. He doesn't want to fall behind, so he's just trinkets to stay ahead. Nice paralyze there by Foxy Llama on the setup. Whiskey moving in for the silence into the full fear. Nice teleport there by Foxy Llama, and he will actually clothesline him and get a full psychic scream there on Foxy Llama. Absterge is ready with the Hammer of Justice, with the blinding light potentially, but it doesn't look like they're going to find it. They panda racial Foxy Llama instead. Now going after Absterge here. He doesn't have a trinket. Could be his bubble, and he does bubble. Doesn't trust that disarm from Peekaboo. And now Absterge with basically no breakers left. He has Blessing of Protection to work with, but it doesn't work on every type of stun. And Absterge could be in danger in that next stun lock.
I really like these swaps to Absterge and Peekaboo. Those are the vulnerable targets on the side of the Golden Guardians that Thrall's Angels need to exploit. I don't think you really even need to acknowledge WizK. Like, his Psyfiend is the only threat, so kill the Psyfiend off, but you don't really care if he's getting VTs and Vampiric Touches on people, because it's just not impactful. It's the Vendetta, and that's going to be the one that kills you. So go after the weaker targets, the Paladin and the Rogue. They're way easier to kill than the Shadow Priest. See a pre-Fleshcraft from Revsy anticipating the CC, but he needs to get in range to help his team. He's trying to kill the Psyfiend, manages to kill the Psyfiend. Now a full blind on the Foxy Llama, and yeah, Maldiva this time is just walling. On top of the coil, though, Peekaboo wasn't even connected here. So, I mean, it's a fair trade, but Peekaboo was actually CC'd in this situation. It may not have been necessary. They get Peekaboo's trinket. That's big for potentially winning the game here with Dark Soul coming up very soon. And they got sacrificed from Absterge, so little imprisonment on Absterge, stun on Peekaboo, dunk him with the Dark Soul. We're going to a game 5, I think, if they can set that up. Here's the double stun, fear on the Peekaboo. Another swap to Absterge could also close out the game. Dark Soul is almost available. Infernals are coming up. Maldiva just needs to hold on a little bit longer. Is he going to be able to? Foxy's out of CC, trying to get the big heals out onto Maldiva as soon as possible. Soothing Mist coming out, big heals, Chaos Bolt's flying out, Dark Soul Infernal available. This is where Revs and Maldiva, I want to see them put the gas pedal down, either go after Absterge or Peekaboo, and just all out aggression, try and close the game out. Jumping over to kill the Psyfiend is good. Now get back on the Rogue and get back on the Paladin, get some cleave. Here comes the Infernals, double Cataclysm, Decimating Bolt loading up. Absterge gets ready for it, going with the Avenging Wrath to boost his healing. He's going to need to be CC'd if they're going to be able to take anybody down in this position. It's going to be massive heals coming out from him. It doesn't look like they have the CC. Foxy is playing it safe, staying far away from his team, still holding on to those medallions. Vendetta Smoke Bomb available. Peekaboo waiting to find a target for that. Rev with no blur could be a good target. He's far away from his team. Is Peekaboo going to commit to it? Otherwise, they're just getting cleaved for free. And actually, Foxy Llama's the one who has a mana lead. Infernal called in from that Chaos Bolt. Revsy sweeping around the side, proccing a demon, boosting his damage immensely. They're waiting for the Avenging Wrath. Triple stun comes up from Revsy. He is tearing in, cutting down. If this Avenging Wrath fades for Absterge, he's going to be in dire straits, and it has faded. They're doing a YOLO swap onto Revs. He gets stunned on his trinket again. Absterge with these KO stuns back to back. Close out the series 3-1.
I love the reaction from Absterge every game. It's just like, we're going to see it in the replay, but yeah, these stuns, absolutely ridiculous. Golden Guardians pulling out a clutch victory there. That game was not looking good. I mean, they were all dying. Absterge was almost completely tapped on mana. That's exactly what you want to see, you know, if you're Foxy Llama, Maldiva, and Revsy. But yeah, Golden Guardians are obviously happy to take that one. A really nice performance from them. Absterge with some clutch stuns on that Paladin, allowing them to claim victory in these kind of dire positions.
Great work, Carl. And we're going to see it here on the replay. So here at Maldiva, doing a little bit of cleaving, and they do get a decent amount of pressure onto Absterge, but Absterge just dropping that Aegis trinket and making sure that he doesn't want to fall behind, just trying to stay ahead of the reads. And then Rev is just pushing in here, taking some damage, spell lock onto Whiskey. They're just basically setting up for that big Demon Hunter smoke bomb kill. And right now, if you look at the cooldowns, they have everything on Thrall's Angels. They literally have every button. What happens to the revive, actually? It's 3 seconds left on the CD, so he has it up when the smoke bomb comes in. And he got a nice Chaos Nova here, big pressure. Yeah, he has revival. And he gets silenced, and then they smoke bomb out of the silence, right? They smoke bomb and disarm out of the silence, and then he does trigger revival, but it's too late.
It's too late.
That's I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
that's a third strike.
I love you, Foxy Llama. 3 strikes though. 3 strikes on the revival. 3 games in a row he could have trinket revival, then saved the day, and all 3 of those losses, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit faster. Just, you know, a split second faster in all 3 games, and they could have actually lived. But that's the I'm not gonna lie. As a Mistweaver, Revival with Peaceweaver is your best ability. Literally, it's your best ability. It can save you from those scary moments, the immunity to magic damage, the complete dispelling of magic and poison effects. It's super strong into the Rogue Shadow Priest, and I think that's what they were going for in this matchup. But unfortunately, the Revival just a little bit too slow, and that's unfortunate because I feel like that was a very winnable game for them.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. That also is going to end the hopes of them making it to the top 8 for THRALL'S Angels. But, you know, I love them trying to bring out specs that we don't really get to see often with the Mistweaver and the Demon Hunter. But that's going to be Golden Guardians win. They're going to be moving forward here in the lower bracket. Now that is going to mean, that means that we're going to the upper bracket. And now we're going to see ZHAN, who we don't often see up there. Versus Cloud9, who of course we are definitely used to seeing those two teams. But ZHAN, they're another one of those teams that are fighting for their lives to try and make it into the top 8, but they're certainly in a better spot, Zico, than THRALL'S Angels were.
Yeah, well, THRALL'S Angels are going to be eliminated from qualifying with that performance, unfortunately. And like you mentioned, there's still ZHAN. They've been having a great performance so far in this weekend. They already eliminated Team Liquid. I don't know if they eliminated them, but they beat them at least. So they got that going for them. And similarly for THRALL'S Angels, it's actually between THRALL'S Angels and UNITAS, in addition to Novos right now for the qualification. So it's basically going to be a deep run from THRALL'S Angels. They need, I believe, 4th place at the very least to potentially get them in there. And same thing goes for UNITAS. I think UNITAS can afford to get 5th with their current points. So still a lot to play for ZHAN. Sorry, they would need 4th place. So still a lot for them to play for. And ZHAN, they have the Red Warrior. We saw it in Europe. It looked strong. And against Team Liquid, it looked strong. But against Cloud9, their Mage Luck looked really strong last time. And Mage Luck typically likes, it's like a bear and honey, basically, this matchup for Cloud9.
All right. I like that. But that being said, certainly a lot on the line for ZHAN. Cloud9, they're sitting pretty up there in 4th right now in terms of points at 192. So they're, you know, good on that end, but you can bet that they're going to bring a solid performance nonetheless. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be ZHAN versus Cloud9. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the upper bracket. It's ZHAN CHENG hoping to make it into the top 8 versus Cloud9, game number 1.
Ooh, all right, here we go. This is something that I've really wanted to see. And, ZHAN CHENG, their Warrior Death Knight is quite powerful. And we'll see how it actually does into the Mage Lock. In my experience, if you have a really, really aggressive Warrior Death Knight, it can sit on the Mage or the Warlock, play really, really aggressive, and kind of keep you on the back foot. It's going to be up to Cloud9 to make sure they're finding early counter pressure, potentially crowd control onto the Shaman, or actually swapping on the Shaman. If he plays in the open for too long, that's where you can really get aggressive. And this is the early aggression from both sides. A lot of cooldowns are going to be traded at the start of this game.
Keter's already just running to the pillar with Clapper, as well as Caprice, line of sighting the Deathborn, trying to avoid the Icy Veins as long as possible, gripping Cubsy to the pillar. Cubsy going to break out and get gripped back into midfield, but manage to escape. And this Death Grip strategy from the Death Knight could be very deadly if they're able to pull one of these casters to the pillar and hold them there long enough. But they're going to have to bunker down still for quite some time and weather the blizzard of Wealthy Man's Deathborn for some time here. Staying at the pillar, really utilizing that Shaman 4-piece, sending out those totems and chain heals to top the team through this AoE poke damage. Now gripping Cubsy to the pillar once again, trying to chop him up. Are they going to be able to take him out here with that Fury Warrior and Unholy Death Knight? Doesn't look like it at the moment. He's trying to pull back to the pillar. Clapper got left out in midfield and stunned. He's going to intervene, try and line of sight. Chaos Bolt incoming, massive damage. Fleshcraft, what the? Through the wall. 2 Chaos Bolts connect there. Clapper almost goes down. Caprice finally responds. He can't believe it. He's just laughing about how hard he just got hit through the pillar. And the thing is, that wasn't even Dark Salt. Cubsy Dark Salt there, I think it was just lights out. Now they're trying to get aggressive. Will they be able to stay on Cubsy, or will they fall before they can get the kill?
Yeah, this is where they just need to make a push. But Keter taking a little bit of damage. It gets coiled. He can't Death Strike. Caprice is forced to trade.
Oh no, that link! Oh, it's tragic.
Doesn't land. Oh no,
so tragic.
Disaster. Yeah, that's definitely an unfortunate situation. Divide and conquer, and I can't help but feel like maybe they should have waited on their offensive cooldowns or something. Cloud9, it felt like such a good trade for them. They got to use their Deathborn, their Icy Veins, but that was like the slappy hands. That was the War Banner. That was everything from the Warrior Death Knight, and that's typically the scariest moment in the entire game as the Mage Lock, but they just ran, and I feel like you're actually happy to make that trade. Like Deathborn and Veins for every single cooldown the Warrior Death Knight has. After that, I mean, at that point, the Warlock still has his offensive cooldowns, and they were able to create a lot of space, and Cloud9 will pick up an early victory in game number 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we haven't really seen TSG play out too much into Mage Lock, but it just feels like Cloud9, this is exactly what they love to do. They love to face those melee cleaves, and they love to get those, this matchup basically be in this situation right here where you just have one Warlock on one side, you have the Mage on the other side, and you're just getting a lot of work done. And here comes the slappy hands shortly for the DK as well. Big damage coming in. Cubsy getting that Infernal stun, and then immediately going back a little bit further back. And Cubsy is actually playing the Resolve trinket, and then he just gets one tapped here. Classic Warlock. And Caprice having basically a heart attack through the pillar. He's just laughing actually at that situation. He can't help but laugh as he's trading out his ascendants as he's panicking. And then they're like, okay, well, that was their big hit. Now let's go. Let's activate our offensive cooldowns here and get going. And then Wealthy Man just teeing off Frostbolts in the back line. Caprice trinkets out, gets the Spirit Link, but it's one of those links where you have to kind of go and fetch it. And unfortunately, they're not able to do that. And Caprice, he's just gonna take it with a smile. I like this healer. This is the type of healer I would love to have on my team. Just laughing at everything. Just instead of freaking out, he's just laughing every time a Chaos Bolt hits you, gets you to 1%. You're like, should I block? Should I block? He's just sitting there laughing. It's awesome.
All right. Well, I mean, that was kind of a devastating game number 1, I will say. But I wonder if they could play it different. I mean, I feel like you do kind of have to line the Deathborn Veins, but I also feel like the cooldown trading, it feels so bad. Don't you think? Like, as the Warrior Death Knight, that's your moment to like really shine and get aggressive and get cooldowns out of the way. And I do wonder as well if they were using the Aegis. They were. So they were using the Eternal Aegis. I feel like there's 2 ways you could play this. So you can push in and play, get the Deathborn and then run away, or hear me out. You play it a little different, and you just run at the Warlock the whole game. Never stop, and just trade out the Aegis early, trade out your anti-magic shell early, trade out the anti-magic zone early. After Cubsy has like ported and he's gotten gripped away and you reconnect again, that's when you just drop an anti-magic zone on top of him with your slappy hands. You're gripping him in. The Shaman can just play on top, because a lot of the time the mage damage is going to be kind of cleavy. So as the Shaman, it sounds weird, but you actually want to be in the fight, like on top of your melee, so you're getting broken out of polymorphs. And if you need to drop that Spirit Link Totem, you can take advantage of the anti-magic zone. So I actually think CHENG can play this a little bit more aggressive, like just full on go for it, trade out your cooldowns, tank. It's not something you normally want to do, but tank the Deathborn and see if you can take down Cubsy, especially if you're going to be using all your offensives. Otherwise, like, play it a bit more patient and have those cooldowns for your push after you've kind of weathered the storm.
He almost died on the pillar, so it's like, may as well just try and kill them at the same time. Like, you had to use all your defensives sitting at the box, so
they
just
will
run out the lock and make trades, keep your pressure, because your damage is instant, right? Whereas the Warlock, if he's getting pressured, you might get to a point where he's starting to keel over on his back because he can't cast spells. As long as you can get to that point with your defensives through the mage, then you should be able to win the game that way. It's going to be a short win, but you're playing against Cloud9. Do you really want to play a long game into Cloud9? I feel like that's asking for trouble right there. Like, I don't think you want to go to 80% dampening with Cloud9. With the Shaman, just play super aggro, drop grounding totems so that your casters don't, or your melee don't get blown up by the frost bolts. Like, use everything to keep your melee DPS on the Warlock and keep them alive throughout all these cooldowns. Trade out the Link, the Ascendant, stay on the Warlock, get to the point where you've kind of overwhelmed him and run him down. I think is going to be the strategy that I would like to see from them here if they're going to be able to pull it off. We've just seen Shamans not be able to contend in long games. Seems like even on ladder, that's where Shamans are falling in, is just like this aggressive all-in cleave healer. So I want to see them play all in here. Let's see what they decide to do on hook point. They're charging towards the mage, it looks like. Already getting a recklessness proc here for the Fury Warrior. Love to see it as a Fury Warrior, but he's not able to really connect with it, unfortunately, just getting root procced over and over. And they're a bit hesitant to charge in. Clapper's going to lead the charge. Peter's trying to catch up now and get to him, but Clapper's already down to half. And what, are they going to send their offensives this time, or are they going to wait for the Deathborn? Another recklessness proc. I like this patience on the Abomination Limb, not just sending it right away like last time and getting no value. Infernals are going to get called in for Cubsy. Are they going to run to the pillar, or are they going to stay strong? Love these hexes on Wealthy Man. If Caprice can keep getting these hexes. Unfortunately, it wasn't during the Deathborn, and now that's active. So what are they going to do? Run or stay in and fight? They do try and run, but there's small pillars on hook point. They're trying to get away from Wealthy Man, choosing to stay in Cubsy's line of sight, but they may even regret that. A full fear onto Caprice. They drop the anti-magic zone. Clapper is getting blasted by Chaos Bolts into the anti-magic zone, trying to hold on to his personal defense, but Caprice is still crowd controlled off into the distance. Needs to get back to the pillar and stop these polymorphs, but he wasn't able to. Now into a full polymorph. Clapper is stunned up at the pillar. His Aegis is going to get cut through right now by the Deathborn and Wealthy Man. Another polymorph. Frostbolt after Frostbolt. These are just getting stronger and stronger. The swap over to the Shaman. Trinket wall immediately from Caprice on the swap. But I think they have managed to stay alive throughout the Deathborn. So are they going to get aggressive? Keter's getting polymorphed on his A-bomb limb. He needs to get out of this crowd control. Caprice is trying to wrap around, but Peter's just sitting in crowd control on his A-bomb limb. I'm really surprised not to see him Trinket there. He lost so much damage value. Cubsy just ports away from Clapper. He's finally able to get back to target, and this is where they need to get some damage done on Cubsy if they want to have a hope of winning. They do at least get unending resolve from Cubsy, but they need to win the game here in my mind, because they're about to set up on Caprice, I think, in the next stun. And they might do it. They do it.
See?
They managed to do it. They managed to stay on the Warlock, overpower him, put a point on the board against Cloud9. And if you're ZHAN CHENG, like, you're on the cusp of qualifying. You got to get like 4th at least, I think, 4th or 5th at least to be able to get in there. If you can get a win against Cloud9, you're just that much closer getting into the circuit. I still think it would be a miracle. I still think, especially because they lost game 1, which means they're gonna have to play on the big maps. But if they get these all ins, I can see it. I can see it. The Warlock just gets overwhelmed, not able to move. Finally connect with your cooldowns. You can chop them up.
It's
This is an upper bracket game. If all they have to do is win this game and they qualify.
Yeah, literally.
Because then they get top. They win this series, they get top 4.
I swear they could do it even better too. Like, right now, they're not being aggressive whatsoever, but I swear, like, as TSG, there's things you can do to, like, just go after Cubsy. Like, use your cool. Look at them. They're just tanking all the damage anyways. I mean, I guess it's only Wealthy Man hitting them, but they're not really avoiding too much damage. You know, Caprice is getting swapped to. He's forced to trade out his Trinket, his Wall, his Ascendance. But once that Deathborn and Icy Veins fades, this is where they get aggressive. But still, look, even now, Keter's just in a fear. I think they could play it more aggressive. What you really want to see from the TSG is gripping the Frost Mage, like making it really annoying for him. You can go for things like Aura Mastery Hex. So you grip in the Mage, you fear him. He's got to Ice Block it. He's not, you know what I mean? He's using this Trinket. He has no out. So it's going to be an Ice Block. And then after the Ice Block, you go for like an Aura Mastery Hex. There's no Hex to spell. Then Wealthy Man is fully controlled, and you can just go all out aggressive on Cubsy. When you can get on Cubsy like this, you could see the damage capabilities. But I think ZHAN CHENG, they could tighten up their offense even more, and I swear that's the key to winning this matchup. Play really aggressive, gripping the Mage on his cast, fear the Mage on his cast, or Mastery Hex the Mage on his cast. All of those things are going to limit his damage and just slow him down and let you play really, really aggressive onto Cubsy in the match. And it's unhealable damage. Like, if you have uptime on Cubsy, you will take him down with this composition.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like we talked about it before as well. There's like a sweet spot, you know? It's like a bit of it's like a game of chicken. You have to go in and tank a scary wizard, but if you can control the wizard while you're getting that uptime on the warlock, then you can make it scary for the warlock to the point where he has to run. And that enables you to keep chasing and to keep going for the pressure, and then eventually do unhealable damage and win. And that's exactly how they need to do it. The problem is, we're going to see it in a second when we see what map they decide to bring
Empyrean
us. But yeah, there's a lot of options. Empyrean Domain, Tolvir, you know, the Coliseum is nice this time of year, and they will go to the domain. So for ZHAN CHENG, I feel like Empyrean Domain actually isn't that bad. I feel like Tolvir would be way worse just because it's harder to actually reach Cubsy. When he teleports away, he's just gone. But on Empyrean Domain, you can kind of chase and reconnect. So, and this would be a swing match. So for ZHAN CHENG, I mean, they got everything to play for right now. If they can take this serious, I don't think they're guaranteed qualification. Actually, are they guaranteed qualification after now that THRALL'S was it THRALL'S Angels that got knocked? I think it would have to depend on UNITAS as well, but yeah, there is hope for ZHAN CHENG. There's hope for ZHAN CHENG right now, and if they really want to qualify, they would be better off winning in the upper bracket and just getting it done now against Cloud9 rather than going down to the lower bracket, because there's a lot of teams that want to knock them out there in the lower bracket. There's a lot of scary teams.
There's a lot of conditions with qualifying. So if ZHAN CHENG wins this, they get a tiebreaker with Novus, which means they'd have to continue winning. Otherwise, I think they'd have to play against them for a tiebreaker. I'm not sure how tiebreaker works, but to confirm that. The other team is UNITAS. UNITAS can play spoiler. If they win their upper bracket series, then they have 132 points, which is 20 more than ZHAN CHENG. And then who knows what happens after that? Because what if ZHAN CHENG beats UNITAS? Let's say ZHAN CHENG and UNITAS qualify to Championship Sunday on upper bracket, which would be crazy. And then ZHAN CHENG beats UNITAS, but UNITAS comes back. They might be playing against each other in the finals or something. This could be a crazy qualification in North America. Flop's actually going to go to Druid against TSG. I'm not sure how I feel about this. What's he thinking with? Is it with Vortex? He's thinking he can like Vortex them off of Cubsy and root them or something. But you have a Frost Mage. You have a Mage though. Why do you? You're gonna lose a stun. Like that's how they got every cooldown from Caprice last game.
Maybe he feels like the healing is gonna be better, but I don't know about that one. So I think like I said, for ZHAN CHENG, this is what I really want to see from them. Like if I could just like write the strategy for them to beat Mage Lock, I want them to just run at Cubsy, use every cooldown. When Wealthy Man uses his cooldown, grip him in, fear him if he blocks it. Or I guess they don't have they have Hex Dispel now, so it's a little bit different. You can't go for those Aura Mastery Hexes, but they weren't going for it anyways. But I think you just throw off kicks onto the Mage, do what you can, just trade out your defensives and just run at Cubsy, keep him on the back foot. That's what I want. I feel like if they run away on this map, it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah. I think, I don't know. I think for Flop, like he's such a sick Druid, so it kind of makes sense why he wants to go on that Druid. But I think that one thing that's really underrated about Holy Priest is just their healing. I don't know if a Druid healing is just better.
Underrated.
Like, I don't know if it's underrated.
I don't know if that's underrated.
Well, I don't. I think a lot of people pick Holy Priest because like, oh, you get the stun and you get a healer that's really hard to crowd control, and like there's a lot of reasons I guess to pick Holy Priest. But one of the best reasons is because they just have hard stops for healing. Like Ray of Hope is so good, and Guardian is so good, and like Leap of Faith on 30-second cooldown or whatever is so good as well.
No
so
grip.
you just have, they don't have grip. Like they gain Vortex, but they lose grip, which is essentially the same thing. So we'll see how it works out. But game number 3 is live. ZHAN CHENG looking to play spoilers here and looking to potentially take the swing match right now against Cloud9. Look at C9 Fluff though, looking handsome in that Cloud9 merch for sure.
Chilling at the pillar right now. Wealthy Man on the right, Cubsy on the left, pinning down ZHAN CHENG. But here comes the Deathborn. I think it was a proc Deathborn. I'm not sure if that was the active one or not. But Frostbolt's coming in anyways. Clapper's trying to roll up. Keter's trying to roll up, trying to get to target here. But Cubsy is so far away now. The Priest gets polymorphed. This is trouble. Clapper gets stunned up by Flop with that Feral Affinity. Massive damage incoming. Is he going to be able to escape to the pillar? Double Mortal Coil. Cubsy loading up a Decimating Bolt, getting ready for even more damage. Clapper intervenes to Caprice. Now Keter is kind of separated from his team. That dinosaur cartoon where the world shatters in half and like children are separated from their parents, and Keter's just over there all alone trying to get back to his team. Manages to get there.
He's a Death Knight. He's gonna be
okay. He's fine. It's not like that at all. He's fine.
He's like a bird. He has wings. Like I don't think he's too worried about it. There's no problem at all. But I don't like that defensive they're playing. I feel like if you're the Warrior Death Knight, just go for it. Just press your buttons, run at them. What are they even line of sighting right now? This is line of sighting for no reason. This isn't Deathborn. Like, what are they waiting for? I legitimately don't know. Just run after Cubsy. Caprice is just dead now. He had to trade out his trinket. They haven't done anything. I really don't like the way they're playing this game. If you're Cloud9, you're so happy. They're not committing any offensive cooldowns whatsoever. When are they going to press it? Here we go. Here's the aggression. What can they get done? Cubsy's far away from his port right now. This is going to be the all-in. Big damage coming in. Wealthy Man also taking a lot of damage. Also, this is the Icy Veins. They're trying to counter pressure. This is where I want to see ZHAN CHENG just go for it. Continue the push. Flop getting gripped in, using that Tranquility to avoid, but Cubsy's still just rotting down. Might have to trade out the ending result, but Clapper and Keter getting controlled. They're not going to be able to do too much here. Nice stun. Now, Wealthy Man could be a decent target if they can actually stop him, but I feel like they waited too long. They've already traded out their Aegis before they were able even to do anything. There's no trinket, and Clapper could just fall down at 20% health. Big flurry combo coming in from Wealthy Man. Priest gets polymorphed once again. Can he survive? He's so low on health. Cyclone does land, and
what?
Clapper
Impending victory heal.
Victory. He's playing the impending victory. Actually keeps himself alive. That's going to be the ignore pain. Actually unbelievable. I cannot believe that Clapper is alive right now. Let's see how much longer he can last.
Unbelievable. Caprice is so happy about that as well. Clapper manages to stay alive, but Caprice put in another polymorph. He spirit links it. Nicely played. And now looking for the Hex onto Wealthy Man. Not able to find it. Gets resheeped. And now finally, Vitor and Clapper need to make their way over to Cubsy. But that feels like a long road. Flop is already in stealth. Gets the name. Gets the rake. And they get the fear. And now, once again, this is the part of the game that they need to weather the storm. They need to rip in Wealthy Man, try to shut down some of his damage, trade out their Aegis, and try to build up that momentum onto Cubsy, because this is where they need that pressure. But unfortunately for the DK here, he's just not finding his way to the target, and Clapper is actually going to abandon that push. Does not feel safe to stay out in the open with that CC onto Caprice. They finally do shut down that repolymorph. Clapper will survive here, and that healing tide totem gets dropped in the back for Caprice. Should be enough to keep his team alive. But the problem is that they can't connect onto Cubsy together and actually get uptime. They're looking to go after Wealthy Man here potentially, but Flop, every time that they go after Cubsy, Flop actually restuffs and then is able to stun Clapper, is able to stun Peter, and that's what makes it so difficult. And now Clapper is getting clapped right here. Big damage coming out from Cubsy with that Dark Soul to kind of answer for that Necro banner that was just dropped. And now once again, ZHAN CHENG forced to kind of go back to the pillar and just try to stall a little bit when they just popped their cooldowns and they wanted to get aggressive.
Not a good position to be here. It seems like their only win opportunity is that Conqueror's banner, so they're immune to snares, the Abomination limb to pull people back in their clutches, and then outside of that, it seems like they really can't get anything done. Like, look at them trying to hit a target, just root proc, snared, Vortex, can't move, trying to get back to the pillar, has to leap. Flop almost stuns him up. Now comes another round of Deathborn, Icy Veins. out from Wealthy Man, so it's going to be terrifying. They drop the anti-magic zone, try and soak the remaining damage. They grip Wealthy Man to the pillar, but I think he can just blink away. Yeah, he's going to blink out of the anti-magic zone right away. Peter is trying to stand in the front with his team so that he can just tank damage, but Clapper's still the one getting blasted at the moment. They've chosen the line side Wealthy Man. They're interrupting Cubsy on the right side, trying to keep them at bay, killing the Fell Hunter, trying to get some heals off the Fell Hunter, but here comes Infernal Stun proc from Cubsy. Not enough damage to close it out. That impending victory certainly getting value for Clapper here. He clutches out big heals. They grip Wealthy Man in again, but he's just going to blink out to safety. They charge in, try and go after him. They're popping Recklessness Blade Storm, trying to cleave down Wealthy Man. Looks like Alter Time, but they cut through the Alter Time. Can they manage to take out Wealthy Man? If they beat them on Empyrean Domain, I think that they can do anything really in this tournament. Beating Cloud9 in this matchup, this is like one of the hardest things you could possibly do in Arena right now. Coming pretty close there to killing Wealthy Man, or at least getting an ice block, but close isn't good enough here. And Caprice down to 30% mana, slowly getting whittled down.
Slowly but surely, Wealthy Man right now with his Deathborn has them pinned at the pillar. Blizzard, Frozen Orb, triangle formation. Cubsy on the right, Wealthy Man on the left. Cubsy does get gripped in, but he can just portal away, and he's going to be completely fine with that. Infernals drop down once again. Keter going to be taking some damage, but anti-magic shell should be enough. I'd like to see more swaps onto Caprice. Just like if you can cast on the Shaman, going after the Shaman, definitely what you want to do. Fleshcraft gets absolutely smoked there by Cubsy, but everyone stabilizes. Caprice actually keeps his team alive. Wealthy Man now caught into an intimidating shout, and that's what you kind of want when you do make a push, because Wealthy Man is not playing his trinket. If you can catch him in an intimidating shout while going after Cubsy, it's a really good way to get aggressive as the warrior cleaves. Right now, everyone's rotting down 50% health, and I feel like at some point they're going to have to go for it. Dampening's just getting higher. Caprice actually has pretty much 0 defensive cooldowns. He could Trinket and use the Spirit Link, but against this composition, Trinket Spirit Link is not very valuable.
Yeah, especially with a situation like right now where the entire team is just rotting down, getting triple killed essentially.
Here it comes.
Not really going to do too much, but here comes the pressure. There's the Earth Elemental as well with that little knock attached to it. Big damage here onto Cubsy. This is where they need to just push in, just go all out and just keep pushing, never ever let go. And they do it. That's the question. They grip in Wealthy Man here as well. Those slappy hands definitely doing a lot of work here. Cubsy taking massive damage. Cubsy, no way, he teleports, and he's fighting on top of his teleport. He gets rooted. The Hellcraft comes out.
Away.
They kill him. No way. They can take Cloud9 here on their own match point, on their own map pick. And they can just reconnect. He's so close, Clapper, trying to close the distance. Wealthy Man with beautiful peels. Flop with the Tranquility in the backline manages to keep Cubsy alive. That was the big push. Can they continue it, though? That is the question. Cubsy with no cooldowns left. If they can just get him low one more time, they could potentially take him. But Wealthy Man right now in the backline with the Deathborn proc doing tons of damage. Cubsy finally going to be able to teleport out. Do they have a death grip for him? Can he reconnect? Is the question. They're all dogpiling on top of him. They're trying, but Wealthy Man is making it so difficult. Flop in the backline with the Cyclones, and they're going after Clapper now, hearing Keter on that DK, and it looks like finally they will have to go after Wealthy Man in the backline. They cannot connect onto Cubsy anymore, and that was such a beautiful push from ZHAN CHENG, but just so close. They're not able to find it, and now Caprice is getting blasted here in the midfield. Wealthy Man connecting with big damage. He's got no cooldowns left. He's got no mana left. Fleshcraft coming out. Is it going to be enough? He's trying to make it way through the pillar, and it will absorb one big hit right there, and he will connect back to the pillar, activates his Ascendance, and that will be his pretty much last mana that he can use here to keep his team topped off. But maybe they have one more chance. That Necro Banner is coming up in 15 seconds. If they can just connect on the Cubsy one more time, that could be the end of Cloud9.
If they can manage to do that, it'd be a miracle. They got port before the go. They got port before the A-bomb limit's coming up in 3 seconds. They just have to live 5 more seconds. Don't go after Wealthy Man. Don't do this. Don't go after Wealthy Man. That's bait. That is bait right there. Don't go after Wealthy Man. He has no port. They just have to grip him. A-bomb limb. I swear Cubsy just dies right here. Healing Tide's down preemptively. They're setting up for it. They have to connect the Cubsy here. That's just kill him through Iron Bark. This is it. It's now or never. You got 0 mana left. You got some cooldowns to trade to make the push, but he can't get there. He's getting blasted before he can connect. They don't want to go out in the open through the Icy Veins. You're going to try and bunker down through another Winter Storm from Wealthy Man. This anti-magic zone getting huge value right now. Do they have the mana, though, to keep this leash going? Caprice is getting blasted. The zone is over. Caprice is going to fall. Clapper can't leap in time. They were very, very close on the worst possible situation, pulling off a miracle, but Cloud9 do it up 2-1. However, on map pick, I feel like on a small map, ZHAN CHENG they're likely to, ZHAN Cheng are likely to bring us to game 5.
That was way too close.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really close for Cloud9. Cubsy running away at like 10% health for multiple seconds. There's good peels coming in from Wealthy Man during those last situations, but I feel like ZHAN Cheng in this one, I keep saying it, I'm going to say it again. I feel like at the beginning of the game, they messed around for way too long. There's no reason to sit on your cooldowns for, multiple minutes at a time. Like, the Wealthy Man didn't even commit anything in their line of sighting. That's not how you want to play the cleave. You really want to play aggressive, but to their credit, they did have this fantastic all-in. They were waiting for the second Rock Elemental to come up for that assistance and damage. But at this point, dampening is so high. We already got a portal from Cubsy. He doesn't have his unending resolve, and this is where Super Thieves was saying, all right, well, if they can just get to target, they're going to win. But unfortunately for them, Wealthy Man has Deathborn, he has Icy Veins, Capri's no mana, essentially. He does drop the Healing Tide Totem, but after the Healing Tide Totem, there's really not that much left. They drop an Anti-Magic Zone. The Anti-Magic Zone, I believe, actually breaks to damage. So you're seeing massive Chaos Bolts coming in, the Infernals, just Frost Bolts cleaving. Anti-Magic Zone gets dropped, and Capri's at this point, he gets swapped, and there's really not too much he could have done in that situation. It was just dampening so high, and you have no mana. But I like their pushes. I just want to see those pushes earlier, and I think on a small map, they could easily tie the series up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was so close, and that was on one of the best maps for Cloud9. So you really got to give it up to ZHAN Cheng there, hanging out, surviving for a long time, and making that one push that was super close, but ultimately it will be Cloud9 taking the win here with their Mage Warlock. And we criticized the Druid pick maybe a little bit at the start there, but it really showed why Flop decided to pick it, because those rake stuns were super key for Cloud9 as well, to actually get that victory. Every time they pushed out on the side of ZHAN Cheng, they were able to just stun the Clapper, stun Ketor, and just slow them down basically. And also the Cyclones, they almost got a kill early on because of that Cyclone. That was an insane impending doom heal. That was absolutely incredible. Clapper just on 1 HP basically, able to get that off and survive early on in the match. So I think both teams played that one pretty well actually.
I wonder if Cloud9 will change comp on a small map.
Windwalker maybe?
I feel like it wouldn't be worth, it would be worth trying. For this specifically, like a Windwalker Mage or even a Windwalker Lock maybe. So the Lock against double melee with only caster might not be the best. Even they've got like Hunter Warrior too. What about Hunter Mage, Hunter Frost Mage with the Kyrian arrow, and the cleave goes behind the pillar and you just launch the Kyrian arrow? Because they were playing that a lot before. I feel like they should experiment in this game. Like, why run Mage Lock here? Just if you lose, you run it in game 5, big map. Like, you should be able to lock that in. I feel like here it's not a guaranteed win, so trying something different to see if you can maybe get a better matchup. Because if ZHAN Cheng qualify, then they're going to be a team that's going to be a threat. Or if other teams pull TSG in the future, you're going to want to get more information from it. So I wouldn't mind Cloud9 changing. What they change to, I don't know. I'm trying to think what the most value would be for them. I think it was Sidu's team struggled against ZHAN Cheng in the open bracket, and they were running Windwalker Mage as well. So Windwalker Mage might not be the best pick, but they're going to do it. Windwalker Mage.
We're
Make a change on the small map. Yeah, definitely the reaction here needs to be to change and bring in KZ Fox. Get a nice little Avenging Wrath crit in here. Some big Templar's Verdicts and little tab target Terminators. And yeah, I think that's got to be the move here for them. And they were able to beat Team Liquid to get here. So this should be the matchup, a matchup that they're looking to get. They're probably just taking their time to respond. That maybe weren't expecting it. Like, oh, they actually switched. We forced Cloud9 to switch off Mage Lock. That's pretty impressive. It's not very often you'll see a team like Cloud9's Mage Lock swapping so quickly like this, but I think it makes sense on the map. And now they're just taking their time to think about it because, like I said, ZHAN Cheng can get through here. Like, they could qualify. Like, if UNITAS don't have a good performance and make it through, like, this could be it. This could be their run. Like, they're so close, right? They're so close that last game. I thought they had it for a second. Was like, if they take Empyrean Domain away, like, Cloud9's done for here. So don't really blame them for wanting to maybe think about it here, whether or not they want to bring in the DK again or the Ret. But I can't imagine that the Ret would be a bad pick here.
I mean, that's what they swapped to beat Sea-Doo. So I think they actually swapped to the Ret. They played the TSG, lost game number 1, then swapped to the Ret and won 3 in a row. So I think that's probably what they'll run. If they don't, I would be very surprised because I'm not going to lie. I watched those games, and game number 1, the Death Knight died extremely fast. Keter just got one shot by the Windwalker Fire Mage. So yeah, definitely didn't look as solid, whereas with the Ret Warrior, a little bit more durable with the off heals and some of the peels that the Retribution Paladin has. In addition to that, you can play really aggressive on Chun-Li. So I expect Chun-Li to be really put to the test here. I think it was Trill that fell all 3 games against the Ret Warrior. So I expect some really good defensive plays here from Chun-Li if they are going to win this one. Good kiting, but ZHAN Cheng's aggression in this matchup, I think, is going to be quite high.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be really hard for Chun-Li to survive. He doesn't have a lot of room to work with here, but at the same time, if they ever force ZHAN Cheng behind those boxes, they can definitely get a lot of work done with, Ring of Peace, Ring of Frost, and, leg sweep as well. So we'll see how the map kind of plays out. But yeah, Chun-Li going to be targeted, going to get stunned and sent potentially. And Cloud9 obviously want to stop that from happening. Potentially going to be targeting the Ret and going for CC on the Shaman. And yeah, this is game. This would take us to a game number 5 if ZHAN Cheng can win here. And like you said, I think it will hinge on UNITAS performance. If ZHAN Cheng wins this game and next game, I think it's going to be UNITAS performance that ultimately will decide if ZHAN Cheng is just auto-qualified after that. If UNITAS loses and then loses in the lower bracket right after, if UNITAS goes 0-2 in their matches, then ZHAN Cheng wins this game and next game, then ZHAN Cheng qualifies. But if ZHAN Cheng loses here, goes to the lower bracket, then and UNITAS wins, I think it can be a little bit tricky there. And ZHAN Cheng would have to do a deep lower bracket run to try to eliminate. I believe Novos would be the next team for them that they would have to eliminate. So there's a lot of a lot on the line for these guys, and you wouldn't typically. I actually wouldn't expect ZHAN Cheng to be that close. When you think about it, 2 games away is actually very, very close to qualifying. And this is kind of a team that they just look like they're having a lot of fun, signing up. Just zugging it out with melee cleave, not really like succumbing to the Holy Priest meta and things like that. Just sticking it out with the Shaman, and it's been fun to watch. Actually, it's been really fun to watch these guys.
Close. The closest you could come right now. And if they could beat Cloud9, like that's just a feat of strength in itself, especially as a melee cleave team. Like, because I feel like Sea-Doo's team, for example, has struggled with Cloud9 in the past, and they're predominantly playing these melee cleaves. So maybe TSG actually could be an answer for them in the future. I think they've started introducing some Hunter DK though. So there's still a lot of experimentation to be had here in patch 9.2. We're right now in game 4 between ZHAN Cheng and Cloud9. ZHAN Cheng battling for their qualifications to the circuit stage for even bigger prizes. Has to take this game 4, take us to a game 5 with their Ret Warrior KZ Fox tagged in for this matchup. But that game 5 is going to be grim no matter what. You're either locking a DK into Windwalker Mage, or you're locking a Cleave into Mage Lock on a big map. So this is going to be a long road for ZHAN Cheng if you want to cheer them on. They've been nothing but smiles, having a good time, just zugging it out, a couple of buds, playing it in these cup stages to try and qualify to the top 8. They face one of the most dominant teams in North America, Cloud9, try and get there. Can they pull it off?
We're going to have to wait and see. A really big, aggressive push here. Nice Dragon's Breath, but flop! He could just go down. He has to Trinket, he has to Guardian, he has to Fade. Really crazy damage coming in from this Ret Warrior in game number 1. I like the fact they're getting this aggressive. Now Spear of Bastion on Chun-Li. Do they have the damage to keep pushing forward? KZ Fox, he traces out the Divine Shield. They're just running at the Holy Priest. Flop could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, let's see what Flop can do here. No Trinket, no Guardian. Right? Oh, he's gonna fly up in the airlines. In the air right now. Top Airlines going to be heading for the skies. The KZ Fox in a lot of trouble. Big damage coming out here from Chun and Wealthy Man. Can they get the CC though onto Caprice? Doesn't look like they get interrupted. And they stop the follow-up Holly there as well. And they even dropped the War Banner. They really didn't want Caprice to get Sheep there. But now when he's crossing the map, he could get Sheep. They clothesline Chun though. He gets stunned. And they have a stun on the Flop with no follow-up CC. Caprice gets counterspell on his Hex. Nicely done there by Wealthy Man. And now they get a paralyzed. They can turn it around onto KZ Fox. Get a DR Ring of Frost. KZ Fox with great kiting and spamming out those Word of Glories, is able to keep himself alive. Fear will get Blessing of Sanctuary. Izzy Fox should survive now with Caprice out of crowd control. That was a nice push there, and a nice counter push by Cloud9. It's not over though. Double stun coming out from Chun-Li. That's going to be Caprice immediately trinketing, creating out the Spirit Link totem. Big trades coming out here for Chun-Li's cooldowns, getting a lot of value. That was also the combustion of Wealthy Man right there. They can get a CC now onto Caprice. They have a checkmate situation. The next time they have big damage available, they could just take down Chun-Li.
See if they can set it up here and just close out this series. Cloud9 getting all the medallions. Pressure's in their favor. Chun-Li, though, respecting the Avenging Wrath, trying to avoid KZ Fox, rolling away back to the boxes. Flop still no trinket. He pre-fades. They can kill Flop and Hodge. Can they connect onto Flop? Clapper's into Sheep. He can't get dispelled. KZ Fox not going to solo Flop there. Man, if Caprice wasn't interrupted, got Clapper onto target, he could have taken him up. KZ Fox jumps to the bottom. Clapper tries to leap in to save him with that heroic fear onto the entire team. Buying time for KZ Fox to survive, and that window's lost. Flop's going to have his trinket. They're trying to get back onto Chun-Li here, and they crack him down. Procking in Avenging Wrath. Flop goes into the skies. KZ Fox jumps down to go after Chun-Li. He's pinned by the Spirit Bastion, but doesn't care. Double leg sweep, looking to turn it around. KZ Fox makes a trade. Shield of Vengeance. They're cutting through that shield quite rapidly, though. It's going to explode. Where are they going to go with it? KZ Fox landing the stun onto Flop, trying to avoid Chun-Li here on match point, trying to escape, but Chun-Li is still all over him. Big heals coming out from KZ Fox. Triple fear comes in. Sanctuary from KZ Fox. Caprice doesn't really have anything to heal him with, though. Double cleave. Massive damage coming in from Cloud9 on match point, and that is it. Cloud9 will send ZHAN, CHENG to the lower bracket, so they will have to fight so many more amazing teams if they want to have a hope of qualifying to the top 8.
Yeah, it's a really scary position to be, but I think ZHAN CHENG showed a lot of heart in this one. I like the way they played that Warrior Death Knight. Unfortunately, for this Ret Warrior game, Cloud9, I think, played a really good game of defense. It was just really difficult for them to actually connect to a target for too long. Cloud9 ultimately going to claim victory with a nice 3-1, bringing in the Windwalker Mage on the smaller map, and really can't blame them because this looked really, really good.
Yeah, that was a really nice performance here by Cloud9, and I mean, that's the thing. On those small maps, they can always kind of flip a switch and get that big lead. And that's exactly what happened a little bit earlier when Caprice trinketed. They just got them all to, play scared, to stack up behind the pillar. And then they got that big leg sweep. They reset to trinket, use a Spirit Link. And then at this point, they're basically in a checkmate situation. KZ Fox, no Divine Shield, no trinket. And they have no trinket on the Caprice. Caprice tries a grounding here on that leg sweep push. But eventually they connect with the CC chain, and Flop gets stunned here. They go for the all-in, but just too much damage coming out as well. Wealthy Man will have that combustion ready, and he's going to pop it. They get the follow-up, and Caprice actually comes out of crowd control, but doesn't have enough heals here to work with. Nice double stun there as well by Flop, using that apotheosis with those wings that you can see on Flop right now to reset his stun. So he gets a stun on the red, then he casts a couple of smites, resets his stun, and then uses it on the shaman there because they didn't have any more CC, and they're able to take him down and take the dub.
And take the dub they did. Cloud9 going to be moving forward here in this upper bracket. So we'll see them play once again on Championship Sunday. And now ZHAN CHENG, as Zeke already said, they are going to have to continue on fighting in that lower bracket to try and make it to top 8. So we'll keep you guys posted on everything going on over there. But we're going to move on to our next upper bracket series. It's going to be UNITAS versus KAWHI. UNITAS is another team that needs this win in order to make it to top 8. They're right there on that cusp. And if they get this win here, that guarantees them a spot into the top 8. So it's another series that's going to have one team, feeling quite a bit of pressure here. So I'm excited to see if these guys can perform. They've been fairly consistent. I was talking with Korlik a little bit behind the scenes, and he says that he's feeling good. They know what they need to do. They just need to perform well. So we'll see how they perform in this next series. We're going to head to a break. It's going to be UNITAS versus KAWHI coming up next. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are in another upper bracket series. We've got UNITAS hoping to make it to the top 8 versus KAWHI. This is an extremely important game here for UNITAS. If they win this one, they get top 8. If they lose, they are sent down to that lower bracket, Super Ts, and there are some pretty tough matches that could come from that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to fight 3.5 men down there. We just saw, was it the Golden Guardians down there? Like, you've got to beat some of the best teams in North America if you want to qualify. Right now, they have to beat the best. They have to beat KAWHI in their spot. Like, if they can beat KAWHI here, I feel like that's a pretty earned position, because it's very few teams that have. Like, only recently Team Liquid was able to. So let's see what's going to come out from them, though. What comps are they going to run? Is it going to just be a Rogue Mage? Is it going to be a surprise? It looks like it's going to be the Rogue Mage from UNITAS. A subtlety Rogue Mage, not assassination, into KAWHI's Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, which has been getting them so many wins in this year's Cup stage.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds on the gates opening. It's going to be UNITAS with their RMP and KAWHI with their answer. I mean, this has been a nightmare for RMPs to deal with. This Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin coming in from KAWHI. Brain on that Paladin provides a lot of defense. The Blessing of Protections are very effective against rogues as well. Prev and Drake able to get out tons of crowd control and damage. The Night Fae Rogue as well as the Night Fae Shadow Priest gives some really consistent Vendetta goes, which is quite difficult to deal with. Aiden's going to start off the game with a cheap shot onto Brain and then a cheap shot onto Prev. Who is the target going to be? Drake once again opening with that immediate dismantle, shutting down Aiden in that opener and actually going to pre-vanish on potentially the go here coming in from UNITAS. Great initial disruption here from Drake.
Yeah, Drake basically single-handedly starting his own go and shutting down the opposite go, but here comes the smoke bomb. Drake will trinket out from that one, respecting the play, and that means that they have a situation. Actually, Aiden does not have Shadowy Duel, so never mind. They don't have a situation where they can take him down maybe in a Shadowy Duel, and instead they're going to have to get more clean setups, but at least to get Drake's trinket out of the way for UNITAS. Now they launch the next attack, blind onto Core Lake, and what are they actually going to go after with this? Cheap shot onto Brain, cheap onto Drake, and then they swap it onto Brain, but Rev is actually no longer in that blind, and he is able to break up that chain with a nice silence there onto Abrua. So I don't know how much I like that blind coming out there, but it's going to be okay, I guess. They do get the trinket from Korlik, and Aiden actually going to be able to run back here in the disarm. Abrua taking huge damage, big defensive blind coming out, and Abrua still might just proc here. Korlik still in crowd control. I think he's going to have to block here, and they will get his ice block. So KAWHI are just one setup away actually from just taking this right now. Korlik with no trinket, Abrua with no defense. Go for a sheep on the Brain. Go after Drake. Big push here. Rev might need to use his Void Shift. No, it's going to be Brain trinketing and using that sacrifice. So good trade there, but now Abrua needs to survive.
Yeah, kidney shot, Vendetta available. It's going to get pulled. Massive damage incoming. All in on Abrua, bombing the pod to prevent the connect. But Korlik is there, not able to get the Ray of Hope in time. KAWHI are going to dominate game one. Good defensive trade, solid play all around. Able to end that game so quickly against the Rogue Mage Priest. Just another example of why they are one of the most dominant teams in North America for so long. Now is UNITAS being down 1 point. Like, it's gotta be hurting. Like, there's real pressure here for UNITAS to get into that top 8, and going down to the lower bracket, fighting the teams that are already down there is not something they want to deal with. They'd much rather have the comfort of knowing they're in. So this is going to be a tough road, and KAWHI are not letting up. They're not backing down at all. Like, they came to play.
And they always do. I mean, I feel like them getting 4th place was, I saw some of their tweets and some of the stuff they were saying. I don't think they were very happy with that one. I don't think they were as prepared as they wanted. Following week, they came, got 1st place, and now, I mean, it's looking as dominant as ever. Really good pushes here from KAWHI, and Abrua is not playing the Blink Stun, so he's actually not playing the Blazing Soul. Yeah. So all of these kidney shots are going to be very devastating. I mean, he's not going to be able to blink out of them. He's not really going to be able to do too much whatsoever, and I think that's why they basically made him the main target in the match. He's going to lose a lot of healing without those additional blazing barriers. He could potentially get more crowd control, but it just didn't actually play out. He was just on the back foot for so much of this game. Drake did a really good job at the beginning of the game as well, just completely shutting down the opener. I feel like that kind of set the pace. That was set the tempo for the match. This is a scary moment here for Drake, but Brain just going to trade out the trinket, sacrifice, And it's at this point where they do have the Vendetta. So Drake actually does have the Vendetta, where they're able to just get the kidney shot once again. Psychic Core on Corlick, very clean setup. And Brua will go down once the pod tender drops. It's going to be a smoke bomb, and that silence just coming in from Prev is more than enough to deny him saving that pod. And it's a very clean win here from KAWHI.
Yeah, you got to lose that blink stun. Honestly, for Unitas, it's like the way they're playing, it's like almost a little bit outdated. It feels like it's so hard to actually, like when we saw 3.5 men playing against KAWHI, KAWHI also took the win there, but the openers looked a lot better because they did these fake openers where they would go and they would do an opener and not commit anything into it, get the disarm out of the way, and then maybe get Drake's Vanish as well. And then on the second DR, that's when they commit their cooldowns. But for Unitas, they actually are trying to set up like that perfect first opener, and it's just never going to happen as long as Drake is in stealth. So I don't know what they want to do there. Do they want to wait for Drake to get pulled out of stealth, or maybe for them to find him, or for Aiden to maybe get a sap on him, or to get sapped by Drake, if they want to play like that kind of rogue waiting game, or if they want to just do a fake opener where maybe they pretend that they're going after Prev, they sap like Brain, open onto Prev, get disarmed, and then they go onto Brain after that with their cooldowns, something like that, which is what we saw from 3.5 men. I think it's a lot more effective, and when you're playing the sub version of the Rogue Mage, you just have to swap a lot. I feel like you need at least 2 targets that you're consistently swapping back and forth between, because if your game plan is, okay, we're going to kill Drake, and that's basically our only target, it becomes very, very telegraphed what you're doing. And for KAWHI as well, they love it if you play Shimmer against them. So I think Brua needs to swap because you just not get any value out of the Shimmer anyway. Like in that last game, he didn't actually Shimmer Sheep Brain. Even in the replay when they get the trinket and the sacrifice, it's off of a Dragon's Breath Sheep. It's not off of a Shimmer Poly, and then he can Dragon's Breath the trinket and pull a bubble or something, where it's like gets a lot of value. It just, okay, blinks just like he would have with his other blink, and then he DB Sheeps. Only difference is that, of course, he's not going to be on global with the Shimmer, but trading the fact that you have to sit every kidney for that, it just doesn't seem worth it. So everyone is playing the tank build for a reason, and I think that Unitas, they need to get with that.
I feel like not running the talent was either a mistake or just super greedy. Like he thought maybe they wouldn't notice and he could kind of get away with it or something. But they noticed and immediately punished it here. So I would imagine he's switching that talent here for game number 2. Will they be able to set up the swap so they'll be able to find their targets here? The opener matters a lot here for the Rogue Mage. You can see Aiden just sprinting across the map immediately. Drake sprinting as well, almost running into each other there. That shadow crash from Trev almost pulling out Aiden, but they are getting closer to the pillar here. Drake is staying next to his team to save them if Aiden decides to open. I don't think they're going to be able to get a sap. Looks like Prev is in combat, so they're going to have to open up with stuns here. The cheap shot Brain, the cheap shot Prev. They're going after Prev a little bit here, committing some damage, but no major cooldowns just yet. Now the rogues go after each other, dismantling each other, preventing the initial assault here, which is better for KAWHI, certainly. Now they're going to stun up Aiden, silence on the core, like set up a go on Aiden. They get Trinket Cloak off the silence here. They have to trade for Vendetta. Abreu is trying to connect with Combust here, but he just can't connect to a target. His Combust is basically going wasted at the moment. Brain gets stunned up. Can they finally get some damage here? Big Mind Games incoming. Holy Fire as well. Abreu finally gets to Drake. Trying to take him out now, down to half with evasion active, trying to face Aiden and dodge all of his attacks. Prev in the backline throwing out those Fey Guardians, giving him a little bit of damage reduction and cooldown reduction on that Vendetta, which is almost available. They could just smoke bomb Aiden here with Vendetta. They get Guardian Spirit prior to the Vendetta, which is just another major cooldown out of the way. Really want to see a smoke bomb play from Drake here in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think it would be really nice if we did see it. Aiden right now, he's got no trinkets, super susceptible to that swap. There's a nice mind control a little bit earlier by Corlick as well. Really putting Drake on the back foot. Good crowd control. See what they can do. Dismantle over onto Aiden. That's going to be a Pandaren Racial onto Abreu. Here's the kidney shot coming in from Aiden once again. Drake is getting consistently kidney. Nice Dragon's Breath coming in from Abreu as well. This control is great. And it is going to be the Trinket Sacrifice. A lot better from Unitas. Not being able to go after Abreu allows him to play a lot more aggressive in this match. And he's been getting some nice crowd control.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Dragon's Breath. They get Brain's Trinket. And guess what? Aiden has his blind. So Aiden could go for full blind. But right now he's in a blinding light by Corlick or by Brain. And he's going to be pulling back to the pillar there for a second. Now kidney shot onto Aiden. They get a disarm there onto Korlik. Can he get anything more? Doesn't look like it. Korlik will come out, be able to top his rogue. Now kidney shot onto Drake. They don't have that much damage though. Abrua though with the late combustion, and that will get them the vote share. Very nice play there from Abrua, kind of getting that combustion right at the right time. And it pulls out a big cooldown. Now let's see what can they get in return. Nice pre-Aegis. Actually, no, that was not a pre-Aegis. That was Drake's Aegis. And Aiden will get a bunch of cooldowns there from Korlik with that Guardian Spirit and the Ray of Hope from his healer. And now Drake once again here on the back foot. They don't have anything for him. They bubble. Can they protect the seed? They bop it, but I think he actually got dispelled right there. And the seed gets cracked. No way. They keep it alive.
Saved by the light.
Shadowmans as well. And they will survive. And this is so typical of Hawaii, man. That pod never dies when Brain is in the game. I don't know how, but it's just what Brain does. Right now, Brain's in a full blind. The Drake trinkets out, and he might be able to survive. They actually ice block offensively. They have more CC. They have a full sap there on the Brain. They're chasing down Drake, but he gets his trinket, his cloak, and his evasion back. And now he soul shapes behind the pillar. Drake will actually survive. The Shadowy Duel comes out here onto the Brain. If they have any more CC, they could take out Drake, but it doesn't look like it. Drake with a defensive kidney shot. Brain finally coming out of crowd control. Should be able to stabilize Drake in that situation. Double disarm coming out here between the rogues as well. And Drake will survive, moving once again. And now full line onto Korlik, who's going to be the target for KAWHI.
Wait and see here. Evasion's fading soon. They get the stun lock from the Shadow Priest instead, mixing it up a bit, trying to punish that evasion. Bop on the kidney from Brain here, preemptively on the poly, trying to slow down the damage, but will it be enough? Prev and Drake trying to retreat around the corner. Drake managing to get into stealth. They have to swap to Prev for a moment, but he's tanky enough to survive it. Fear now onto Brain. Drake's in trouble. If Aiden connects to Drake, it could be lights out. Combustion rolls out. Can Brain get some big heals here? Big heal comes out from Brain. Now another kidney shot onto Aiden. They're going to grip Aiden across the field. Dragon's Breath onto Drake. Drake manages to reconnect nonetheless, though, with hammers down onto Korlik. They might be able to turn this around. A couple seconds left. They have a blinding light out of this. They have the quaking palm. Trying to go for the kill, but now they're turning it around onto Drake. Kidney shot, Poly onto Brain. Is Drake the one that's going to be able to survive in this position? Prev is chastised. He can't help out. Big holy fire incoming. Brain barely gets the sacrifice off in the nick of time. Now giving them an opportunity to kill Aiden. His trinket not up for 19 seconds. No trinket on the healer. They have Vendetta. They have to pull the trigger on it immediately here. Kidney shot, Vendetta, bomb, big all in onto Aiden. Korlik's trying to get there, but he just can't. And KAWHI take it now to match point.
I cannot believe what just happened in this game. I mean, I don't know how Brain is able to consistently do this, but he's always keeping these seeds alive. If there's a seed in the game, it is not going to die if Brain is there. Defying death, Drake comes back to the game and is able to get a nice counter set up there. There's no trinket on the rogue Aiden. There's no trinket on the healer. They get the smoke bomb, the kidney shot, Vendetta. Unfortunately, before we could actually see the priest get there, Korlik was just met with a psychic core, and I believe he's actually has a silence out of that. So lots of instant crowd control, beautiful setup there by KAWHI, but that was a really close game. I really feel like UNITAS played this one quite well.
Yeah, this was a beautiful game from UNITAS. A lot better than game number one, but just unfortunately for them, the seed just allowed Drake to survive. And I think this is actually already after the seed has been, after they have already survived the seed. So here's big damage onto Aiden, and they get the Ray of Hope. They get the Guardian Spirit, and then they kidney shot Drake. They get decent pressure here onto Drake. Full sheep onto Brain. They stop the Master Spell. Drake actually dropping quite low here. Mind Games coming out as well. Say about the light procs, and Brain trinkets, sacrifices there, and he goes for the trade. And Drake gets disarmed. Aiden now happy with that trade. He's going to go back a little bit, wait for the DRs, and then the kidney shot Aiden, smoke bomb. Korlik tries to make his way over there with greater fade, but as soon as that fade times out, Prev is ready with the disarm, with the silence, and they just take him down with that Vendetta kidney shot, smoke bomb. And if you're on UNITAS, you got to be a little bit frustrated. Your qualification is on the line, and Pod Tender stands in the way. That's rough.
We've been seeing a ton of Pod Tenders lately. Because now it's not only the mage that plays Pod Tender. If it's like a rogue mage, now all of the rogues are playing Night Bane and Pod Tender as well. So the amount of seeds we see in this match is quite high.
I guess Aiden's playing sub, so he's just not going to get the Pod Tender. He's missing out. He could have been alive there if it was Asa.
Yeah,
I could see why he doesn't want to be in this matchup. There's just so many counters to the Vendetta on this team. That being subtlety could be better for them. Still maybe debatable. We're going to Ashamane's Fall now on match point. They have to reverse sweep KAWHI here 3-1 or 3-0 basically in a row. Otherwise, they're in the lower bracket. They have to keep battling it out. If they lose out there, then it opens opportunities for ZHAN CHENG to potentially take their spot. And I think it's Novos' spot that's in contestant right now. Novos is basically cheering, I think, for KAWHI, and he's cheering for everybody that isn't ZHAN CHENG or UNITAS. Because if UNITAS or ZHAN CHENG don't get a run, I think it's Novus that gets in with Palomar, who aren't in the top 8 right now. So waiting to see that all play out. But there's possibility. So if you're a Palomar fan, you've got to be rooting against Unitas. You got to be rooting against ZHAN CHENG.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy what could potentially happen here today. It's especially crazy if you're one of those teams, you're not actually playing today, and depending on what happens, your qualification is on the line. That's got to be, very difficult. You're just sitting there, everything's out of your hands. What's going to happen? We're going to have to wait and see. This series, KAWHI looking really good, but honestly, Unitas had a great game number 2. They had consistent pressure on Drake. They actually took him down. Barely survived with the pod tender getting bopped, as well as the Sacred Shield coming through. So, the Saved by the Light, pardon me. It was strong, but we'll see what they can do. Abreu, once again, going to be playing the Blink Stun, so can play relatively aggressive in the match. Unfortunately, the Ring of Frost missed. That could have been a really nice opening there, but once again, Drake saves the day. Immediate dismantle onto Aiden. Peels onto Abreu, and KAWHI gets to hold on to basically every defensive cooldown until now. Big swap onto Drake. That is going to be Trinket, blessing of protection from Brain. Now into a full polymorph. This is great pressure from Unitas.
Yeah, but Drake realizes the danger is in. He's just going to kite. Doesn't want to get caught up with those last couple of seconds of that combustion. And I see Drake now looking to push forward here, going after Abreu for a little bit. Aiden not going to be a target just yet. And looking for a re-stealth actually around the corner there, and I think he will find it. Unless Drake just sniped him there. I know Aiden does get that re-stealth behind the corner. And now Aiden, who are they going to go after? Looks like they might actually go after Drake once again. They get the Dragons. Oh, nice pre-battle master by Drake. They get a double Ring of Frost. Prev depths it. And Prev saved the day, though, is the question. Goes for the fear. It's the Shadow Man's Brain in a DR sheep, and will actually break on the Brain. So they survived there. Nice death there by Prev, honestly. Otherwise, he would have been cross-CC'd in that Ring of Frost, and that surely would have been somebody's trinket or bubble. And Drake manages to hold on to it. Now kidney shot onto Aiden. Dragon's Breath by Abreu. Abreu taking a lot of damage as well. Aiden as well. Both of them rotting down here. Can they proc the Guardian? I think they just did there because his Cauterize did not proc. So that Guardian will be on a 3-minute cooldown here for Corlick. Kidney shot onto Drake. He's going to trinket out. Both of his teammates in crowd control. And that armed resonator going off there as well. So that was a smart trinket by Drake. But now it will leave him exposed here potentially for future stun locks. Aiden now, though, in a kidney shot, they have smoke bomb as well. They kick Abreu. Will they go for it? Aiden actually trinkets out. So now they will have that smoke bomb for Aiden if he doesn't just straight up die right now. Corlick's still in crowd control. Where's this pressure coming from? On the side of KAWHI, just infinite, endless pressure. But now finally a counter setup coming in. Full sheep here onto Brain. Full kidney shot onto Drake. Prev once again with beautiful positioning. Ripping Drake, allowing him to stay alive long enough to come out of that stun lock, vanish. And then a counter attack here onto Aiden. But still, combustion rolling, doing a lot of damage here onto Drake. He will survive. So now they have a situation where they can set up a smoke bomb on the side of KAWHI and onto Drake. And that could be the win condition. Otherwise, the next CC chain could potentially be the game here for Aiden. I don't know how he's going to survive the next stun lock.
Here it is. Kidney shot. Vendetta match point. Is Corlick going to get there in time? He pre-fades, but the bomb is down. And KAWHI planted themselves into Championship Sunday. Unitas will have to battle it out in this deadly, deadly, deadly lower bracket if they want to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, that...
I mean, this is what this team is known for, right? And this composition they have has been really rock solid. In the past, I mean, it's crazy to think that this team has Ceralium on the sideline. A lot of people consider him to be like one of the best, the best mages in North America. He's on the sideline for basically all of these games. And this is kind of what Prev was able to do, in previous seasons where they were able to just kind of rock the Mage Windwalker. They're just such a well-rounded team. They have this composition. A lot of teams don't seem to have an answer for it. And they just play it so well.
Yeah, and this is right as they get Aiden's trinket. At this point, they're basically in checkmate. if they want to, they can blind in 30 seconds and just get a guaranteed kill with blind. Or if they can just get a smoke bomb set up onto Aiden, it's also game over. They have the damage as well to back it up. So for KAWHI, this was just a super, super clean setup. They kidney shot Aiden here, just buying time because they know they don't have Vendetta anyway. So they want to wait for that Vendetta, come back off cooldown. May as well throw out the kidney shot, stabilize. And then Drake just attacking the mage here, trying to stabilize. And then here comes the blind onto Brain. Here comes the setup onto Drake. Brain immediately trades. And they realize, oh, wait, we have Vendetta. They're kind of split. Here's the kidney shot. Late smoke bomb coming out, edging the smoke bomb as well. And yeah, KAWHI can't do anything about it. Really, really nice play here from KAWHI. They also had blind coming up too. So just a really overkill. And UNITAS, I was just looking at the math a little bit earlier, so I was a little distracted. But UNITAS, they're still in it. They still potentially could qualify if they win at least one game in the lower bracket. But there's a lot of diciness happening right now. If ZHAN CHENG gets eliminated in their next match, then I think UNITAS makes it. But if ZHAN CHENG manages to get, I think, 5th, and UNITAS finishes on 6th, then they would have to play a tiebreaker. So a lot of funny things can happen with the qualification. But ultimately, both THRALL'S Angels, ZHAN CHENG, and Novos are still in it. And it is THRALL'S Angels are not in it. It's Novos, UNITAS, and ZHAN CHENG that are in it. So those 3 teams are still playing for the qualification.
Definitely a lot of situations that could happen. Apparently, also there's a world where if ZHAN CHENG gets 3rd, UNITAS gets 4th, then ZHAN CHENG, UNITAS, and Novos will have a 3-way tie. So we'd have to work that out somehow. So it gets really confusing. Of course, we're going to keep you guys posted as we go along here. But yeah, UNITAS going to be dropping down KAWHI moving forward, and we're going to go back down to the lower bracket. We're going to see ZHAN CHENG once again try and fight to stay in or to make it into that top 8. They just got knocked down earlier today by Cloud9, and now they're going to be facing off here against Golden Guardians. So you can bet that they are just a little bit nervous as they go into this series. So we'll have to see how they do. We're going to go to a break. It's going to be Golden Guardians facing off against ZHAN CHENG in an elimination series coming up next. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are down here in the lower bracket. It's going to be an elimination round. Golden Guardians already in that top 8. ZHAN hoping to get there, so they have to perform in this matchup. We can take a look at the brackets. A couple of teams, these teams are eliminated. Of course, some of them still fighting to get to Championship Sunday here. But ZHAN, Super Tees, what can we expect from these guys?
I'm not super teased, but I would gladly
that's fine
answer
too.
that. Just because I'm a big ZHAN fan, so let me just take this one real quick. For ZHAN, I mean, we're expecting cleaves. Now, what type of cleave? That's the big question. They can leave with the TSG, they can go with the DK, and they can go with the Ret Warrior, they can go with the TSG, and for them, they need a deep run here. Golden Guardians, they're already qualified. So they're mainly playing spoilers right now. Golden Guardians, man, they're like the vacuum cleaner in the lower bracket. They're just crushing everyone's hopes of qualifying. THRALL'S Angels already knocked out, and now ZHAN. If they can take the win here, you know, they have been struggling a lot against Cleaves in general, like in the past. So if ZHAN can take the win here, that's going to be really good for their chances to qualify. And look at that bracket. That is so scary as well. UNITAS and 3.5 men. Going to be playing an RMP mirror after this series. So our last series of the day will be UNITAS battling it out in an RMP mirror for their lives. So this lower bracket is definitely a scary situation.
Yeah, I think it's a scary situation as well, especially since this is the last hope for a lot of teams. It's the last cup too, you know, the last sort of normal cup like this that we're going to see before we head into the round robin. So it's, you know, funny that it's turned out to be, you know, this competitive down there in the lower bracket. I feel like we're seeing a lot of that here within this North American region. But yeah, this is a second to last series of the day. Then, like Zico said, we're going to go to UNITAS and 3.5 men. So two of these teams looking to continue to perform to try and get as many points as they can. But what do we think is going to come from Golden Guardians in terms of comp, Sven? I know that they've been you know, experimenting quite a bit with new things this season. It's, you know, they've kind of broken out from their bread and butter composition. So I feel like it could be a lot of options.
Yeah. So what's really interesting about the Golden Guardians is it feels like in the past they really have kind of struggled with cleaves, and maybe having the Paladin for their Rogue Shadow Priest is going to be the answer. So that could be a good pick for them. I also feel like a composition that they picked up is the Mage Lock. Yeah. So it sounds weird, but I feel like ZHAN actually lost the blind pick here. So ZHAN was likely wanting to play against the Shadow Priest, Rogue, Paladin, and now they're met with the Mage Lock, where if they knew they were playing against the Mage Lock, I guarantee you they would have rather played the Death Knight Warrior. So I feel like Golden Guardians definitely won this blind pick. Really, really good read from them.
Yeah, the Golden Guardians doing an absolutely insane job here with that blind pick. And now we're finally going to get to see it. We were kind of joking around about this earlier, but Jellybeans on the Frost Mage has been putting in a lot of time. Let's see if it works out for him. WizK on that Destruction Warlock. Now he's going to be tested here immediately, actually using his human racial right there to get out of that stun, but he's stuck in that Spear of Bastion. Big pressure coming out from Jellybeans on that mage though with the Deathborn, and immediately ZHAN, they're gonna go back to the pillar there, and this is where we kind of get to see Jellybeans. He's got the Icy Flows and he's looking to do some damage with it. And where's the Blizzard Jellybeans? There we go. Oh, no, he doesn't actually get it. He lines himself there, unfortunately, with Icy Flows. A little bit of inexperience maybe with that talent, but he'll have to be in their lines when the cast finishes. But here comes big damage. WizK on the Warlock. The Priest actually triggered it after the Infernal Stun. I'm not sure, but he just wants to play it safe. Trading out big cooldowns here. It is, you know, the scariest moment in the game, essentially, with that Deathborn and, of course, with the Dark Pack. With that defensive cooldown there from WizK as well, fading just now. So they're going to be making their way back to WizK now. And potentially this is a big push coming in here from ZHAN.
Oh, man. It's going to be so tough to get out in the middle of the map. Nice Hex onto Jellybeans here. Is he going to ice block it? He's choosing to sit through a very long Hex while WizK is getting blasted by KZ Fox and Clapper. And they stay on him and get that unending resolve. They get Ray of Hope, they get Guardian Spear, they get a ton of cooldowns from WizK. They need to get value during this Earthquake Elemental. That's their big push moment, is when Dwayne is on the field here, getting that Earthquake damage out and adding that to the Ret and Warrior. But unfortunately that Elemental is getting crowd controlled by a Frost Nova at the moment. WizK is going to portal behind the pillar while the Ret's in a sheep. Gate's actually back to the Ret Paladin in midfield. Not sure if I'm a big fan of that Gate just there. They're going to stun up KZ Fox. Try and blast him down. Gets interrupted. Now he's got Aura Mastery thanks to that trinket. Big Chaos Bolts in onto KZ Fox. Has Divine Shield here in game one. Doesn't want to trade it. Trying to hold on to it. But I don't think he can. Oh, he tried to greed it. And sometimes greed isn't good. Golden Guardians take the first point.
I love it. I mean, Mage Lock. I was going to say, I love it right now because Mage Lock is a really, really powerful composition. And you can use it in like counter matchups like this. Like even if, I'm not saying Golden Guardians is playing bad at all because it doesn't seem like they are, but even if they don't play it at like 99.99%, even if they're playing it at like a 90%, 85%, it's still going to be so good in a matchup like this. Whereas with the Rogue Shadow Priest, it could be a lot more dicey. So where they could just outright counter someone with this Mage Lock, I really like that Jelly has kind of stepped up on the Frost Mage. WizK has played the Destro Warlock in the past, and I think in this game he did a really good job kind of kiting and maneuvering him around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think WizK on the Warlock, we don't really have that big of a question mark on him because we've seen it in the past. He had to bring it out a lot last year as well, and he's done a good job with it, to be honest. It's more the Jelly Mage, but it did look decent here in this matchup. They played to their strength. They got a lot of pressure out, and they also counter-pressured really, really well during that push at the end, and that's exactly what we're going to see already here. Caprice using his Trinket and trading out his Ascendance, his Astral Shift earlier on. So now all they need to do is get some CC on Caprice and go after KZ Fox at the same time. They get a stun on KZ Fox, building up damage. They get the Chaos Bolt, and a Jelly Bean kills off the Grounding Totem. He gets a full sheep there onto Caprice, and it actually breaks there, I think, onto Caprice, but it's enough damage and it's enough CC to actually get them to give them the time that they needed to get the damage off. KZ Fox could have bubbled, could have survived there for sure. They still had some things to trade there, but overall it looked good from the Golden Guardians. Definitely a smart blind pick, and this is what we love to see from the Golden Guardians because it's always you always say, okay, they're probably going to look in Rogue Shadow Priest again, but now they actually have a decent answer, and this is a lot more convincing than what they were doing last season as well. Last season they were playing Holy Priest, Ret Hunter, and that was like a little sketchy how they beat the Cleaves with that. I like that they just early, even before the circuit, before the finals, before anything, get Jelly on the Mage, get him going, get WizK on the lock, and have that Mage lock in your back pocket because, let's be honest, there's going to be a lot of Cleaves later on in the season, so you may as well prepare for them now.
I actually think the reason why they picked this up is because of Liquid. Like, Liquid has always been like their... Yeah. But, what we didn't see, because Liquid didn't make the top 8, in their qualification games, CD streamed them, and he showed their new answer for Mage Lock, and it worked really well. They lost the series, but when they played the Rogue into Mage Lock, they finally came up with an answer that I'm very convinced with. So I'm curious to see if they can kind of move that forward. In this particular matchup, Hook Point is going to get locked in. So small map, no surprise here coming in from Zhang Cheng. I mean, these guys are cleavers through and through, and I think this is the matchup they wanted as a Ret Warrior. So Ret Warrior likely going to be locked in here as they look to get, a point back up at the board in Hook Point.
Reese is trying to keep the Shaman dream alive. Just run it down mid as a melee cleave, try and get into the top 8 in a Holy Priest world right now for their team. I was thinking they actually might be able to pull a win against Golden Guardians if they didn't have something prepared, because these melee cleaves have been such a struggle for them. So coming strong with a Mage Lock in game 1 gives them the swing match advantage. So they can do a Shadow Priest Rogue on these small maps, and then they can do a Mage Lock reliably on the big maps. Means that this could be a pretty safe road for Golden Guardians to navigate this series. ZHAN going to keep their Ret Paladin because they were anticipating Rogue Shadow Priest. I don't know if you really can blame them for not anticipating Mage Lock in the first game. But at the same time, WizK did play it last week, I think. We've seen them playing it more and more, and maybe their Death Knight Warrior could have beat the Rogue Shadow Priest as well. It's kind of what you have to weigh the value on. Because at some point, Zhang Cheng is going to have to blind lock TSG, I think. Because I feel like Ret Warrior into Mage Lock is way worse than TSG into Rogue Shadow Priest. So at some point, I think Keter's going to have to come in here on one of these blind picks. He's going to have to kind of step up for the team if they want to still qualify.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like that's going to absolutely happen. Like, if they win this map, we're going to a big map. Probably going to go to Empyrean, and you have to lock in the Warrior Death Knight. So, but in order to get there, they're going to have to win this one. Otherwise, likely going to be going to a small map, and that would not be a position you really want to be in. This is your counter comp. This is the small map. Golden Guardian's not out of it, though. Out of all the healers that could heal into this, I feel like the Paladin is going to be strong. They're still going to have really high aggression. The Vendetta is going to be a nightmare. And Capri's still very susceptible to crowd control. And with limited healing and a limited defensive cooldowns, Shaman is kind of on a timer. A lot of your like really, really strong cooldowns are going to be, 3-minute CD. They don't exactly sync up with the burst that Golden Guardians has. So that's kind of where the weakness of the Shaman is. But luckily for Caprice, he has the Retribution Paladin to kind of help him out in those really scary moments with some off healing, with things like the Blessing of Sanctuary, the Blessing of Protection. So I think as long as ZHAN CHENG, they rotate through the defensive cooldowns and extend the game for a little while, they should be able to pull out a win here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can all agree on that. ZHAN CHENG, comp advantage, but the Golden Guardians are not out of it yet. This is an elimination series, guys. And the Golden Guardians, they are looking to play spoilers. They've already eliminated THRALL'S Angels in that lower bracket. Now ZHAN CHENG, their qualification is on the line. If they lose here, they are guaranteed not qualified. So they definitely want to win this, keep their dreams alive of potentially making it. So ZHAN CHENG, can they do it? They're going to need to win here, and they're going to need to win a swing match, already starting down 0-1 in the series. But they have the map and the comp advantage now. Let's see if they can bring it to a win here. Gates are open. Who are they going to go after? Who gets a sap onto KZ Fox? And I imagine the Red Paladin for the Golden Guardians will be the target. Actually, they could go after Clapper and fear the Red Paladin, but they will go after the Red Paladin, blind onto Caprice, and a blind onto Clapper there. Actually, stun onto KZ Fox Trinket. They get a stun onto Caprice. Smoke Bomb coming out. Very aggressive start here from the Golden Guardians, but they don't really get anything outside of that Trinket from KZ Fox. So while it looked nice, they weren't actually able to do too much. Gold Hex onto Whiskey. That's going to be an instant Trinket from Absterge, now cleaning Peekaboo a little bit as well. Big damage here coming out from ZHAN CHENG. And finally, Kidney Shot will slow them down a little bit here. KZ Fox stuck in that one. Caprice though able to keep him alive for now. Still a lot of damage coming out. That Vendetta will be ready for Peekaboo in about 15 seconds. Shadows of Pick coming out as well onto Caprice. Whiskey gets a fear, but it is the Yard. And Caprice actually gets sank out of it. So now no Sanctuary for Caprice means Absterge can actually stun Caprice with a Hammer of Justice, and they can do a stun onto Caprice into a stun onto KZ Fox, maybe even follow it up with a fear. So the next setup will be very deadly here for the Golden Guardians. Vendetta is available as well for Peekaboo. He's going to push it. He's going to pull the trigger. What CC do they have, though? They don't even need CC. KZ Fox is just going to instantly bubble here. So big aggressive opener for Golden Guardians, and they take the lead with a big cooldown there.
Yeah, every Vendetta putting them closer and closer to victory here on Hook Point, potentially taking the series 3-0 in the near future if they can keep up this momentum. KZ Vox and Clapper have been pressuring Absterge, but not really able to keep it up. Peekaboo going for another stun, hammers down onto Clapper. They put the Earthen Wall Totem to try and soak the hits, and that should be enough outside of the Vendetta window. KZ Fox can easily survive. Now trying to get aggressive. Hammers are down onto Peekaboo. Swap over onto the Rogue. Can they crack his skull here in the Spear of Bastion? Doesn't look like it with the feint, but they do land a full Hex onto Absterge in the backline. They're going to swap to him out of it as Peekaboo vanishes from sight. Is swapped to Absterge. They're trying to get Divine Shield from him, but they're not finding. Another big heal comes out from Absterge. Peekaboo gets rooted up by Caprice. Caprice is trying to keep Peekaboo off of KZ Fox, but he ultimately will reconnect. Will they be able to keep him alive? Vendetta available. Blind coming up in 1 second. Do they go for it? Full blind onto Caprice. They're in position to close out the game. Vendetta available, just waiting to be pulled by Peekaboo. Here comes the Vendetta. He doesn't have a vanish, though, for the sap. He had to use it defensively. Caprice is now out of crowd control, trying to get some big heals onto KZ Fox. This Vendetta not getting nearly as much value just yet. Now Peekaboo is stunned up, trying to blast him out. War Stomp out of the Hammer of Justice. Can they finish the game here? KZ Fox trinkets. He sanctuaries Caprice, but it is not enough. Golden Guardians will not be run over by the Zug train in game 2. Move to match point.
Golden Guardians, game number 2. It's always so funny. I like watching the webcam of Absterge after all of his games. Got the Mariah Carey statue in the back, or poster in the back. It's just this guy. I don't know. He's having a blast today. But game number 2, clean win there by Golden Guardians, and now this puts ZHAN CHENG in a really awkward situation. I mean, this is an elimination series in the lower bracket. This was their counter pick, their counter map. Where do they really go from here? I don't know if they can find themselves in a better kind of scenario than this game.
I mean, the only thing that they can change is bringing in the DK at this point, because I don't know. I feel like the DKs worst matchup, but maybe it will allow them to survive a little bit longer, get more uptime. I'm not sure, but in this game, I think KZ Fox, his bubble was a little bit disrespectful. His healer wasn't even in CC when he bubbled. He just saw Kidney Vendetta and he's like, all right, I bubble. Maybe he just wanted to get ahead of the damage, but I feel like that's one of the... In his other series, he was a little too greedy with his bubble, and then here he was a little bit too generous with it. But here they survived the blind, so everything looks good. You know, this is the Vendetta, so you think, okay, KZ Fox, he's kind of weathered that storm. Now they can get aggressive. They got to stun on the Absters to get good damage with the Peekaboo. Warstorm comes out, and then this damage right here, where like it's the last seconds of the Vendetta, it's still active right there. So fortunately for Caprice, doesn't get that Spirit Link out in time, and Peekaboo getting that last little bit of Vendetta, still rolling on the target, gets enough damage off to take the win. Golden Guardians now leading with 2-0, only one game away here from eliminating ZHAN CHENG. And ZHAN CHENG, they have to turn this around if they want to qualify. They need to go on a reverse sweep against the Golden Guardians, which are just looking like the gatekeepers right now for the circuit.
You said when in doubt, RMP it out, but I think it's when in doubt, Zug it out. Bring in the DK. What has been troublesome for WizK's team in the past? It's been Mez, it's been Trill on Windwalker, it's been just run him down, get a TSG. Okay, maybe Windwalker more than DK, but still, I just want to see them just run it down. They're going to have to win with the DK at some point in the series, because that Mage Lock is going to actually be really troublesome for them throughout this on their non-picks, which is going to be 2 in a row now. I think it's time to bring in the Death Knights, have some support. What do you think about Death Knight Ret actually for this specific matchup? Not for the Mage Lock, but Death Knight Ret into Shadow Priest Rogue. I feel like you got like a lot of extra support from the Death Knight, and you might be able to just run at the Paladin.
You lose a few things that's kind of key from the Warrior, but you might be right. I mean, I would like to see it's a lot of magic damage, which could be really effective against Absturge. I think Paladins are, in particular, really scared against Death Knights and Retribution Paladins, so you might be onto something there. You do, of course, lose some of that defense. Not having Intervene is going to be rough. Not having, the disarm from the Warrior is going to be rough. But in terms of like all-out aggression, maybe we do need to see, some evolution for ZHAN CHENG's Cleaves. But I think, I don't know, are they going to play Ret Warrior again? I feel like if they do, think so.
TSG. I think they're
okay.
TSG.
Yeah, let's see Keeter for a game. Let's just throw Keeter in, see what happens on that Death Knight. Play really, really aggressive. Golden Guardians, though, they're looking good. They had such a good game 1 answer. Game number 2, even though they were counterpicked, still looks solid. I mean, it just seems like this team has really kind of leveled up. They're trying to, in the past, they've had like really glaring weaknesses with some of their compositions, but now it seems like they're trying to really make themselves kind of bulletproof against any team, have an answer for pretty much everything. And it's been really nice to see the Golden Guardians kind of step up in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Golden Guardians been learning a lot more comps, and a big shout out to Absturge as well. He's been, picking up all the healers that he needs to, and just kind of abandoned that Shaman. But Caprice might be able to show him that the Shaman can still hang with the best of them. It doesn't look like it right now. Absturge is just sitting there thinking, "Yep, I did the right choice. Definitely re-rolling, not logging my Shaman." But I want to see Keeter get brought into mix, and to the question about the Ret and the DK, I feel like what's going to happen if we ever see that is they're just going to fear the Ret and stun disarm the DK and eventually kill him by doing that. So I don't want to see that comp, and I think that's one of the strengths of the Warrior is you're just going to have a target that just can beef up the DK a lot more, and we are going to see that TSG from ZHAN CHENG, so I like it. But still a long road ahead of them before that they can win this one.
I also wanted to see them run at Absturge. I feel like if a TSG can get on target there, I think it's a good idea for them to run the TSG. And Jellybeans wants to chime in a bit here from the bench, so trying to add some mind games maybe to the other competitors here with this one. But we'll have to wait and see if they can pull it off. They still have a chance here. This is their last game. ZHAN CHENG could climb back, somehow pull off a miracle, 3-0 reverse sweep, get into Championship Sunday, maybe keep their dreams alive of qualifying as the last Shaman, as every other Shaman has abandoned their roots and gone over to the Holy Priest side, it seems, or Holy Paladin at this point. We'll have to wait and see. UNITAS still have to battle it out in a series after this as well, so very exciting day nonetheless in North America. And then after this, we have the circuit stage after Championship Sunday, where every team has to play every team. So this type of preparation that the Golden Guardians are doing now is very important for when they get to circuit, and they most importantly have to fight Team Liquid. Because if they can get a win there with the Mage Lock, or a win there with whatever comp at that time, because I think there's a bit of time and players might discover something else even at that point, that's going to be what all their preparation is for that round robin circuit. But I don't want to count ZHAN CHENG out just yet. Hopefully they can just get in there, put on their Zug boots, run it down mid, just send everything, go all out. That's what I want to see. Like, if there is a strength to Shaman, that has to be it. It's just playing super aggro, running it down, and just sending damage, do or die, make it happen, not playing for the long game. I feel like that's their only way.
I mean, they're going to have to at this point. They've been on the back foot in these series, and I feel like the scariest Resto Shaman Cleaves are always the ones that just run in, keep you on the back foot, like you said, use all their cooldowns. That's really their strength, especially if he's going to play Rock Elemental and stuff like that. Like, you really have to capitalize on those moments where you have that basically third DPS on your team with the Restoration Shaman. But yeah, small map, another perfect battlefield for ZHAN CHENG. The Golden Guardians, their RP, their Rogue, Priest, Paladin has looked really, really good. And we'll see if they can keep them on the back foot. So I think likely in this game, it's going to be Clapper who is going to be the main target. Kitty shot on Clapper right away. The sap on Keeter. Aggressive opener here by Golden Guardians. Oh, they can use the Vendetta. No, they do not, but they do get the silence. Clapper's in a lot of trouble. Might just fall.
What?
In the
Oh
opener.
my god.
Are you kidding? What knocked him out of the zone?
I thought it was going to be them.
What knocked him out of the zone, though?
We'll have to wait and see on the replay. I'm trying to think
knocked him out of the zone, I swer.
I don't think there's a knock.
How? Wait,
there's no knocks on these classes. I swear there's no knocks on these classes.
He just had to fetch it.
Oh, did
I don't think he got knocked. I was not
Okay.
expecting that to end so fast in favor of Golden Guardians.
Oh my goodness. No.
I was thinking ZHAN CHENG would be the ones maybe to end it that fast, but...
Did he actually just miss the zone on top of him?
I mean, we'll see in the replay, right? We'll get to watch it in slow motion, this very awkward, embarrassing moment, and just analyze every little second of it and nitpick
Well, I mean,
it
there's
apart.
only a few seconds. Yeah, we will see every second because that game was only seconds long.
Oh my god.
Okay, so it's like Peekaboo starts off, he gets a sap on the Death Knight. Perfect. Exactly what you want. They open on Clapper, and I believe they win in just a silence. They just silence and disarm. Like Shadow Priest disarm, Psychic Horror into the silence, and that's the game. They dropped the zone potentially a little bit too late. I really thought he was in it and he got knocked out, but maybe my eyes have deceived me, but we'll definitely see. Oh yeah.
Oh wait, we didn't get the
did we
knock
miss
part.
it?
We didn't get the knock part.
I want to see what happens. Okay, apparently it's coming. So here we go.
He's
See, look,
stunned.
Clapper's here. Clapper's here. What happens? He gets dismantled.
He can heal. He disarms
Okay. Does he
Peekaboo.
heroic leap?
Peekaboo. He charged the
Oh,
Side
Oh,
Fiend. He charged the Side Fiend.
Fiend.
He can't kill it though. He's
No.
disarmed. He literally just charged to it and then started punching and he can't do anything to it.
No.
That was not the move. But Golden Guardians was the move.
That's really rough.
Like,
Clapper, at least he goes out, with some hero plays. But yeah, definitely a tough day for ZHAN CHENG. Going up against the Golden Guardians, going up against Cloud9, having to fight for their qualification, and it's a rough situation to be in for sure.
Apparently, this means that Brew's team, UNITAS, makes it 100%.
Yeah.
So they're in now.
Yeah, and
Brew messaged me. Brew messaged me. He says, "Yay, we made the circuit, losing every game today."
apparently
is he
also on
predicting
the,
his loss
So,
here?
so it's Novos that makes it, and Unitas.
yeah. So we have our top 8 now.
And we have a top 8 then, yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, because Unitas knew that if ZHAN CHENG lost here, that they would make it to top 8. They were going around / begging Caprice in the tournament realm. Aiden was so kind of toxic, but he got what he wanted. So yeah, we'll get all of those points tallied, of course, and but we've got our top 8. So unfortunate for ZHAN CHENG, pretty hard way to fall. They started off the day in the upper bracket. Cloud9 knocked them down to the lower bracket, and then Golden Guardians knocked them out of the tournament. And that means that unfortunately we don't get to see them also in the circuit So Golden Guardians, we're going to see them once again on Championship Sunday. And then we've got only one match left. We've got our newly appointed top 8 team UNITAS versus our already top 8 team 3.5 men, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting because, like I said earlier today, 3.5 men. I feel like their RMP is like the best in mirrors that we've seen. They have a lot of experience in it. It seems like they're just the cleanest defensively, offensively. As a team, they look really solid. But UNITAS today, I feel like really impressed me. Even though they lost to KAWHI, they did it in style at least. You know, their setups were nice. Like it could have been worse. The score couldn't have been worse, but the games could have gone worse. So UNITAS, I think. Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I think this is one of the other RMPs in North America that could really go head-to-head and potentially take down 3.5 men in mirrors.
Yeah, it'd be interesting for sure, especially since Nuked, I was talking with Nuked from 3.5 men. He says that he is obviously expecting an RMP mirror, and he is very confident that they win that matchup. So we'll see if that confidence plays out for them. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, last match of the day, UNITAS versus 3.5 men. See you soon. Hello, everyone. It is the last match of the day here. It's UNITAS facing off against 3.5 men. The loser of this one knocked out of the tournament. Winner will be moving on to Championship Sunday. So 3.5 men obviously had a really solid season. UNITAS kind of just catching up the whole time here. What do you think, Succeeds?
Yeah, it seems like it's been a struggle for them to find their footing as a team, but now that they've got it solidified, like they're looking like another strong RMP, and I think we got 3 of them now between Novus, 3.5 men, and UNITAS as kind of like main RMPs moving into North America's circuit stage. So this could be like a domination setting series to like kind of say like, oh, we're better than 3.5 men. We're going to climb the hierarchy of Rogue Mage in North America for them. But the pressure of qualifying is at least off, which could be a blessing or a curse, maybe. I don't know. Like when you really put up against the pressure cooker, that it might actually make you play better than when you're like, oh, I got my spot. Like I'm not too worried about it, and vice versa. But playing with the pressure might be rough. It kind of depends on the person. So if they're that type of team that likes high pressure, then probably not a good thing that they're already qualified. But I'm excited nonetheless. These two teams, when they go head to head with the subtlety rogues, I'm imagining, always provide very entertaining games.
Yeah, also a bit of a notable thing about UNITAS. Now they've got Burn also, who's the Warlock. They, instead of Joie, I guess he joined in Cup number 3. Joie was the Shadow Priest. So they have it's possible, I guess, we would see Mage Lock instead of an RMP Mirror. What do you think is a better matchup, Ben?
Well, I mean, when we've seen Mage Lock go head-to-head with RMP, there's been mixed results, but I feel like the best RMPs normally come out ahead. So I don't think UNITAS wants to mess around with that. I also don't know. I mean, maybe they could play Fire Mage Lock. I'm not sure. Honestly, I feel like what we're going to see is RMP mirrors. I feel like both teams want to kind of prove that they're going to be, the superior RMP.
RMP.
There's always the RMP ego. I mean, when you're going to any mirror match, you want to prove that you're the best. But also, I feel like it's probably both of their teams' best option. So that's what we will see. Double Subtlety, double Fire Mage, double Eventhier, Holy Priest, UNITAS versus 3.5 men, RMP mirrors, likely all the way for the rest of the series. In my head, 3.5 men have a bit of an edge in this matchup, but you can never count UNITAS out. Led by Aiden, this team has been doing really well.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a rematch. We've had this before, and in the past, I believe it was 3.5 men that won. And let's see what they decide to do here. Fear onto Aiden. I think they're going to go after Aiden right now. Full kidney shot. Can they get a follow-up? They get a Ring of Frost out of it as well. Aiden. Oh, Kalvish gets caught up in the Ring of Frost as well. Aiden did use his trinket there. So did Abrua. And Kalvish has not used his trinket. He's hiding Aiden. Gets the disarm there onto Aiden as well. Counterspell coming out onto Abrua. So far, it's looking good. They get a full blind onto Kearney. Going after a nuke here on the Mage. He will Ice Block. So the interesting strategies here all around. UNITAS going after the Mage, whereas 3.5 men are going after the Rogue. Nice Shadowy Duo coming after Kalvish, but he's going to be enough. Nuked here, almost a blocking right there. I actually cannot believe it. They did not block the Guardian, and they did not block the Squatterize right there. So, Nuke just surviving by the skin of his teeth right there. But still, 2 big cooldowns apiece. Kalvish is going to have an advantage now in the Rogue race, but UNITAS can definitely take down Nuke here. Looks like they are exactly setting up for that. Trinket from Kearney, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They do proc the Guardian there, and Nuke still in some trouble, but that was Kearney's Trinket, as well as the Guardian being proc. So now counterattack here onto Aiden. Big setup coming in. He might just die here. Abrua blinks in. He tries to save him. He gets the Guardian, and he procs at the exact same time. Cheap Theft as well, procking there. So both teams now procking the Guardian. Aiden almost dying through it multiple times as both of these teams continue to battle it out.
Yeah, who's going to get out ahead? They're swapping back to Kalvish, trying to go after him, maybe slow down the assault, but it's not getting too much value out from the side of UNITAS. Now Kalvish is looking to reset. They've got Combustion. They could go after Aiden. They could KO Aiden very easily here. Kalvish is in stealth, getting ready to go for the win, moving in for crowd control, cheap shotting off the Holy Ward, setting up. Oh, but the pre-disarm by Aiden, dismantling Kalvish, preventing him from stunning him here with no trinket. He needs to buy 18 seconds. Aiden re-stealths, stuns Kalvish. He needs to keep him away from him for 15 more seconds. He stuns Kearney. Aiden is desperately running away. They're actually swapping damage to Kearney. Massive damage incoming, and they are actually going to take him out. I cannot believe it. I'm pretty sure Abrua just soloed him while Aiden was running away. They're still setting up to kill maybe, though, with a blind onto Aiden. Trying to play it out while Kearney's in this Guardian Angel form. They're going after Korlik. Counter killed. No way is this going to be possible. He's stunned up for 1 more second. Can they take down Korlik and tie up it? Oh, so close. A heal comes in, but the Battle Master saves them. Korlik stays in it. Unitas take game 1.
Are you kidding me? Unitas, I mean, it was not looking the best for them. They were hanging in there, but a nice swap onto the Priest. Realizing that opportunity, Aiden had some great defensive plays there at the end with that pre-dismantle on that setup. This is some high-caliber RMP games, but Unitas will claim game number 1 for the hero swap on the Priest. And unfortunately, for 3.5 men, they tried to go for the counter kill on the Priest. That would have been amazing if they were able to pull that off. But just the limited damage. Aiden comes out the peels at the very end, prevents the cross kill. And you can see this really close calls. Aiden, the cheat death, Guardian. They proc the Guardian as well. So that's going to be on a 3-minute cooldown. This is just absolute devastation. A really good push there by 3.5 men. And honestly, they can't believe that Aiden's still alive. This is where they try to turn it around. KAWHI gets gripped on the stun. But you can see Kearney, no Guardian Spirit, and he's got no trinket. So Unitas, they kind of realize, okay, we've got combustion in about 20 seconds, and Kearney has no answer for it. They haven't gone after him the entire game, but this is what can happen if you're playing RMP. You can switch your targeting on a dime, and they managed to get that really nice swap. So here's Aiden going for the pre-dismantle, Kearney and the polymorph to kind of just set him up. And here it is, the big all-in, cheap shot on KAWHI, and then boom, kidney shot on Kearney. Mind games connect. Beautifully done.
Aiden literally just stunned him. I swear he didn't do a point of damage. Aiden like kidney shot him, moved away from him, and then was disarmed. Like Abrua just straight up KO'd him with combustion there. And that was interesting to see the tactics, like completely different strategies from both teams in game 1. And the mage strategy swapping to the priest looked really good. Then the rogue strategy swapping to the priest almost worked for 3.5 men. Like if they'd been able to survive there, perhaps Korlik is the one that's down. So very interesting to see how the teams approach the matchup here. And I think it's likely that we see these compositions for the entirety of the season, unless one of them chickens out. If KAWHI's team is down 2 points and say, like, well, we can't win the mirrors anymore, and they decide to play something different, would be quite a statement, especially considering how it looked like Unitas was struggling just to even get into the top 8 for the circuit. So this is going to be very important because 3.5 men, I think they were second in points coming into this tournament. Unitas would be making a pretty big statement to be able to win a series against them in this cup.
Yeah, I think it just came down to that final play there. Whoever, like, both teams were in checkmate. Whoever pulled the trigger first gets the win there. And Aiden, just a lot of experience. This guy's been around for a long time. He's been competing for a long time, and he makes the right calls there. Preemptive disarm, and then he follows up the disarm with the stun, gets a kidney. And that's the thing. Unitas, even last year, like Unitas, I would say, like, historically, they've been a team that's like up there, but they haven't been like, like the top dog in NA, I wouldn't say. But they've been like a consistent team that consistently does pretty okay. But last year, I would say they actually had probably their best year. They had a really strong showing where they were one of the top dogs for a really long time. They were considered, the top dog up there with KAWHI and up there with C9. And this year, almost not making it to the circuit. They definitely need to show what they got here. Both teams actually going to be opening up on the healers here. Aiden gets disarmed, KAWHI gets disarmed. It's a pure mirror. Kearney actually defs the polymorph there. So Kearney right now ahead on DRs. KAWHI might get that restep. Abrua's trying to shut it down, and it looks like he will get it. KAWHI's actually getting sheeped here by Abrua, and it gets resheeped there on the master spell. Now they're going after Abrua. Abrua is going to trinket, use the Dragon's Breath. Abrua playing a great game so far, but now gets clotheslined. Aiden gets feared. They could swap over onto Aiden. They don't have stun DR there for Abrua. Oh no, beautiful grip right there, but Aiden actually wanted to get aggressive right there. So a little bit of miscommunication between Aiden and Korlik. And so far, no one really using any cooldown except for Abrua, forced to use his trinket there. So if it comes down to a mage race, which very well might be the case, then Abrua is behind.
Oh, he fakes the death, but not able to connect the ring. Gets kidney shot. He's getting crushed right now, trying to blink to safety. Oh, no! Massive damage on 1%. Guardian Spirit sweeps in. Big heal. Tops him off. Now Abreu is trying to turn it around here. Land a Ring of Frost. Gets it on to Kearney. Who are they going to go after? Aiden is still dismantled. Looks like they want Nuke. They're going to cheap shot him. Launch massive damage. He's just going to ice block immediately. Gets massive spelled into another cheap shot. Is he just going to go down in game 2? Alters times. Blinks back to the pillar and manages to negate that entire setup. Aiden is stunned away. Kalvish is setting up. Now they're switching strategies, going after the mage Abrua, trying to catch up in the mage race. They get Korlik's trinket on the blind. Bullying Abrua. Now a swap back to Aiden. Massive damage. Cloaking barely in time, managing to survive that swap. Deadly swap potential from Rogue Mage, especially a subtlety that allows teams to find these opportunities. But now they're setting up. They're making another swap. They're swapping to Calvish to get Calvish's Cloak of Shadow. Calvish is trying to get up and get aggressive, but now he's dismantled. Can't go after anyone. He's trying to get some combo points with the Shuriken Storm and get ready for the next hit here. Step, kidney shot, swap to the Holy Priest, no Guardian Spirit, Smoke Bomb is down. Can they take down Corlick? Abrua intervenes with a double Dragon's Breath, saving Corlick in that all-in swap. Now Abrua and Aiden are getting aggressive. Aiden's polymorph though, he's trying to get a massive spell around the corner, gets it onto Aiden. They're trying to get aggressive here on the nuke, no block and no trinket. Can they get to nuke? Can they stop Calvish from re-stealthing here? Aiden rolls up on the right, Abrua on the left. Calvish setting up stuns for his team, but walks into a fear, gets dispelled, but now Kearney's into a Dragon's Breath. Abrua gets kicked on the poly. Don't think Ring is off cooldown. He's trying to find a Frost Nova, locks the Mind Games, goes for a Ring of Frost while he's locked on Shadow. Double Ring of Frost. Nuke knows he's in trouble. He blinks over far away, but they're just swapping to Calvish. He has no cloak. He trinkets faints. Is that going to be enough here? Cheat Death is still available. They need to proc it on this push. I don't think they have enough damage to proc it on Calvish. Kearney is out of CC. Trying to get some big heals onto Calvish as soon as possible, and he seems like he should be able to survive here. Blind is coming up for Aiden, though, in the near future. They blind Calvish, removing him from the fight for now, but what are they really going to do with it? It just saves Corlick, I guess. He has no trinket in this position. Just a blind sap defensively into a setup. Oh my goodness, this setup. Kearney has to trinket, drop the Guardian Spirit, Greater Fade to immune CC, gets on top of Corlick, fears Corlick away, now trying to set up damage. Calvish is trying to get to Aiden, Shadow steps in. Not going to go for a sap, like 3 fades just in case. Aiden is getting blasted though. Massive damage, rocking him on the Guardian Spirit. And that is deadly for Corlick in the future. If they can get Corlick's trinket here, he's going to Holy Ward, anticipating the blind, knowing that Guardian Spirit got procced. Aiden stuck in a Frost Nova right now. Calvish is just waiting to get that blind. If they can get Corlick's trinket, they know they can kill him. Actually, doesn't look like they procced Guardian Spirit there from Corlick. I'm surprised they didn't with how much damage there was. Another setup onto Calvish, edging the smoke bomb, trying to take him out, but Kearney is there. Unless he gets feared. Triple fear. Calvish isolated. Kearney gets out of it. Looks like Will Forsaken. His team should stabilize. So back and forth between these teams. You know, you wouldn't have been able to predict it would be so evenly matched with how much of a struggle it was for UNITAS to get into the top 8, but now we're here. And what are you going to do, 3.5 men?
Yeah, I mean, that really is the question. Of full blind on Corlick. He's not trinketing, though. He really wants to hold. He knows if he trinkets out, they could easily make a swap to him. He's just going to have faith that Aiden can survive, but force to trade out the trinket. Aiden will ultimately survive. Is he? He does have the cheat death. They need to get the heals. Corlick does finally connect. A huge Serenity, and he will live. Abrua with his combustion. There is an opening here onto Calvish. No trinket on Calvish. No trinket on Kearney. They're one setup away. Can they get it? Cheap shot on Kearney. Can they get it? Dismantle on Aiden slows it down just enough for Calvish to get his trinket back. And now he has trinket vanish. He's not nearly as afraid. Great defensive positioning there by 3.5 men, slowing down that lethal setup, but they're still going for it. Kidney shot on Calvish, likely going to be his trinket. The Guardian Spirit does trade from Kearney. Does he have the healing to actually keep him alive? Calvish reverses the pressure. Big setup here on Corlick. He's got the Guardian Spirit, though, as long as they deny the Mind Games. I think Corlick ultimately will survive. They actually swap over onto Aiden, getting him low. He's got the Vanish. Doesn't want to have to trade, but he does. Overlap with the Guardian Spirit. Great pressure here by 3.5 men, but they're reversing it. UNITAS going after Kearney once again. This is how they won game number 1. Is there any follow-ups on? No, there is not. Brewitt gets a polymorphed on Nuke. Nuke gets polymorphed on Aiden. Both these teams playing so well defensively.
Yeah, definitely great plays here from both teams so far. Aiden is the only one with the trinket, though. He could still go after Abrua as well with no ice block on the side of 3.5 men. And I would say 3.5 men themselves are looking pretty good in this situation. I don't see any kill openings. They're going to get Aiden's trinket. They stun his trinket. They might just take him down through it. They kill him through cheat death, through his trinket, through everything right there. That was an insane amount of damage coming out from 3.5 men. And they will bite back, take the series 1-1.
Comes to the overlap. If he had vanished there, he used Vanish and Guardian Spirit the setup before that. If he has vanished there, he's just gone. So just these small little mistakes going to be punished in a matchup with teams of this caliber, and they're going to take any opportunities that they could get. And this is a series that I could see easily going to a game 5. They're so evenly matched here. Neither one really backing off in the series. They're both willing to take risks, anticipating each other's attacks, preempting their moves. It's really a show to seeing these two RMPs going head to head right now. I think this is close to where the overlap happens between Aiden and Corlick, because Guardian Spirit is still off cooldown. And we'll see Corlick, Guardian Spirit, Aiden. Corlick wanted to be greedy throughout that point. So like I'm just paying attention to Aiden and Corlick because this is where their overlap happens. Corlick struggles to heal right here. Like he just gets pushed so low. So does Aiden. So he's like, what do I do? We're both low HP. I'm not sure. I'll Guardian Spirit. And then they vanish at the same time. So Vanish is almost like a hard reset. So is Guardian Spirit. So using both those at the same time now means that there's not a lot of options for Aiden in the future. They throw an all-in on Kearney to try and take him out with no Guardian Spirit, but he still has Trinket and they don't even get it, which is now really bad news because Aiden doesn't have anything to use when he Trinkets. Like, what's he going to do? Trinket Evasion? That's not up. Trinket Cloak? That's not up. Trinket Vanish? That's not up. So this next stun here set up with the Fear by Kearney, Aiden just has nothing to use. Like, maybe he could Trinket Blind Calvish. That's about it. But he's not even going to get to that point where he can do it. It was on DR even. He was trying to wait for it, so there's no options for him. And that was just from the overlap of the Vanish earlier.
You see on the scoreboard a little bit more pressure here from Calvish and Nuked. Overall damage, not gonna. I mean, it matters. It's not the most, the biggest factor in a game like this. Obviously, not overlapping your defensive cooldown, just being able to cleanly rotate who's going where. I think both teams played this one really well, but ultimately 3.5 men. They found the opening onto Aiden with that overlap, and game number 3. I don't think map's really going to matter that much. I feel like when you're in a matchup like this, where it's an RMP mirror, maybe there's like a preference, maybe there's like some strategy, like you go to like a complete wild card, like Blade's Edge. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's likely just going to be some sort of neutral map, maybe like Tiger's Peak, and we're just going to see these two teams go head-to-head. Whoever plays better, whoever has cleaner setups, whoever has cleaner denial, is ultimately going to walk away with a win.
Hook point.
I want to see the small map. Ruins.
Now, I think Calvish likes to play on the big maps because he likes to go for a lot of restuffs. To take him to the small map, we can't do that. Yeah, it could factor in. You gotta factor in, tendencies of the players. You got to factor in, like Calvish, he likes to run a lot. He likes to pre-run a lot as well. We saw it actually in that last game. So take him to a small map. I actually want to see UNITAS log it in. But for UNITAS, that last game, in the start, I liked it when they were going after the mage. When they were making it a mage race, they were winning. Come on, UNITAS. What? I mean, this is home fit. This is what Calvish would have been. But yeah, I liked it more. When
I was going to say race. Too, like, every rogue likes to re-stealth. I don't think there's a single rogue in the game that doesn't like just running away and re-stealthing right now.
Yeah,
is there a single?
Who's a rogue that doesn't like going for rees? Who's just always running at you?
Acro.
That's like assassination.
Acro is the Terminator.
Like Drake doesn't really. Does Drake go for re-stealths?
No, Drake is a Terminator as well. Drake only vanishes. He pre-vanishes, but he doesn't. Whatever. We'll save this conversation for later. The game started, and there's a blind on Korlik, Calvish. Already looking for a restuff, but he's going to shadow step over to Abrua here, and they're going to go after Calvish actually on the side of UNITAS. Big opening here, and that's going to be his Trinket Vanish. Nicely done, and they're swapping over to Kearney with the remainder of that combustion. Don't have that third DR stun though, unfortunately. Otherwise, that could have been potentially Kearney's Trinket there as well, or at least his Guardian. But Kearney actually playing it very cool here, keeping his Guardian, didn't overlap it with Calvish when he dropped low, and didn't panic and use it on himself. So. Yeah, nice decision making there.
Yep, they're gonna stay in it here. Can they set up though? Are they gonna go after Abrua? Double Ring of Frost. Calvish rolling up. Looks like they're gonna set up on Korlik. Is he ready for the hit? Massive damage. Mind games incoming. Manages to Trinket in line of sighted here. The last possible second with that Battle Master, but it was Guardian Spirit and Trinket, which means he is going to be a liability in the near future. They fear Nuke. They're setting up. They're trying to go after Calvish, but Calvish pre-disarms Aiden on his stun lock. These pre-dismantles, man, are insane from both sides. Kearney could get swapped to, though, potentially. They're setting up on Abrua. Kidney shot. Or like into a polymorph. No Trinket. They get out of it a bit early into a Dragon's Breath. Can they finish Abrua here in game number 3? They have the damage to do it. Calvish is under control. Abrua should begin to stabilize. He's now fishing for polymorphs. Gets counterspelled by Nuke. Nuke is trying to take him out of the fight. Pushing up on Korlik as well. Korlik still with no Trinket and Guardian Spirit. Combustion's coming up. They could set up on Korlik here at any moment. What are they going to do? Calvish is stunned, but Aiden's crowd controlled by Nuke. Nuke totally shutting down the setup. Now they're double fear. They're setting up for Kearney. Trying to make a swap to the Holy Priest. Trying to keep their team in it. Can they take him out? Guardian Spirit and Trinket. Maybe too late. Big heals come through, though. Kearney manages to stay alive. Now they're setting up a fear onto Korlik. Where is 3.5 men going to go with their damage, though? Polymorph on Korlik, chastising Abrua. They want Aiden, it looks like, in the cheap shots. Mind games incoming. Massive damage here. Korlik 1 second left. Is he going to get in line of sight? Cheap death procs saving Aiden for now as he manages to cling back to his own life. And both teams have a bit of a checkmate position here with no Trinket, no Guardian Spirit. Kearney could be a target. but does Aiden overextend with no trinket, no cheat death? They have blind as well. They could blind Kearney, go after Nuked. He has no block. There's lots of options for both teams. There's lots of lines. What line are they going to take? Are they going to be able to pick the right one in time at the right moment? Full poly onto Kearney. I think they want Kearney setting up with the kidney shot. Smoke bomb all in onto him. Calvin shadow steps to Nuked. It's a shadowy duel. Aiden just in time for Kearney to survive. Now they blind Aiden defensively. Calvish is trying to stall, play a little bit of a slower game here. Maybe he's going to bomb out of the blind. Doesn't have it at this point. They're going to grip Aiden, but they get the sap. They get the kidney anyways. They're going to connect onto Aiden and turn it around here. No cheat death. Where's the damage, though? Holy Fire comes in, but we don't see any damage really from Nuke just yet. Can they just take him down with Shuriken Storm damage? Aiden shadow steps over to Nuke, tries to get back behind the pillar with Corlick and manages to stay alive. And I'm still surprised that this game has not ended with the amount of chaos that has been going on.
Insane. Calvish though caught into a stun. There's no trinket. Cheat death does proc. Can he get away? Catches a heal by Kearney, getting out of the bomb. What a close call that really was. Calvish going to hold on, but still Kearney, no trinket for another 22 seconds. Calvish trying to reverse the pressure here onto Abrua. Can they take him down through Cauterize? Doesn't look like those will be able to. Abrua holds on. Now a big stun on Calvish. Polymorph on Kearney. This could be the end of the game. There is no cheat death. Nuke gets interrupted on Polymorph. Calvish on the run. But he's got the mind games on him. He's not going to be able to actually heal himself up. This is such a scary situation. Kearney has his trinket. It just rotated back up, but there's no damage there to force the trinket. Kearney's going to be able to hold on, and 3.5 men buy themselves some time.
Beautiful stuff. And now Abrua, 10 seconds left on his ice block. He's going to have that. They're trying to punish it before that moment. 5 seconds left. Can they race it? Nice disarm by Aiden. Aiden is the reason why Unitas is still in this game right now. The defensive plays, he's been saving his priest so many times. He's been saving his mage, and he's been doing a great job surviving. Still an opening here onto Calvish. No trinket onto Kearney. No trinket onto Calvish. One more CC chain, and Unitas could be walking away with this. They're going to have blind on Aiden in just 5 seconds. They could just blind Kearney and take Calvish out. They go for a kidney shot onto Abrua. He can just ice block here. The resonators get dropped here onto Abrua. He needs to be careful. He's on fire. He ice blocks a little bit too late, but now Aiden coming in here. He's on stand here as well. And they get Abrua back to safety. Smoke bomb play here. This was supposed to be the kill window. You don't get a blind here. You need that blind from Aiden. Actually, I think Kearney avoided that blind there with the fade. They get a full sheep called Kearney. Calvish still in a lot of trouble. He vanishes. And I think he will survive as a result. Yeah, that fear is not the art. I'm pretty sure Aiden did use his blind in that exchange, and it was holy warded or faded. Maybe faded when he walked into that bomb. We have to see it on a replay maybe. But right now, Aiden getting swapped to here, taking huge damage. There's no trinket. I think that might just be it. And Aiden will fall. And that was a nice turnaround by 3.5 men. I'm just... Unitas, they had that. That was their game. It was over. What happened to the blind? What happened, Unitas? Abrua, he needed to just block instantly on that kidney with the resonator, and that was it. It was game over. But he dropped super low. His Cauterize triggered, then he blocked, then he got MD'd, and then he was dying, so he didn't feel safe staying in an offensive position anymore. And then Aiden went offensive in that moment with a smoke bomb, and then they don't get the full blind, and yeah, just pure chaos from that point and forward. And it just goes to show for 3.5 men. That swap onto the mage, actually, the one we're going to see right here, this is the thing that sets everything off. So here, Aiden still has his blind coming up right now, and Calvish has no trinket, Kearney has no trinket. Here, they unfortunately block too late. And then here, because of that, Nuke is still with combustion, Corlick still in CC, so Abrua has to blink back and Dragon's Breath. And when he does that, he's losing time where he can do damage. Now, here, what actually happens to Aiden's blind? So he just blinded right there. Kearney fades it when he's walking into the bomb. So that's a big mistake by Aiden. And then, the stun lock is like Calvish is on stun DR. So it's nice that you're getting the CC, but Calvish can just vanish. Calvish can just cloak in a couple of seconds as well. Calvish can even go for a defensive blind onto Aiden if he wants to. So Calvish is not really in trouble here anymore. And that's because you stunned Calvish when you didn't have CC on Kearney, and then you CC'd Kearney. You need to get the CC first and then the damage. So that's the problem. And of course, a sick play by Kearney as well, fading the blind there, but I really feel like it's up to Unitas to set that up. They were not in a hurry to set that up either. It's not like they had like a 10-second kill window and they had to go. There was still like 20 seconds left on Calvish Trinket, so a little bit sloppy there on the actual execution. When you're that far ahead, just block the stun, go in, set it up cleanly, get a Dragon's Breath onto Calvish, get a Smoke Bomb into a blind, or try to get the blind first onto Kearney and then Dragon's Breath Calvish, and then get the Rogue to follow up out of the Dragon's Breath. That will give him time to connect. So Unfortunately for Unitas, they played an absolutely insane game, especially, I would say, Aiden played really, really well that game. But to pull the trigger there on that last kidney when Abrua was dying, that's where the mistake came in, and that's where 3.5 Men did a series of great plays. You know, they had the pressure on the mage, they forced him on the back foot, they faded the blind, and yeah, they just did everything they needed to survive.
Yeah, I want to see. Yeah, I want to see really, really bad.
Hook point.
No, I want to see one of these rogues just surprise Venthyr. One shot, shadowy duel, like just bait somebody's trinket before they realize you're not playing Kyrian, and go for an all-in with that smoke bomb. Because we're seeing, or with shadowy duel, we're seeing shadowy duels being utilized very defensive, and it's nice to see. I mean, Calvish had a hero play where Kearney was in a smoke bomb, and Calvish, the only way he could really get there to get into the smoke bomb was shadow step to nuke. So he shadow step to nuke really, really quickly, and then actually got in there and got the shadowy duel on Aiden. But I feel like it's one thing I want to see from RMPs. It's actually something we did see from Unitas. They managed to pull off that exact thing where it was a game 5. They switched in, played the Venthyr rogue, and just one shot in the shadowy duel. I still feel like it's something that it's a very effective strategy on the ladder, and it's something that these RMPs could implement in like a tournament setting. So I always want to see it, because if you catch someone off guard, if they trinket, they're dead. Like straight up, there's no way you can save them. So curious to see if they do it. Probably won't, in all honesty. I mean, these games are just so back and forth right now. There's really not a huge reason to change, but we are going to be going to a small map. Unitas, they go to the biggest map in the pool, Empyrean, losing, and now actually going to be switching to a much smaller map, Hook Point, the smallest map, and this is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
All right, let's see if they can pull this off. Unitas locking in Hook Point, taking the right approach here, if you ask me. Gonna be kind of punishing Calvish here a little bit with this map pick. Let's see if it works out for them, though. First cheap shot coming out here onto Kearney. Immediate response, though, from Calvish. Blinding Corlic, fear onto Abrua on that combustion. Aiden actually forced to use his trinket immediately here on that first lockdown, whereas nobody on 3.5 Men used anything. Now kidney shot onto Calvish. This is where they need to get a trinket to equalize things. They drop the smoke bomb even to get it. They get a full sheep onto Kearney, but still Calvish will not use his trinket to just vanish. Not even, actually did use his shadows there as well, but just with the vanish, he should be completely fine in that scenario. And still, Aiden, with no Cloak of Shadows, at least still as his vanish, might need to pre-vanish a setup. The Dragon's Breath Aiden, Shadowy Duel coming out here from Aiden, I believe, onto Calvish. So it's a little bit hard to see when both rogues are in a Shadowy Duel, but it was from Aiden, and now into another kidney shot on Calvish. He gets topped up again, once again, currently not in crowd control. Using that Apotheosis as well. Now full Ring of Frost on Corlic. Damage to Aiden. Aiden has no trinket. That's going to be Corlic's trinket. And now we have ourselves a checkmate situation. No trinket on Aiden. No trinket on Corlic. Next EC, Aiden's dead or Corlic's dead if we swap them.
And they have Shadowy Duel as well, just to kind of seal the deal here. We'll have to wait and see if 3.5 Men can execute on it. Cheap shot setting up the team here, but Aiden is in stealth. They're going to have to go after Corlic or Abrua. They're going after Abrua right now, but they're going to have to get their Cauterized Ice Block. Can they do it? They need to get a Cauterized Ice Block here. They fear Aiden out of stealth. They could set up out of Aiden. Calvish Shadow steps over to go for the win. He knows that he's dead here. Aiden gets stunned up with a cheap shot, trying to commit the damage. Not enough damage. Corlic grips Aiden away from the Resonator, and they maybe got a bit excited finding Aiden out of stealth there. Try and go for the win. Didn't have enough damage to seal the deal. Now they're waiting for those stun DRs, but while they're waiting, Unitas is setting up. Crowd control across the board. Nuke is isolated, but Kearney manages to pull him back to safety at the pillar. Not able to line of sight the poly, though. They swap back to Calvish. Calvish faints. Is he going to go down here? Dragon's Breath onto Aiden. Calvish Shadow steps in, getting aggressive, waiting for the kidney out of the poly. Gets dismantled. It doesn't matter. He trinkets for it. Calvish trinkets for the all-in on match point, and it looks like they're going to proc cheat death. Take it. They get his cloak of evasion. They still didn't get cheat death. How do they not get cheat death there? Calvish evasions aggressively. He cloaks aggressively. He trinks aggressively. Calvish is all in right now. He gets blinded. Calvish might regret it. If Aiden stays alive here, he might regret it. Turning it around, Nuke intervenes there with the Dragon's Breath, protecting Calvish. Calvish now drops his Shadowy Duel defensively onto Aiden and manages to hold on, but because Calvish went so recklessly all in, if they don't get the kill in the next couple seconds, I'm worried about Calvish.
Yeah, me too, but Aiden, he just trades out his trinket, no defensive cooldowns either. Both of these rogues in trouble. Abrua gets potted. A big swap on Abrua. He gets bombed. Can they keep it alive? Smoke bomb comes in. Cheap shots down as well. It does get trampled. What a turnaround there. 3.5 men. They went after Aiden, potentially, a bit reckless, but I mean, Aiden was so low, you really can't blame them. In situations like that, you kind of have to go all in. I think Abrua actually, both mages threw in aggressive ice blocks, and Abrua was finally punished for it in this one. 3.5 men walked away with this series 3-1.
Yeah, really, really great RMP mirrors. Honestly, good showing from both teams. Both teams playing definitely on kind of a similar level, but 3.5 men, just a little bit more decisive, a little bit more coordinated. Gonna take the win here, and I mean, you can't really fault Kavish for going for that all-in. It was like, okay, if we just connect CC on a stand, he's dead. They got nothing. Let's go all in. But that was an absolutely gorgeous Dragon's Breath that slowed him down. Maybe we'll see it on a replay. I'm not sure. But that was so close. Aiden was basically dead, and he gets saved. Right, I think, was it this situation? Yeah, right there. Aiden gets his Cloak of Shadows because of that ice block. So Abrua ice blocks, gets the double DB there, allows Aiden to sit through the stun. Kavish trinket aggressively, he gets blinded, and then here is maybe where they make a mistake, because they actually break the blind a little bit early when Aiden is still low on HP. They want to get aggressive, but they don't actually have CC on Kearney. So just let that blind sit, take your time, slow things down a little bit, at least recover your HP, because as soon as that CC chain is over, then immediately Corlick has to just pick somebody up, and then they just do that beautiful swap right there onto Abrua. As soon as Aiden trinkets and tries to re-stealth, they just immediately swap. It's hook point. You don't have time to go for re-stealth. They go for Abrua, and he doesn't have his ice block because he did that save earlier, and he dies. So nice ice block though, regardless. Him ice blocking like that to peel was 100% the right play. Even though he died later, he bought them one more setup by doing that. So definitely a great play by Abrua, but still they kind of messed up, I think, with the defensive blind. I think the defensive blind is fine, but they needed to actually let it sit full duration so they can recover fully there. But yeah, Unitas, they're still going to be feeling pretty good. They did qualify to the circuit, so congratulations to them. I believe they are last seed, so great work regardless from Unitas, and it's going to be fun to kind of watch them grow with this team throughout the year.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. What would be the number one thing, Zika, you'd want to see them grow for or towards?
For Unitas, well, they just added Burn, so I kind of want to see them. I think right now, if you have Rogue Mage and you have Mage Lock, okay, we're going to see the rosters there. Beautiful. So for Unitas, yeah, they did add Burn, which is a phenomenal Warlock player. There's a lot of destruction. And if they can get some nice Mage Lock synergy, and they can get some nice Rogue Lock synergy as well, I think that would be huge for them as a pickup, because then they have something that they can deal. They basically have every top tier comp that you need. If you have Mage Lock and you have Rogue Mage, and then you can maybe even throw in a little bit of Rogue Lock in there, you're going to be super solid. So I think Unitas, they have all the cards. Now they just need to get them all to work together and be on the same page. So Unitas definitely last year had a strong year. And if they can build on that, they could make this year even stronger for them.
Certainly. But yep, this is the top 8 that we're going to see here for North America. I think the most interesting thing to me, at least, about these teams is 2 of the teams that are on this list that made it into top 8 didn't even make it into the top 8 for today's cup, for cup number 4, but they made it into the top 8 circuit. That's, of course, Novus and Team Liquid. So I think it's, regardless, very good pool of players. I'm excited for that circuit to start. But that being said, we do have our top 4 for this cup for tomorrow for North America. It's 3.5 men versus Golden Guardians, Cloud9, and then KAWHI. But yeah, for sure looking forward to that circuit. Lots of strong teams here in the mix. But of course, we do have to get through Championship Sunday, which is going to be tomorrow. And that is the final Championship Sunday for the top 4, or for cup number 4, before we head into that circuit. Of course, we can take a look at the bracket that we're going to be seeing tomorrow for North America. Like I said, got 3.5 men versus Golden Guardians. That's going to be starting off the day. And then one of them, of course, will be going home. And then Cloud9 versus KAWHI in that upper bracket. And we'll see who our champion of North America will be for the 4th and final cup rookie of the season will be.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see who exactly is going to ascend. At this point, it's kind of looking like a repeat of previous seasons where in the upper bracket we have Cloud9 and KAWHI. KAWHI normally gets the better end of those matchups, but we'll see. I mean, KAWHI, they just look so focused, so solid. Cloud9 as well. You know, it's a new roster, but the fact that they're able to bring in that Mage Lock, play it at such a high level, I think is really, really good for them. And of course, in Europe, you have Kungana versus SK Pieces, another kind of typical matchup. It's Maro's team. Maro led SK Pieces going up against Kungana. Waz playing the Rogue Mage Priest, and they have Chaz on the side. We haven't even seen him play yet. Their MPs look so solid. These teams have gone back and forth. 1 week SK Pieces win, 1 week Kungana wins, and I'm really curious to see how that will finally conclude tomorrow between these two teams. Then that lower bracket, of course, My Way versus LF Org, two other really strong teams. My Way with their jungle, 3-man roster. I'm curious to see if LF Org is going to have an answer for them, or if jungle is just going to be able to kind of continue to carry My Way so far in these tournaments.
Absolutely. I am excited as well, Ven. It's going to be the last time that we're going to see, some of these teams tomorrow in, obviously round robin format. They are going to be playing, every team is going to play every team. So I think that's super exciting about the circuit format, but it's going to be the last cup in this type of bracket for the season before we go into a round robin format. So here's the schedule for today. Of course, we are starting off the day with Europe and then ending up in North America. We're going to have 2 champions from each region by the end of the day. So make sure you guys are definitely tuning in. You want to subscribe here, also hit the notification bell, and you can be notified when we go live. But of course, it's going to be same time in same place, youtube.com/Warcraft. And make sure you are also following us here on the WoW Esports Twitter as well. Lots of good updates over there. So that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific and at 7 p.m. CEST here at youtube.com/Warcraft. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow on Sunday.